Great. Okay, welcome. We'll begin. So welcome to the first hearing of the committee's inquiry into the structure and funding of the arts, music, nighttime economy and transport portfolios. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Kate Fairman and I am chair of the committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome to our witnesses and thank you for making the time to give evidence. So we'll start by swearing you both in. If we could start on my left. So Ms. Bond, if you could please state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or affirmation.
Thank you. My name is Julianne Bond. I'm the Industrial Manager for the Public Service Association. And I swear the evidence I give now and about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you so much. Mr. Wright.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Troy Wright. I'm the Assistant General Secretary at the Public Service Association of New South Wales, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Now, I assume one or both of you will be making a short opening statement. Mr. Wright.
I'm my chair on behalf of the PSA.
Thank you.
And I'm going to keep it uncharacteristically very short and informal. That's not a reflection of our concern with the issues, but more a reflection about the breadth and width of the terms of reference for this inquiry. It was impossible almost for us to traverse the number of issues that are raised by the committee today. We are a union with 42,000 members across New South Wales, with large memberships in most of the agencies the committee is concerned with. We have been engaged in significant industrial work on a number of restructures in a number of these agencies over the year. So rather than us taking time putting broad brush on our submission, which we hope is taken as read, we're happy to take any answers at the committee. Take any questions that the committee may have of us.
Okay, thank you. I will just kick off, and members will ask questions, obviously, as we go. Could you maybe just start, and I wanted to focus on arts to begin with. If this lady in the back can't hear, there's maybe something needs to be turned off because I am speaking. Yep. Around consultation with members, and I wanted to stick with arts if we could.
Sure.
Arts, music, nighttime economy is generally what we're doing in today's hearing. Friday's hearing will be transport. Okay. However, I recognise that. Around consultation with your members who work, for example, in the art space, what have they fed back to you around consultation in terms of the restructure, in terms of being engaged in those decisions that affect them firstly?
Look, consultation as an industrial right's obviously triggered by restructures, and we've probably got three on foot we've alluded to in our submission. They are in the arts space, Create New South Wales, the Art Gallery of New South Wales, and probably not so much the art space, although previously it's come under the same super department, Destination New South Wales. I would say broadly, and I think the submission lays this out well, is the consultation that we've received has been in line with the industrial obligations of the employer. We have pursued that where necessary through lodging disputes in the Industrial Relations Commission where we haven't been satisfied with the level of consultation. But I would say this is, it's quite apparent, and it's in our submission around the art gallery restructure, is we were quite surprised to have announcements made about that restructure and the amount of job cuts, go down and meet art gallery management, and it was quite apparent that the news of the job cuts and the size of the budget slice was news to them as well. And they were unprepared about how they were going to implement the cuts that had been announced by the Minister or by Treasury. So these restructures, largely in particular I talk about Art Gallery New South Wales, that restructure was clearly driven by Treasury and imposed on the institution rather than the institution driving it themselves. They then had to waste valuable time coming up with a plan about what the restructure would look like once it had been forced upon them. And I think that's a very poor way to operate organisations that certainly to the taxpayer appear to have some semi-autonomous role from government. And that restructure flies in the face of the success of the art gallery in recent years. We've certainly done a number of large public rallies and some media announcements around that restructure, and visitation rate at the art gallery is through the roof. And rather than being rewarded for that success by having a budget increase, they had a budget cut, and that budget cut then materialised as job cuts, which we have significant concerns about where those job cuts were and how they were going to impact operations of the art gallery moving forward. Can I just add also, one of the proposals that our members came back with, when it was announced that there was going to be, I think it was $7 million taken out of the budget at the art gallery, one of the proposals our members came back with, I thought was brilliant. They said, one of the major costs at the art gallery, I hadn't been aware of this, is the climate control. You've got to have a very, very robust air conditioning system to preserve the works of art. And they came back and said, if we can switch to self-generated green energy, have some capital works done where we can reduce that massive electricity bill which the art gallery generates, because it's having to run very cold air conditioning 24/7, climate controlled, humidity controlled. They said that would be a better way of finding savings than job cuts. But unfortunately, because of the pace that this was imposed, and that this was imposed from Treasury, not from the agency itself, they weren't able to have the flexibility to look at that properly and strategically. And that's where consultation can fall apart.
So thank you for that answer. When you say this was imposed by Treasury, that's come across in quite a few submissions, and in some ways you could say fair enough, because that's where any budget cuts probably do come from in terms of a direction issued. But ultimately, is it the case then that there was such haste within which these cuts needed to be made that the consultation then, which really of course is up to the Minister and each agency, that consultation does occur with staff, and the consultation can occur around, okay, we've got to find this much savings in our budget, let's get together with staff and look at ways in which we can do that. Obviously, some is around flexibility in terms of working hours and other things. So are you saying that it happened, was it the fact that it happened so rapidly that therefore the blame can't be laid with, for example, the Arts Minister or the agency, because, it's up to them to do that consultation? So was it too quick? Why didn't it happen, do you think?
Yeah, I can only speak to our members' perception. They certainly have a great deal of sympathy for the leadership of the art gallery, who are relatively new and who have come in with this obligation put upon them. Whether it was put upon them by the Minister or by Treasury or by both, I'm not sure. But certainly our experience of the consultation was that the announcements were made, and Julie, Ms Bond, you may want to chime in with the timing, you'll be more familiar with it than I will. I believe the announcement was made in August, with implementation before the end of the year. That hasn't really materialised. They're still trying to fumble around with some numbers, and we're still negotiating exact positions that we'd like to see retained. But if that's the timeline, it's 4 months to find cuts of $7 million to an agency without a massive budget. That reduces the capacity for them to engage in genuine consultation and see if they could find savings another way. Did you want to add to that, Julie? Was that the timeline? Was that correct?
That's most definitely correct, Mr. Wright, and thank you, Chair. We were advised in August of the changes in the budget cuts of $7 million that needed to be saved from the art gallery. And we were again advised from the director that had taken up that role that these budget cuts were very clearly driven by Treasury. So again, Mr. Wright is correct. The timelines of consultation and that period to actually implement that $7 million saving that has to be found from the budget, which would then go through 2025 budget into 2026, that consultation period, and again, the other suggestions that our members came up with in regards to savings that could be implemented, did limit down to a very, very tight time frame. And again, I'm very mindful, particularly as Mr. Wright said, there's many restructures that are captured here within our submission that is covered by the PSA. We are sitting here some week and a bit out from the Christmas close down period, and many of our members are still facing uncertainty as to where and what roles, if they are successful, is a great shame and concern, given again of some $7 million that has to be saved. So it's a tough one to swallow in the time frame of a 4-month period, or just under a 4-month period, to find adequate savings and be completely confident that we've explored all levels under the consultation framework.
And just be clear before I throw to my colleagues, that $7 million was over the forward just 1 year, or over forward estimates, remind me?
Per annum, I believe, Chair. It was over 1 year, because, the number of jobs being cut were around 51 in the initial proposal. We got it down to 44.
Yeah.
And,
Okay.
So that'd be $7 million.
Okay. Deputy Chair, Mr. Benazia.
Thank you, Chair. Try to just go to your submission. You state that in relation to the powerhouse, the government's 2023 election promises haven't been delivered. Which of those promises do you think has had the greatest effect on the institution's ability to function?
Again, not just the institution's ability to function, our members that work within it, and their job satisfaction, their careers, their passion for the organisation.
It's all intertwined, isn't it? If your staff
It is.
morale's in the toilet, the institution's not going to
Deputy
function.
Chair. Yeah, you're right. We would definitely say the closure of Ultimo. We felt that was not foreshadowed before it was announced. It came as a massive shock to our members that had to be closed to the extent it did, and the uncertainty about what Ultimo will look like. I think our members have come to terms that Parramatta is going to be quite different to what the old Ultimo used to be. It appears to have a large focus on performing arts in addition to what is traditionally a science and technology museum. Our members eventually came to terms with that Parramatta was going to be an extension and quite a different organisation to what Ultimo was, but they passionately believe that there is space and an importance in New South Wales for a science and technology museum that preserves our history. And right now, we don't know whether Ultimo is going to look like that at all. The capital works that are occurring there were far greater than were ever foreseen, and from some of our members' perspectives, far greater than they thought were necessary. And that has led to a massive disruption. We have members that are basically sitting on ice up at Castle Hill, preserving a collection that they don't know will ever be displayed ever again. And these people are highly trained, specialised, passionate people about preserving history. They're not just boring curators. They are people that believe that this stuff's, really integral to us understanding who we are as a community and society, and it does. And for them to see their life's work and just be sitting there waiting for an organisation to open on an indefinite time frame is extremely frustrating.
And with what you're saying there, it just leads into my next question. Your submission talks about the CEO's decisions differing from the museum's legislative purpose. What specific actions of the CEO do you think are inconsistent with the Act, and how do you think that's been allowed to occur without any ministerial intervention?
Really good question. I think we've outlined there, as far as you can see, the positions that are being funded and the positions that are disappearing gives you a real flavour about the direction of the museum. There is a clear direction from the CEO that this should be have more of a performing arts focus. There's a clear direction to staff that this is not about displaying the collection and letting the public look at it. It's about interpreting the collection and providing an artistic piece around it. And that's what our members say. That is not necessary. The collection speaks for itself. Whether it's, the Powerhouse has never had a problem drawing on its massive, massive collection up at Castle Hill to put different exhibitions on during the year about different elements of science and technology history. That, for us, is the major departure. You'll see in our submission as well, there is grave concerns and frustration from our membership about the use of artists in residence which are really consultants that are coming in and doing artistic pieces and designs. Now, notwithstanding the powerhouse is not operating at the moment, those positions are continuing. What possibly are those people showing and displaying when there's nowhere to display it?
Yeah. But even when the museum was continuing, and I've raised this in estimates before, the metrics for the museum were going down. So doesn't that speak to an issue with the leadership of the museum, that you want to change the direction, but the direction you're changing it in is seeing a decrease in all those important metrics,
yes,
which will ultimately mean that the institution doesn't become financially viable.
Yes, and this isn't a new problem. This is a problem, I think, that's been going on for the last 10 years at least. The director prior to the current one had a very heavy focus on design and fashion, and our members' feedback to us uniformly was that does not bring in visitors. Turning this into some sort of Met Gala organisation and Smithsonian where you can have wonderful balls and high society is not what the MAS has been successful for in the past. It's been about the exhibitions of the core stuff, the core history, science, technology stuff that they say always brings the school groups in, always brings the families in, always brings the interest, and that's what's been waning in the organisation the last 10 years. It's this drift into arts, fashion, culture and performance that is behind that decline, those declining figures in our members' views.
Which we already have. We already have other institutions that deal with that sort of stuff.
Absolutely.
So it's duplication
Absolutely.
as well as waste.
Yep, absolutely. Can I just add the last point that you said, and you asked about why you believe this drift is occurring without the minister and the people responsible for the legislation dragging it back. I've had this discussion with the minister, and we've had this discussion as a union with the minister, and to his credit, and I agree, I understand where he's coming from, is that there is a very clear line to be drawn about the interference in the arts. You know, as from a government, you know, you've got to let the arts be the arts, and I appreciate that, and I agree with him to a certain extent, but allowing organisations like MAS just to have an artistic direction is one thing, but you've got to pull them back on the governance direction. And there's been numerous scandals under the current director in the last 12 months about waste, about parties, about sashimi, live carvings, all that sort of stuff. That's not permitting the MAS to go in an artistic direction. That is poor governance. And that's where we believe the government should have a role in running all these institutions, is keeping an eye on that they are consistent with good spend of taxpayer money. And our members certainly reflect to us they don't think the MAS is doing that right now. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just go, I know Mrs. Nicola Overall from the opposition has some questions, so we'll go to you online.
Great, thank you, Kate. Good morning to you both. I note that your submission states that the Department of Cultural Industries, Tourism, Hospitality and Sport, as the agency with oversight and a key role in the portfolio and decisions coming from the Minister's office, isn't mentioned by name in the terms of reference, and the fact that you single that out, that flags an issue for you?
I don't know. I don't know whether it's an issue for us. I think we recognise. I had certainly personally hoped the incoming government, the Minns government, would change the structure of the public sector somewhat. It's got a little bit difficult to navigate. We've got super departments with multiple ministers and then ministers with multiple departments, so it gets a little bit difficult for us to traverse. So that might have been what we were hinting at, that there are parts of that super department that are equally going through similar experiences that don't necessarily align with this committee's jurisdiction, if you like. I think that might have been what we were hinting at.
Okay, because you state that obviously this agency and its secretary has a key role to play in the Minister's portfolio and decisions emanating from the ministerial office. So are you sort of referring there, I guess, to the fact that they should be a little bit more answerable to what we're discussing today?
Yeah, and certainly take a more hands-on role with these. There's an autonomy with the cultural institutions in particular where we engage with them, but not so much the secretary, which is quite different to other departments that we deal with.
Yeah, and you also note on that, sticking with the department, that there were staff concerns raised that the executive director had just been appointed to the role and that the restructure was being run out of the department and the minister's office, and then concerns around, again, a lack of clear and proper consultation in that regard as well.
Thank you, Ms. Overall. I mean, yes, again, I mean, as I said, we understood that the decision to take, particularly, and I'm sure you're referencing there to the art gallery, was a decision taken by Treasury.
Yes.
The incoming director at the time, Miss Page, had just basically taken up that role on a full-time basis and leading the art gallery forward, and was very clear. And I'll have to say, and again, in support of our members and certainly the comments that Mr. Wright has advised, the staff at the art gallery were very empathetic to what she had to undertake, and to come in and implement a budget cut of $7.5 million goes to the core that was completely out of her control, and that was imposed upon Treasury. And to be facing that, and then, you know, how do I take the art gallery forward as one of the most recognised institutions in the world, did impact upon how we went about consultation and those time frames, as we've mentioned earlier.
Could we just go to, on top of that then, the growing use of consultants, and where you've stated that it's more costly and not in line with stated government policy as well. So coming back to that idea of a lack of fulsome consultation and engagement there, and looking at other potential options, as you mentioned, the climate control, etc. And yet, on the other hand, they're clearly spending significantly higher amounts in the use of consultants in order to do the jobs that aren't being done.
Yeah, the use of consultants in the arts and culture space is a little bit more insidious and hard to track. Like I said earlier, they get labelled as artists in residence or some sort of other peculiar positions that we're not familiar with, but technically they are consultants, and they are paid a fortune to do work that we believe is public sector work. We're excited, as we flagged in the submission, about the announcement about the core public sector work policy, which we think is going to go a long way towards navigating around the use of consultants. It's been a bleed on the taxpayer for too long, and unashamedly as a union, we have every restructure we've faced, whether under this government or the previous government, we have advocated that the cuts should come firstly from the consultant ranks and the consultant budget rather than core public sector workers.
And so what you're saying is that that's not happening.
No.
And that with I think you give the figures for additional consultants that have been put on, and how that has increased dramatically in terms of that cost. So it's not in line with the government policy that has previously been stated.
Was that figure in respect to the transport restructure, I think? Was that where we...
No, I don't. I'm pretty sure there were two additional... There were figures that were in line with... there we go. 4 artistic associates, cost to the agency of $142,000 in total for 2021-22. And now this year the costs are on track to be over $750,000 for just 2 positions.
Yeah, that's the Museum of Applied Arts and Science, those positions, I think, and it's not currently being restructured, but it still remains a concern for us on a proactive front. Yeah, that consultant expenditure in that organisation is definitely on the increase.
Mrs. Overall, we may need to go to Mrs. Carter now. We can come back if we've got more time. Thank you. That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I thank you both for being here, and thank you for your submission. I want to look at the practicalities of some of these cuts. So the Art Gallery of New South Wales, how many staff have they lost because of these cuts?
We started with a figure, we understand, of 51 staff. That's out of, I think we said 1 in 10 in the submission, but it's higher than that, I believe. I don't think there's 500 staff at the Art Gallery.
So over a staff cut of over 10%.
Well over. It was more in the range of 15%.
15% of staff cut.
Yeah,
yes.
We've got that through negotiation during the industrial consultation window. We've got that down to 44. Our concerns have been always that it was disproportionate on the frontline working level rather than on the managerial class. We always ask that the managerial class, and particularly the executive service, receive a cut disproportionately large compared to what the workers are receiving, and that sort of materialised, probably not quite. So our concern really is that these people aren't, Yeah, the government has a very good policy around redeployment. They should be commended through the work they've done through Premier's Department about setting up a very effective redeployment process, which we hope will save government a lot of money. There were too many people getting redundancies.
Can I just stop you there? So the art gallery's lost 15% of
Yep.
staff.
Correct.
What about the volume of work at the art gallery? Has that also decreased by 15%?
Well, it's the projection about how many exhibitions are going to actually be, like, I think the art gallery is saying, no, it's going to be business as usual, but it's going to be impossible for it to be business as usual next year. And I think there is a projection there'll be fewer exhibitions next year.
So, sorry, just to summarise, 15% staff cut, business as usual. What about visitation numbers?
Well, they were higher than ever. I can't forecast what they're going to be, but they were higher than ever over last year. And I should have brought the figures down, but we certainly quoted them a number of times. It was in the millions of people that have visited the art gallery in the last 12 months.
So, what's the impact of these staff cuts on the remaining staff in the art gallery?
They know they simply won't be able to perform on the level they have. They have not got the people to establish, build, monitor all the work that they do around exhibitions. They will not have the same number of people to do it. So the program moving forward about how many exhibitions they have, I believe it was 15 this year and it's going to 12 next year. So there is a concession by management that these job cuts will impact the level of exhibitions and in turn, as you say, probably the level of visitation.
So the people who are really losing out, as well as the workers in the art gallery, the people of New South Wales who are getting access to fewer exhibitions because of these staff cuts.
Oh, it's I think that's completely right to say. I cannot see the art gallery being as successful as it has been with this number of staff leaving. It just simply won't have the capacity.
So these just aren't staff cuts, they're cuts to access to the arts in New South Wales functionally. Is that your concern?
Yes.
And the positions that are being cut, are they across the board? Are they primarily frontline staff?
They're primarily frontline staff. They're people that are concerned with the exact work that you would imagine occurs in an art gallery, and it's about the display, the preservation, the securing, the negotiations around exhibitions moving forward.
Okay. And so it sounds to me, would it be fair to characterise that the government is asking the frontline workers to work harder with fewer supports?
Yes. And I would add that these people are highly specialised too. They are people that have had their life's work to get to the position they're in. There aren't other jobs that they can go to. There aren't other organisations that they can use their skills at, and they'll be a loss to the arts community.
So you may be familiar with the criticisms that Lyndon Terracini has made of Create Australia, that the funding was not going to those arts institutions that the public loved and the public supported. Given the large public support for the Art Gallery of New South Wales, are you concerned that the current government's funding priorities could be subject to the same criticisms, that they are not supporting those arts institutions that the people of New South Wales love?
Very much so. I think we've been on the public record repeatedly saying that.
Indeed.
The government said that they would strengthen New South Wales cultural institutions after what they claimed was years of neglect. Based on cuts to the art gallery, cuts to other institutions, the institutional loss of knowledge with these very deep staff cuts, do you believe that the government is strengthening our state's cultural institutions?
As a whole, I think there's institutions that are doing quite well. I think the art gallery is not being strengthened by it. I don't know about, you'd have to weigh it up. There's goods and bads.
Why do you think the art gallery has been singled out for this treatment?
Look, the explanation we received was that they'd run over budget a little bit in the previous years, so this was really pulling back what they'd run over. But that run over had seen enormous success in the organisation. That run over had been well spent. That's what we've consistently said. That had resulted in best visitation rates that it had ever experienced. And I think it was money well spent, not money that should be recouped.
So I'm aware that there are volunteer guides at the art gallery who fulfil a really important role. Is it your concern that the government is frankly relying on unpaid labour to do the work they should be paying high quality staff to do?
it's hard to see the roles that are disappearing shifting into volunteer roles just because they are back. Then they're behind the scenes, but doing really invaluable work around preservation and display. We would really hope that's not enough. That doesn't occur. That said, I think the reliance in all of our institutions on volunteer labour is a little bit dangerous.
Right, okay.
Might need to-
Thanks,
yeah,
Jeff.
thank you. Any questions from government members, even though okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Our time is up. Thanks so
Thank
much
you.
for appearing today. The Secretariat will be in touch if members have any supplementary questions for you or if you took anything on notice. Thank you
Thank
again
you,
for
Chair.
appearing, and we'll call our next witnesses.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Both. We'll do the task of getting you sworn in before we begin. So we'll start with you, Miss Peters. If you could state your name and position, title, and then you've got in front of you, I think, either the oath or affirmation.
My name is Stephanie Peters, and I'm here as an independent artist and arts worker. And the oath I have in front of me, I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help to God.
Thank you, and I'll just get you to speak into your microphone a little bit more when we continue. And Dr. Heinrich.
Thank you very much. My name is Darren Heinrich. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Now, some short opening statements. We'll start with you, Miss Peters. Do you have something?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for having me here today. My name is Stephanie Peters. I'm a Sydney-based visual artist, designer, educator, and cultural producer with over 14 years' experience across cultural programs, public art, community engagement, placemaking, and the creative economy. My work is multifaceted, spanning socially engaged art practices with diverse communities to delivering large-scale public artworks that improve safety, tell local stories, and most importantly, employ local artists. I have worked extensively across Greater Sydney, both within local government and independently as a creative worker for councils, schools, gallery, community groups, and cultural organisations. I've also worked interstate and internationally, which has helped shape my understanding of best practice art governance and art support. But despite this years of experience with my work, as most independent artists and art workers, my work remains extremely precarious, shaped by short-term contracts, inconsistent funding, opaque and delayed decision-making, and minimal support for professional growth. Conditions for independent artists in New South Wales are increasingly unsustainable. We lack living wages, affordable and accessible workspaces, and safe work environments. State-level structures rarely include us in the decision-making, and this exclusion trickles down into unstable work environments. We work in these precarious environments despite us being working people essential to delivering the cultural outcomes for New South Wales communities. Speaking out about these challenges is risky. Independent creatives are often labelled difficult or ungrateful, with the real possibility of losing future work. And I speak today with considerable trepidation, aware that raising these issues can carry real consequences for my livelihood. This is one of the many reasons creatives remain silent in unsafe workspaces. We are losing independent creatives from Sydney and the places that support us. Affordable creative spaces are disappearing, and the few remaining institutions, such as the Australian Design Centre and regional galleries of New South Wales, are facing ongoing uncertainty. This instability flows directly to us, the artists, and the communities who are relying on them. I'm here because I truly believe this portfolio can strengthen the conditions for independent artists and arts workers. With the right structure, transparent processes, and sustainable funding and formal recognition of artists as professional workers, we can shift from barely surviving to thriving and benefit our communities, our cultural life, and creative economy across New South Wales. Thank you for having me here today and the opportunity to provide evidence.
Thank you so much. Dr. Heinrich?
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all today. My name is Darren Heinrich, and I'm a professional jazz musician with 40 years' experience. In that time, I've performed over 3,000 gigs across most genres of contemporary music, both in Australia and overseas. I'm a recording artist with 4 albums with my Hammond organ trio, and the latest of those was recorded in Prague and then released by ABC Jazz in August of this year. I hold a first-class honours degree in jazz piano performance and the world's first PhD in jazz organ improvisation. I also have 20 years' experience teaching at tertiary level, first at the Australian Institute of Music and now at my alma mater, Sydney Conservatorium of Music, where I'm a casual lecturer in jazz. I have my own private teaching studio on Sydney's Northern Beaches, and I also write commercial production music for publisher Fable Music, who are based in Melbourne. Despite my instrumental achievements and qualifications, I still find it very difficult to earn a decent living in the Australian music industry. I'm here today to elaborate on these difficulties and how the New South Wales Government can assist working musicians. Thank you.
Thank you very much, both of you. I'll kick questions off and then we'll go to other members as we go along. I just wanted to maybe start with you, Dr. Heinrich. I've got your submission in front of me, and you make the point around the underspend of the Sound New South Wales budget. I think it was last financial year of $13.2 million, and the how that could go supporting working musicians. There was also the promise, I think, before the last election of the $250 for every performance or something of musicians as well.
The minimum fee for a government gig.
Yes, okay, for a government paid gig. What has been available for you? That's a very kind of salient point that you make, that that could have had many musicians basically being funded. 6,600 paid performances across the state is what you put that 13.2 million at. From your perspective, what's available now for individual musicians, expert musicians, talented musicians such as yourself in terms of funding?
On paper, there's quite a few opportunities available, but there's a very distinct feeling amongst my colleagues that we're outside of the box when it comes to applying, and most of us don't bother to apply anymore. Personally, I've given up. You've only got to read the introductory statements around who the grant program is targeting that, I feel completely left out. I received an email just on Monday advertising another grant round, which I believe was targeting audience development. And the description from the Sound New South Wales email says priority will be given to projects in regional New South Wales and Western Sydney, and to initiatives that centre First Nations people, women and non-binary people, LGBTQI plus community, young people, people from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds, and people with disability. And they're all fantastic initiatives. I don't think anybody would disagree with that, but they're not the majority of musicians.
Yes, and that's what your submission also pointed out was the demographic makeup of musicians, and the statistics as well in that nearly half earn less than $15,000 per annum again, which is very stark. So your premise of your submission is that there's the priorities of the government potentially have shifted and are shifting as a result, influencing potentially the cultural makeup of the state according to what the government is wanting?
I feel that there's a lack of understanding about who the musicians are, and I would like to see it a little. I don't think those criteria should be front and centre necessarily when it comes to funding decisions. I think it should be really based upon merit and need. I think that's what I have to say with that.
Thank you. Ms. Peters, you've said in your opening statement about speaking out about challenges, about the challenges the sector is facing is risky. And we have heard that actually for both this hearing today and Friday's hearing in terms of transport, people are reluctant or scared to speak out, whether it's their job at risk or potential future funding. Would you care to elaborate on that any more? You've said a sentence or two, but yeah.
Most independent artists, we work in, I guess, a very precarious state where we're reliant on funding from state, local government, cultural institutions, and it's incredibly complex and intertwined applying for these funding rounds. They rely on putting applications together which are very labour intensive and require a lot of work to have no certainty of any outcome of employment at the end of it. So independent artists are relying on these funding streams that are not set up in a safe way and are taking advantage of artists' ideas and work before they even get the position, and it does pose a risk to speak out to these institutions about the format that this is occurring, because this is where our incomes and livelihoods are coming from.
Do either of you have any views on the makeup of the art form boards? Or are you aware of them? You can apply for them. They, I understand, give feedback and assess the grants. Is there any view on that process, the makeup, the transparency?
I'm aware of them. I don't find them particularly transparent. I don't know who is on the boards, and in the process of applying my last application, which was about this time last year, was told that there would be no feedback on the application, so there's no way to know how to improve your grant processes and apply again in the future and stand more of a likelihood of getting it. And I'm a bit like Darren, I'm probably not in a position to apply for one again. I think it's also compounded by, this year alone I've applied for 17 EOIs, not all with state, but it's a lot of work to...
What was the word you said, 17?
17 EOIs, sorry, expression of interest.
EOIs.
So there's a lot of work within that that just doesn't result in work income, yeah.
Can I also, just before I throw, just one last quick question, hopefully to both of you, just about, we assume that it's always been struggle street really for artists, musicians, which is not good enough. I'm not suggesting it is, but over many years, is there anything different that has happened now with the restructure, with the grants process under this government over the last couple of years, or is it a steady decline? I'm interested to know if something has shifted. Dr. Heinrich, and then...
My impression is that before the last state election, Labor engaged very heavily with the music industry, and we were expecting a lot of change, but unfortunately it seems like business as usual. I can also speak to the lack of transparency around grant applications. We don't know who is on the decision-making boards. We don't know what criteria they look at, or even what their qualifications are to be judging the potential projects in front of them. I have sought feedback in the past, but even that feels a bit precarious, and that I might be potentially seen as complaining, labelling myself as a troublemaker, etc.
Thank you. Ms Peters, do you have anything?
Yeah, can I just add that I think one shift I've noticed is that we're now not announcing who is getting the funding, so we don't know who the recipients are of these grants, at least in the last round that I applied in.
Thank you. We're hearing that. Now I'll go to questions from Ms Carter.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I wonder, Ms Peters, just to pick up on questions from my colleague Ms Fairman, you got any sort of rough estimate of how many hours you've spent, as you said, filling out those EOIs?
I have done some calculations, and I could probably on notice provide a more accurate detail, but I mean easily they can take days to weeks to prepare. You also get an incredibly short notice, EOIs or government grants. They'll come out and you'll be lucky if you have a month to respond to them. Sometimes there's 2 weeks. And then it'll take months for you to hear from them again. And when you do, you're expected to start immediately and hit the ground running. So you kind of have to leave this space that you might possibly get the work and that you can run with it, but then it all might fall through. And that is pretty consistent with all applications.
And have you tried to discuss these issues with Create New South Wales? Have you tried to contact them?
In not this specific issue, I tried to contact Create New South Wales so I last year applied for professional development. It's one thing I find that I'd say I'm somewhere between emerging and mid-career, and the support just completely drops off and disappears. So I had applied for a professional development opportunity and reached out to quite an esteemed artist who agreed to support me. I was quite surprised and excited to have that partnership. Within the time, tried to reach out to Create New South Wales to have feedback on when the timeline would be delivered, and I just never got any phone calls answered, and then quite a delayed email.
So you never got any phone calls answered? When you reached out to...
I think I rang 2 or 3 times about 2 or 3 months after the submission to find out what the when the announcement of funding would be, because it was impacting. The mentor was holding potential places for me to be in some of the master classes, so she was keeping space, stopping getting additional income from other people enrolling in that.
And were you successful in that application?
No, I wasn't. And I did, I understand they're very competitive, and, I don't, perhaps my application wasn't what it needed to be. But
did you get any feedback?
No, I wasn't able to get any feedback. And
so is feedback ever provided in terms of applications so that you understand the criteria and can develop your practice?
I haven't had it from a state level. Sometimes locally I've gotten it, but not always. Often you get a very generic email saying thanks for your application. We had a huge number of people. It's pretty generic.
Dr. Heinrich, have you had similar issues in applying for funding? I think with Sound New South Wales, is it?
Yes, and with Create New South Wales.
Right.
Generally, the project start date and while you're putting the project together, which can take, most times when I put together an application, it's maybe 40 to 50 hours of work, and I find it all encompassing, and I find it very hard to concentrate on my instrumental practice during those couple of weeks in which I'm putting those together.
So just to clarify, 40 to 50 hours, that's a full week of work?
Absolutely, yes.
Right. That goes on an application that you then are not receiving prompt feedback in relation to
That's right, but it's worse than that, because you can have all of your co-workers, co-artists lined up in the hope that the project gets funded. Generally speaking, the project start date is always I always sequence that after the decision due date, but the decision due date always gets pushed out, and then you're inconveniencing a whole lot of professionals and they're sitting around, are we working or not, and then you don't get the funding, and the flow-on effects are very significant.
And the application process, does it focus exclusively on artistic musical criteria?
No, it looks at the financial viability of the project.
Mm-hmm.
And in terms of feedback, I've never had any decent feedback that says, there's no feedback regarding the artistic merit of the project. It's, it's very vague, similar to what Ms. Peters said.
In your submission, I understand that you indicated that the application process often required details about identity, sexual, gender, other things.
Yes.
Is one's gender identity or sexuality relevant to one's musicality?
It's absolutely irrelevant. And as I think I wrote in my submission, myself and my colleagues, we don't think about those things at all. We when I'm hiring other musicians or other creatives, such as graphic designers or recording engineers, I just think about the quality of their work and are they easy to work with, reliable, etc.
So do you understand why those questions should be asked, need to be asked, are asked?
Well, I think there's a social engineering agenda, at the heart of all of this. And, I do realise that minorities have challenges and issues that perhaps that I don't have. But to me, it's very offensive to ask me what my sexuality is. It's a private thing.
I'll just go
thank
to
you.
questions from the government. Anthony
Yeah, I
Adam.
just wanted to, I suppose, I hear what you're saying in terms of the issues around feedback and the process of applying for grants, but I suppose what's the alternative? There's always going to be a limited pool of money. There's always going to be a lot of applicants. Would you prefer that there was less money and more feedback? Because obviously, there's a capacity issue there in the agency in terms of the more applicants, the more, if there's feedback's provided, that's a hourly impost on the agency. Like that's a resource that has to be taken away from somewhere. What's the alternative to that process?
Can I speak
Sure.
to that? I mean, my first thought is that having who the recipients of the grants are is not an incredibly intensive
It's published.
resource.
I understand it's published.
Not for the round that I applied in. It was kept
Which round was
private. It was for the professional development grant last year. I can get apologies, I don't know the exact title, but the independent artists were kept private. And I don't think that it's would be that labour intensive to publish that information. And I think those of us that do apply, we can then look at what type of, even if we aren't getting direct feedback, we can look at and see what type of projects and what type of artists are getting funded, and we can tailor our submissions.
That transparency issue.
That transparency, absolutely, yeah.
Is there any other suggestions you have in terms of how the system might be structured differently to allocate a limited resource? There's limited funds, there's multiple applicants. Like, how do we structure that system in a more effective way from your perspective?
Well, I think that the artistic criteria could be made more transparent in the application process and the description of the funding program itself. I also think that we need to know who is on on the board? Who is making those decisions? And I'm sure that, or I hope that they all have written documentation about their feedback and their evaluation of the applications, and that could be made public.
So I'm advised that the board who make the decisions that they are on the public record, the personnel who are.
Yeah, I can't
those
find those on the
assessments.
Sound New South Wales website.
Okay. And so can I just ask, you made some comments, Dr. Hendrick, about sort of the criteria around equity information being provided by applicants. I mean, you accept that there's an obligation on the state to make sure that the systemic biases are addressed in terms of grant making? Do you accept that that's a reasonable public policy objective?
Look, I think it's reasonable, but my impression is that there is a big social engineering agenda behind all of this, and it's given, when you read the contemporary music strategy and the priority areas are directed towards minorities.
If we've had a historic bias, in favour of, white Anglo-Saxon artists, shouldn't we, isn't that just about fairness, trying to readjust where the funding gets allocated?
I think it's a misreading of the situation. I can remember being a young musician in the late 80s, and I got to work with a lot of older musicians. And in those days, the culture was more biased and, against women and against minorities. But those problems don't exist anymore, not to anything like the extent that the priority areas would indicate.
So you think the funding allocation as it currently stands is reflective of the diversity of our society?
Sure. I think it's, we have, in a recent survey, we found that 3% of musicians were LGBTQI plus community, 3% were Indigenous, and I think supporting them and addressing any remaining inequities or systemic bias is a really worthy cause, but we need funding programs that support everybody. And there's a distinct feeling amongst professional musicians like myself that there is no point in applying.
How can we satisfy the aspiration to have a diversity of funding if we don't collect the data around who the applicants are?
Yes, well, I mean, that would be really helpful for the committee or for Sound New South Wales to do extensive research into the demographic makeup of musicians in this state.
Isn't that what the criteria that's being asked in application is doing?
That's of the applicants, but it's not representative of the total demographic.
Thank you. We've got time for one more question. Mr. Benazia.
Yeah, just on the current funding model, do you think it prioritises outputs that maybe look good on paper, like strategies, branding, festival partnerships, but doesn't really address what you need as a professional musician, which is employment opportunities? Is it geared towards more, glossy brochures and fancy announcements rather than giving you what you need as a professional musician?
It's very much a top-down, trickle-down economic model. And festivals do not provide ongoing employment for musicians. Even if you were a very successful act, you might do a handful across a year.
Is the government focusing too much on international big-name artists rather than promoting, local musicians and local artists?
We definitely need a much more viable grassroots, bottom-up approach rather than top-down.
And Sound New South Wales isn't currently providing that, in your opinion, in terms of a service delivery agency?
No, they're not.
Can I
Okay, yeah, Ms. Peters.
add to that currently there's some great funding that's coming out of Transport for New South Wales and the Office of 24-Hour Economy to revitalise precincts and do activations. But as far as I'm aware, there's no structure that ensures local artists are being employed for that. There are some local artists, but I have seen interstate artists being employed under those. So there is a great deal of funding that could be utilised to help better support independent artists. I also think that currently independent artists, we're rarely at the table for these decisions to be made. Currently in Europe, there is a committee on cultural education, and they're looking at improving the working conditions for local artists and recognising artists as art workers. And this isn't seen across a lot of the portfolios. Create New South Wales is definitely employing local artists, but across the portfolios, is that something that's happening? And I think closer to home, the South Australian government is leading the way with the best practice. They've got a South Australian Artists at Work task force, and this is actually putting artists at the table with the decision makers to put recommendations and structure into how the funding is being spent.
Thank you. That's very a great place to finish, even though it would be great to continue, but we are out of time for this session. So thank you both so much for appearing and having the courage, frankly, to appear. We really appreciate it. If you took anything on notice or if members have any supplementary questions, the Secretariat will be in touch about that. So the committee will now break for morning tea. Thanks again for appearing. We'll be back at 10:30.
Thank you.
ready to go. Excellent. Welcome to our next witnesses. We'll begin the process firstly by swearing you all in, stating your name, position, title, and then either the oath or affirmation. We'll start with you, Ms. Carl, and then move along.
Okay, great. I'm Lisa Carl. I'm the CEO and Artistic Director of Australian Design Centre. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Dr. Shee Pearson.
Yes, my name's Justine Sher Pearson and I'm the Executive Director and CEO of PACT Centre for Emerging Artists. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Shiberis, is it?
Yep. Hi, I'm Carl Skiberis. I'm the General Manager of Dance Makers Collective. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you so much. And Ms. Benton.
Hi, I'm Penelope Benton, the Executive Director of the National Association for the Visual Arts. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Excellent. Okay, now for opening statements, and I assume you probably all have a short opening statement. Okay, so we'll go in the same order. Okay, Ms. Carl.
Thank you for the opportunity to give evidence. I am the Executive Director, CEO and Artistic Director of Australian Design Centre and have held this position since 2016. ADC was established in 1964, initially as the New South Wales Crafts Council and later known as Object Gallery. We are a small organisation operating with a modest staff of currently 5 full-time equivalent positions. Despite this, we connect the work of hundreds of artists with audiences locally, nationally and internationally across extensive exhibition, touring, retail, publishing and digital platforms. We announced on 30 October 2025 that ADC will cease operations by 30 June 2026 unless alternative funding is found before that time. As the federal government through Creative Australia and the state government through Create New South Wales have discontinued adequate core operational funding from 25/6, the ADC board determined it would not be viable financially for the organisation to continue to trade or operate beyond 30 June unless a minimum of $350,000 per annum in additional or alternative funding can be found. Through Create New South Wales, ADC received 4-year funding of $300,000 per annum to cover operational costs from 2016 to 2025, cut in 2016 by more than 50% from prior years. This has now been reduced to $150,000 per annum for 2026 and 2027. In this time, we have also received some competitive grant project funding and COVID rescue funding provided to all multi-year funded organisations, and we are grateful for this support. The decision to close potentially means ADC opportunities created for close to 1,000 artists annually will no longer be available. Up to 350,000 people who visit an ADC exhibition, either in Sydney or across regional New South Wales and Australia, annually will no longer have this opportunity to engage with craft and design practice. Exhibition programming at ADC in Sydney, 18 exhibitions annually, will cease at the end of February 2026. Object shops supporting 150 makers with retail sales will cease trading at the end of March 2026. Initiatives such as our partnership with Regional Arts New South Wales to showcase regional artists in our window gallery on William Street will cease. After a highly successful 2025 festival, the future of the Sydney Craft Week Festival for 2026 is in doubt. This festival is an ADC initiative that has been running across Sydney for 9 years. If ADC closes, New South Wales will be the only state and territory without a government-funded craft and design organisation. I'd like to tender a package of documents with copies for all committee members as examples of ADC activities that will be lost if the organisation closes. The package includes ADC Annual Report for 2024, a catalogue publication produced for an ADC on tour exhibition that has toured over the past 4 years to 17 regional galleries across Australia. The final exhibition in the tour opened at Grafton Regional Gallery last weekend. A catalogue publication for the 2025 Make Award Biennial Prize for Innovation in Contemporary Craft and Design, an ADC initiative funded philanthropically with a $45,000 prize won this year by New South Wales artist Cinnamon Lee. The exhibition opened in Sydney in October and is now in Adelaide, where I opened it this last week. a catalogue publication for Rejoy, an ADC ceramic exhibition dealing with stories of migration, which I launched at Tweed Regional Gallery in Murwillumbah in November, and it's their feature summer exhibition. And a short emerging insight summary from the first 5 days of a survey we launched last week to give the community an opportunity to have their say about the value of ADC. The summary includes the following quote from a survey respondent, which speaks to the importance of ADC. "I will miss the unparalleled access ADC provides to the pulse of Australian creativity, both through the inspirational depth of its exhibitions and the incredible networking opportunities it facilitates with fellow artists and industry professionals. The curation at ADC consistently offers a vital spark, pushing creative boundaries and informing my own practice. Beyond the professional and creative benefits, I will miss the powerful, often unspoken emotional support the ADC extends to artists. It's more than just an exhibition space. It acts as a true champion and advocate, offering guidance and a sense of community to artists at every stage of their journey. The culture of care is invaluable and irreplaceable. In relation to Australian Design Centre, we respectfully recommend that the committee ask the Minister to reconsider increasing emergency funding through Create New South Wales to ADC from $150,000 per annum to $500,000 per annum for 2026 and 2027 to ensure that New South Wales does not lose this important institution that directly supports craft and design practitioners. And to ask the Minister and Create New South Wales to advocate strongly to their federal counterparts for emergency federal funding for Australian Design Centre. Thank you to the Chair and the committee members again for this opportunity to speak about the potential closure of ADC due to cuts in government funding.
Thank you. Dr. Shearpearson?
I lead a small organisation with a very big footprint. PACT Centre for Emerging Artists is one of the longest running performing arts companies in New South Wales. Founded in 1964, PACT plays a vital role in helping young and emerging artists, technicians and cultural workers take their first steps into the professional sector. We operate a vibrant theatre in inner city Sydney, an affordable, accessible hub for contemporary performance, dance and live music, serving independent artists, small to medium companies and our local community. In the last reporting year, we worked with more than 370 artists, delivered 110 shows, held 16 workshops, and developed 26 new Australian works. All of this is achieved by a core team of just 3.1 full-time equivalent staff, supported by a casual crew of 20. Our community is young and culturally diverse. 63% of our employees are under 25. 20% of our activities involve deaf and disabled people, 30% involve Aboriginal people, and all of our activities include people from CALD backgrounds. I'm proud to represent them here today. In April this year, we were thrilled to learn that as an annually funded organisation, we had secured 4-year multi-year funding from Create New South Wales. Funding that is regarded as a benchmark for exemplary organisations serving the New South Wales arts and cultural sector. But that excitement quickly turned to shock and confusion. The funding came with a 50% cut from $200,000 in 2025 to just $100,000 per year, 26 to 28. How could we be expected to continue meeting this benchmark on half the investment? For the past 8 months, we've been in crisis management. Thanks to private sector donations and the City of Sydney, our landlord and a major partner, we have kept our doors open, but only if we restructure, with fewer staff, cut by a third, and far fewer, more than 50% fewer, creative opportunities for emerging artists. Our submission outlines key concerns with the New South Wales Arts and Cultural Funding Program. Volatile funding rounds, a decline in funds reaching artists, transparency failures, concealed contractual terms, and increasing administrative burdens that are shaping the relationship the sector has with the funding agency. PACT is only one example. A third of 2- and 4-year funded organizations are receiving $110,000 or less next year. an amount equivalent to one full-time equivalent employee on the average Australian wage. This is a symptom of a sector on its knees. Our submission is signed by 19 small to medium organisations from across regional and metropolitan New South Wales, inner and Western Sydney, representing theatre, dance, experimental arts, youth arts, and community cultural development. I'm here today because I'm deeply concerned for my company and the many artists we represent. I'm also concerned for the ongoing cultural health of New South Wales. The Arts Minister is speaking later this week to give a report card on the creative economy and the achievements of the creative communities policy. But I am here to report from the actual arts and cultural sector. There is no strategic link currently between the government's delivery of creative communities and the actual sector. Public investment is not trickling down to the drivers of arts and culture, the small to medium sector and artists. The reality is that the sector works on a trickle up, not down model. We provide the content for the major festivals and institutions. Without us, you risk only having empty buildings. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Scabera.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with the committee today. The arts in New South Wales are at a breaking point. Chronically underfunded, structurally undermined, and dependent on an agency that cannot function under its current resourcing. When the arts ecosystem breaks, it's not just artists who suffer, it's citizens across New South Wales who lose access to culture, education, and jobs. When preparing for this hearing, I found myself going around in circles trying to figure out what position to speak from, on behalf of my organisation, my sector, or my artistic community. What I came to realise was that these positions are one and the same. I'm the General Manager of Dance Makers Collective, an organisation that was co-founded by myself and 9 other dance makers in 2012. We began with a grant of $42,000 from Arts New South Wales to create a work which was presented at Riverside Theatre's Parramatta by a team of 25 artists with support from Form Dance Projects, Bangara, Sydney Dance Company and Legs on the Wall. This networked collaborative way of working remains unchanged today. 12 years later, despite extremely low state investment, we are the only federally 4-year funded dance company in New South Wales. In 2026, our projected turnover is $1.3 million. Our program includes 2 regional tours, a youth company program, public presentations, creative developments, international and national exchange programs, weekly training programs and more. Our core investment from Create New South Wales will be $150,000, enough to staff myself full-time and a very part-time administrator. For every dollar in core investment, we leverage another almost $9. This sounds great, but it is unsustainable. My relationship with Create New South Wales has been from many positions. I worked as an officer for the agency during COVID, administering grants through a competitive grants process. What I witnessed then from within the bureaucracy, which I've experienced since as a Create New South Wales Artform board member and over time as an applicant and a client, is an erosion of transparency and a culture of mistrust. When I worked at Create New South Wales, there were a torrent of complaints made by people whose applications were unsuccessful. These complaints were made almost exclusively by first-time applicants who were running for-profit arts businesses like private dance schools, who had no idea what competitive arts funding was. At that time, there was an expectation from those complainants that COVID relief was something they were entitled to, and they were genuinely shocked when they realised that when it comes to the arts, it's a competition, not a right. This is a sickness that I combat all the time. The arts have for my entire career been chronically undervalued and underfunded by the New South Wales government, regardless of who is in power. This stems from a persistent belief by successive governments that the arts are a nice to have and not an essential driver of our social, economic and cultural prosperity. Excuse me. Rather than address the root cause of the problem, chronic underfunding of the sector, we see a trend of redistribution rather than serious investment and reform. Shifting money around inside an already depleted system doesn't grow capacity, it cannibalises it. At the launch of the Western Sydney Plan earlier this year, Minister Graham said in front of a packed room of arts workers and Create New South Wales staff that the funding for that plan was being redirected from the cuts the government was making to Create New South Wales. Create New South Wales scrambled to restructure then announced a Western Sydney grants program with a notice period of 3 weeks, due at the busiest time of the year and just 2 days from now. The process has been chaotic, unworkable and unfair to applicants because the agency does not have the staffing or stability to administer major funds responsibly. Rob Peter to pay Paul, where in this case, Peter is the starved hand feeding starving Paul. We are not asking for charity, we are asking for the state to stop undermining the cultural infrastructure that generations of citizens rely on, institutions that foster social cohesion, provide measurable economic return and contribute to our collective identity. We are capable, we are collaborative, and we are ready to work with government. What we need now is a system that recognises the value we already generate and invest in it accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, Ms. Benton.
Thank you. Thank you also for the opportunity to speak today. I first acknowledge that we are on Aboriginal land, on stolen and unceded land. I pay my respects to the Gadigal peoples of this, the traditional custodians of this beautiful place where I'm so grateful to live and to work, and extend that respect to First Nations communities, ancestors and elders across the state. Also important to acknowledge in this context that artists and makers were the first practitioners on this continent. I'm speaking on behalf of NABA today, which represents artists, arts workers, galleries and visual arts, craft and design organisations across New South Wales and nationally. Firstly, gosh, what a lot of incredible statistics and demonstration of how much deep passion and hard work so many of these colleagues and everybody working across the sector contributes every day. There is a set of structural pressures impacting our sector, and they are just intensifying, as you have been hearing and are hearing. From small regional galleries to our major institutions, arts organisations are carrying financial strain, workforce shortages and rising delivery costs. These institutions form a single ecology, and when capacity is weakened in any part of the system, the impacts flow directly to artists, to communities, and to the cultural outcomes that the public expects. Across the visual arts sector, we are seeing rising costs, heightened expectations and declining resource stability. Local government investment has fallen over the past decade, and the recent Create New South Wales restructure led to the loss of a large number of highly experienced staff whose institutional and sector-specific knowledge has been central to delivering the arts and cultural funding program. Within the space of a month, 3 senior administrators departed. This is a significant loss for a program already operating with limited capacity. These staffing reductions slow decision-making and affect program delivery. And although expertise can be rebuilt over time, the immediate impact is substantial. Recent changes to the ACFP left many long-established organisations, including regional galleries, the Australian Design Centre, PACT, and many that you're hearing from, without support until some 2-year allocations were made, but further highlighting the instability facing the sector. New South Wales per capita cultural investment sits slightly below the national average, despite having the largest population and cultural budget in the country. A significant share of that budget is committed to major institutions and heritage infrastructure. But these institutions, institutions are fundamental to the state's cultural life, but they too are under acute pressure. Funding cuts have reduced staffing, narrowed programming and increased organisational risk. The small to medium sector is facing the same strains, compounded by precarious employment, volunteer labour, rising production costs and persistent instability in funding programs. All parts of the system are stretched and all require greater stability if New South Wales is to meet its cultural ambitions. The visual arts, craft and design sector is one of New South Wales' most active creative workforces, with high participation, high self-employment and a strong regional footprint. Yet it remains structurally underfunded. Artists and organisations operate on extremely lean models and rely heavily on unpaid labour, masking a fragile workforce that is struggling to meet public demand. We know the public value of this work. The National Arts Participation Survey shows that more than 90% of people in New South Wales engage in the arts and nearly half of them create art themselves. Residents overwhelmingly believe that the arts strengthen well-being, boost creativity and contribute to healthy, connected communities. This is social value at scale. and it happens because organisations and artists and arts workers make it possible. When cultural investment is strengthened, the social infrastructure of the state is strengthened too. New South Wales has incredibly extraordinary creative talent, strong community demand, and a network of organisations delivering incredible and highly valued work. What's missing is a stable funding base that allows the work to be delivered with confidence. There is a growing gap between state ambitions and the resources available to realise them. We can do better than this. Boosting investment across all scales of funding, strengthening the ACFP, and ensuring that Create New South Wales is adequately staffed to administer funding will help stabilise the system and restore alignment between government ambition and sector capacity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll go straight to questions. I'll kick off with a few. I'll start with you, Ms. Carl. I read with interest in your submission and the attachments, your correspondence with the Minister. So as the state's only government-funded design centre that's been running since, I think you said 1964?
62.
62.
64, sorry.
64. Oh. Have you met with the Minister, or has he visited the centre in William Street?
No, we've invited the Minister on many occasions and he has been unable to attend.
So he's been the Arts Minister since this government became government in March 2023. The Minister has not met with you despite repeated requests.
That's right. Julia Finn represented the Minister at our 60th birthday celebrations in 2024, and I have met with the Minister's advisor, Clara Klemski.
Okay, thank you. I also just want you to expand on something in your submission. I'll get others to potentially give their point of view on this as well, but you do imply quite strongly that you believe that the decisions to not grant funding to the Australian Design Centre was potentially more of a decision made by staff than that made by peer assessment. Could you expand on that? Is that what your submission potentially suggested, as well as whether the Minister had any role, whether the staff have any role, or maybe it's the lack of transparency anyway in terms of knowing, but you did make that point.
I think transparency is definitely a concern because we don't really know on what basis funding decisions are made. Sure, peer assessment is really important and that gives advice to the staff in Create New South Wales and presumably the Minister, but we don't really know that process. You know, there's no transparency around that process. What I think I was implying in my statement is that in regard to the Creative Australia, so federally funded visual arts and craft strategy funding, there was a discussion in 2023 or even the end of 2022, between Creative Australia staff and Create New South Wales staff about which organisations in New South Wales would be invited to apply for visual arts and craft strategy funding to Creative Australia, which administers that funding. Now, my understanding is that there's a certain amount of money that's made available to each state. I don't know what that is, and we were not invited to apply for visual arts and craft strategy funding, despite being in receipt of that funding since the program began almost 25 years ago.
Thank you. There's a lot more questions, but I'm sure other members will have some. Dr. Pearson, I want to ask you about, you specifically note as well the importance of a peer assessment, in terms of grant funding, and you suggest that the involvement of Create New South Wales and potentially the Minister wasn't clear or opaque. So why are you worried about that? Could you expand a little bit on your concerns in that area?
Yes, I think that's like in the part of my submission where I'm talking about a lack of transparency, and so this is very much as Lisa just described as well, that I have previously been a peer assessor for not in this round, but previously under Arts New South Wales. We know in the sector from our colleagues that, the peers, we have a lot of belief. I think there's a lot of regard for the peer assessment process. However, peer assessors do not have oversight. They're not given information about budget allocation, and so they make no sort of decision making about level of funding because they have no knowledge of what the budget is. How funding is actually apportioned in the assessment process, we in the sector have no idea how that is done. When I also met with, I immediately on receiving the news of our 50% cut, I wrote to the minister, didn't receive a message back until after the embargo, which was a very long period between the notification of our funding and when we could publicly say anything about it, including to other funding partners. I was given a meeting with Clara Klemsky in which she confirmed at that time to me that all decision-making was done by the peers, but we know in the sector that's not the case.
Can I ask about is it usual in your experience then that the budget and that the peer assessors would be making a decision with a budget in mind as well? So this is a good organisation, or this person is a worthy artist for these reasons, and we think out of the allocation of this round of $2 million, something around 15,000 for this person is that usually the case? And you're saying that has disappeared?
That used to be the case.
Right.
So years ago, that was the case in which the budget allocation would be roughly known, and so as part of the very rigorous discussion that happened amongst peer assessors, you would be discussing essentially where the cutoff line might sit. Is this person going to be, this company or applicant that we really believe in, that we see a lot of value in this project, is it going to sit above or below the line? What we understand now is that is not the case anymore, and that there is a ranking of projects or applications, but with no knowledge. The peers don't go away with a knowledge of, so they're making recommendations for funding, but not knowing who actually will get funded.
Yes, I was going to ask you as well, because you're on the art form board, aren't you?
I was
Mr.
previously,
Skiberis?
but not in the current structure. And I think what I understand, or what I kind of feel to be, is the problem in the current situation is that what peer assessors are doing is they're ranking applications, as Justine has explained, but there is a process that then is undertaken that we're completely unaware of, that then determines what amount of funds are being distributed to different organisations. So in my instance, my application to Create New South Wales for 4-year funding was for $400,000 a year, and then I was notified that I was successful and I received $150,000, and there's no transparency as to why that decision was made, and it certainly wasn't the case that the people who were assessing that process were aware that that was what was going to happen. I think the other thing that's really troubling about the process at the moment is that the conflict of interest process has been tightened really, really extremely, to the point that people who actually have knowledge and sector experience are not able to contribute to that process anymore. So when it came to multi-year investment, those people who are on the current art form board, who actually have experience running organisations, were not able to assess because they themselves were applicants in the round. And that meant that the people that were able to assess did not have that experience. They do not have the kind of broad or deep sector knowledge that those people who have been running organisations for a significant period of time do. And I understand that in that, having been a board member myself and as a peer assessor at Creative Australia as well, there are really rigorous processes that can enable people in that situation to step out of the room. But rather than utilising those processes, what they've done is they've gone, oh, well, you are a potential conflict on one application, therefore we're removing you from the process entirely. And that's really removing from the process the ability for people with experience to actually assess and make really critical decisions about especially multi-year investment where the bulk of the sector lives. So, yeah, that's my reflection
Thank
on
you. That's useful. I've got many other questions I'm going to throw to my colleagues, Mr. Banasiak, and we'll keep going around.
Thank you. Just reading some of your submissions and hearing what you're saying, would it be a fair assessment to say that this new creative community policy isn't working already? Would that be a fair assessment? A question to all of you?
I definitely think it's not working, no.
Yeah. Dr. Pearson?
I would say it's not delivering on the aims of the policy.
Yeah, I would agree. I think the policy itself is good, but it's not being able to be delivered. Yeah.
Why do you think it's not being able to be delivered? Because when I look at the policy, it's heavy on aspirational language, but really light on measurable outcomes, KPIs, baselines, timelines, projected, funding. Like, how can you implement a creative policy that doesn't have those things? Is that possible?
So I might go to Ms. Benton, who was cut off in that last one.
Well, as I said, fundamentally the issue is that there isn't enough investment to deliver the policy. So, the pie is too small. It needs to grow to be able to deliver on the ambition and meet the scale of incredibly competitive applications that are being received for the funding rounds.
What would an appropriate figure be in your mind? Have you done any work across the four of you? Have you put your mind to what would be a more realistic funding figure to implement this policy that's very aspirational?
Well, I think, can I
Yeah.
can I jump in? I think that it's clear that in the 4-year funding round there were 157 or 8 organisations who applied. Many of the 82 of those were funded. I think you can see that there are a number of organisations, and I'm only talking about this organisational round. There are obviously other funding rounds for artists and so on. But I think you can see when they set the minimum at the maximum at 600,000 for that round, there are many organisations who either weren't funded or who were funded much less than what they had applied for, which means that their whole application is unsupported. When you fund a $400,000 ask at $100,000, it's unsupported. So I think there isn't enough even to fund those 82 organisations to the level of ambition that they expressed in their applications. So sorry, that's not answering your question on a figure.
But I would say, I'd just add to that too, I don't think we can answer that question because we don't have the data. But Create New South Wales gathers that data through the application process and should be able to answer that question. So we, in the process of going for multi-year investment, we would all, as heads of organizations, probably spent hundreds of hours of work in developing strategic business plans with our boards, with our stakeholders, with our artist groups, in order to model what we're cognizant of the fact that public money is scarce, and we do, as Penelope described, an enormous amount with very little. We all know how to work in that model. We are grown up in it. We ask for, I think, the minimum that we need in order to do that. And so the idea that actually the ask in that we were encouraged by Create New South Wales to address things in the policy like workforce retention, appropriate pay for the workforce. There was an acknowledgement, definitely in the lead up to the application process, that we needed to price appropriately the ask that we were asking for, and then what we received was, across the board. You can see the statistics on the results sitting in very low within the range, and so I would say that the majority of applicants probably didn't get what they were asking for, but that would be data that is not available to us.
Yeah. So just in hearing those comments, would it be then a fair assessment to say that in designing this policy, that the government didn't really properly engage with the community to fully understand what your what your actually financial needs were to help fulfil this policy.
I think the consultation was there. That's my experience. I think I'm just going to reiterate what Penelope said, which is that it's not that the policy itself is bad and that the consultation process was bad. The problem is that there isn't enough money to actually deliver the policy. Again, using my organisation as an example, when we talk about this, us receiving 150,000 when we applied for 400,000, what was part of a lot of the consultation process prior and in designing the policy and the ACFP was the acknowledgement that organisations like mine are usually on annual or multi-year contracts, but also having to apply for project funding to actually deliver the activity that we deliver, and that was not that wasn't sustainable. It was a waste of people's time, and that what we actually needed to do was just lump all of that into an investment. Into one grant. And so the reason that my organisation applied for $400,000 is because I needed to employ core staff, but I also need some money to do some of the actual activity itself. And that $400,000 was a lean ask for the amount of work that we do as an organisation, and then to get the $150,000 and also actually be eliminated from being able to access any additional funding, because that's the existing framework that has come out as a result of the changes. And so in real terms, my organisation previously was on $90,000 a year of multi-year funding to kind of fund the core of the organisation, but then I would also apply every year for a project grant. I also had very specific strategic investment for certain parts of my program that were delivering on particular strategic areas that the policy wanted, and that meant that my actual investment previously was $180,000 to $190,000 a year. So I've actually been cut to $150,000, and I can't access anything else. And this is something that's really hard to communicate.
Is there anything else at all? Is that a
Anything else?
Not
rule?
the one exception is regional touring funds, which DMC also does access because we do regional touring. But if I use the example of the tour that we're doing next year throughout New South Wales, it is a tour that employs 11 artists and arts workers to tour not just through New South Wales but also interstate. It's the largest tour we've ever done. We did a tour similarly in 2022 of a show that did not tour as far and did not employ as many people, and the amount of investment that we got for that tour at that time was $180,000 from the state government. It was capped at $120,000 this time. Yet I'm doing more. There's just a complete
So I guess my question is, what's the point of having a policy that can't be funded properly? It might look good on paper, but here I'm hearing from you, Ms. Carl, that you can't deliver on what you want to do in terms of supporting the policy. Same with you, Dr. Pearson. Same with you, Mr. Skipper. Same with you, Ms.
I'm
Benton.
not here to criticise the policy, and I think that that's probably not the outcome that is useful here. I think what we need to be looking at is, it's a great policy. I recognise that they're doing a lot of strategic work internally. There's been a restructure, which was a big surprise, and probably the approach to that was a bit much. But there is some new money through new programs, but not through ACFP, which is where the organisations are receiving core funding. So that hasn't changed, and it's just that there are the levels are not adequate for today's environment. They're with rising costs, increased salaries, all the things. But there are new strategies in different areas, and they will take over time. But there is some new money in that, and that is a good thing. So there are some great things happening. The issue that I think is important is that the amount of money in the ACFP pool is not enough, and to meet the demands of the public in what these organisations are delivering.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the opposition now, Ms. Carter and Ms. Overall. If you've got questions, can you just text me? And
She does, yeah. Thank you all. I'm just having a look at the Creative Communities policy, and Principle 4 is sustainable growth is the fourth guiding principle. People engaged in these sectors are appropriately supported and businesses equipped for growth. But what I'm hearing is, Ms. Carl, no funding, so you're closing in June?
Yeah, unless we're able to make up that shortfall, we will close in June after 60 years. Yeah.
Dr. Shee Pearson, 50% funding cut?
Yeah, my statistics are so that the opportunities for our emerging artists in the program for the paid employment for emerging artists will be down 50%. Free training and workshop opportunities will be down 90%.
So how is that supporting sustainable growth in the arts sector?
It's not.
It's not?
Clearly.
Yeah.
Yep,
Any other comments, Mr. Scaberis? Or
I agree. It's not achievable with the current level of investment.
yeah, we heard a lot from the current government that they were concerned to shift to public funding over private equity and to make sure that the arts were supported by the government. The example of the art gallery, where it's free for the people of New South Wales, but significant funding cuts so that you've got a 15% staff cut. The cuts to your organisations, do you believe that the government is really pushing arts bodies out to seek private investment, private funding, and no longer rely on the people of New South Wales to support the arts?
I think, if I can quickly say, I think it's important to note that every single organisation, arts organisation, gallery, space, whatever it is, across the state is already drawing income from a range of sources. None of them, none are solely reliant on public funding and never have been. There's a great deal of work in seeking private investment or other revenue sources, other income streams. They've already been doing that work for some time. That's not the issue, and nobody is saying that these organisations should be solely publicly funded. But they should be, the level of public investment should meet the public demand, and there is an incredible demand across the state for access to these spaces, the way people are using the galleries, they're using the spaces and contributing to them is at a level that should attract a higher level of investment.
I would say also to that the money that we do receive from government is what we leverage, and my example, the scale of my organisation's program is ridiculous for the amount of core staffing that we have. Like, it is literally myself as a full-time staff member and a 2-day-a-week administrative support person, and I'm doing 2 national tours that are taking artists on the road for 4 months at a time. There's an incredible amount of local engagement that has to occur prior to those tours. I'm sending artists internationally and interstate, working with, and I'm doing that by myself as a sole person. And the issue is that I'm not going to get, if we're talking about private investment or these other income drivers, no one's going to give me money to pay an admin person or an additional core staff member. It's government money that we use to enable us to then go out and leverage this additional investment and create these other income drivers for our organisations. And so when that money gets reduced, then our capacity to do that is also reduced. And that's a situation that I find myself in all of the time. I've burnt out 3 times in the last 3 years. I've got an application that's due in 2 days, and I was given 2 weeks' notice to try and do that. I'm going to Bathurst tomorrow to support a performance that's happening there. I've got the amount of work that I'm doing is kind of ridiculous for one single person, and Anyway, I've made my point. Sorry.
So, is it an accurate summary, and correct me if I'm mishearing, that government funding is essential to be able to attract private funding?
Yes.
Yes.
And without that government funding, it becomes increasingly difficult to attract private funding.
Yes.
If not impossible.
Yeah,
if not impossible.
Actually impossible, yeah.
But from what we're hearing today, it seems like government is reducing its funding across the sector? Sorry,
Well,
Ms.
most
Carr.
definitely. I mean, certainly in our case, we have received, in the last decade, in my time at Australian Design Centre, we have received $3 million from over 10 years, so that's $300,000 a year, not indexed, which help to pay our core small team. So that's 5 to 7 people, a full-time equivalent of around 5. And that is, and we have an organisation which has street frontage, it's a public gallery, we're open 5 days a week, from 11 in the morning till 5 in the evening, and events over and above that. We have a touring program which has 4 shows currently travelling across Australia. There is so much that we do. And to your point, and as my colleague said, that $3 million plus some additional project support that we've leveraged that we have been granted by the New South Wales Government through Create New South Wales, we have leveraged another $4 million in 10 years in project funding, private philanthropy, donations, and our own earned income. So, that core foundational support is really important to keep our lights on, pay our core staff, and then enable us to leverage money from other sources, which enable us to do our actual programming, to do the activity that helps introduce artists to audiences.
And pay the artists.
Yes, that's what I would say.
Pay the artists, exactly.
Yeah. But the funding reality, from what we're hearing, appears to be entirely in conflict with what the policy states is one of the 5 guiding principles.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I think Mrs.
Okay,
Overall's
great.
got
Mrs.
some-
Overall, we'll go to you and then we'll go to the government.
Thank you. And the first thing that I'd like to say is that obviously it isn't just about numbers in a budget. It is people, livelihoods and creativity. And I personally feel the passion of you all and thank you for being here. Ms. Cahill, if I could just come back to the lack of transparency. Now, the Australian Design Centre was told that it didn't align with current government priorities, but were you provided or have you been provided with any articulation of those priorities or the criteria showing how the alignment was assessed or how you're not in alignment, or is it just yet another thing that you're not being provided the information to know what to do next?
No further information other than that throwaway comment that we know what the priorities in the policy are, and by implication that we haven't been funded because we don't fit those priorities. Now, I say to that we did everything in our application and we do everything in our day-to-day programming that meets those priorities. We're working in Western Sydney, we're working across regional New South Wales and Australia, we're working with cultural diversity, we're working with, all sorts of, all those priorities we are ticking. We are doing things which tick those boxes, and we were able to articulate that. So I don't actually understand where that's coming from. And yes, transparency means that we haven't had sufficient feedback about why we weren't successful in the 4-year funding process. And, effectively they funded 82. I think we were told we're in the middle third. That means we were somewhere between 82 and 104 on a list that includes organisations not just in the visual arts, craft and design, but in dance, in performing arts. That list of 157 applicants is across all art forms. So again, I'm not sure how the assessment is made about which organisations, about how that list is compiled, that order of
and how you're supposed to meet them, obviously, if you're kept in the dark about all of that. Now, you also note in your submission that the Minister's office acknowledged issues in the process, but again, has there been any information forthcoming on how, or even if at all, this was going to be rectified?
No elaboration on that comment. No further information.
So just the acknowledgement that there are certainly problems, but we don't necessarily have to pass on to you how they might be fixed or what might be done.
That's right.
So look, finally, the gaping hole in visual arts, craft and design that the potential closure of ADC will leave, that's going to be something far more impactful than the New South Wales government just saving $500,000 a year annually, isn't it?
Oh yes, absolutely. We work with up to 1,000 artists a year across all of our platforms. Many of those are New South Wales-based artists, some are from other states. We give New South Wales artists the opportunity to be in exhibitions across the country and overseas and regionally. The audience that we connect with across Australia is around 350,000 people per annum through our touring programs, and here in Sydney So there's a huge impact that will be lost if ADC closes in June. Yes, much more than $500,000, which is, as I said earlier, enough to pay a very small core staff, keep our lights on, and thankfully, with the support of the City of Sydney, we have a fantastic premises on William Street, which we are given at 100% subsidy, so we don't pay rent, which is great.
Thank you, Mrs. Overall. I'll go to. We can come back if we've got time. Mr. D'Adam.
Hi, yeah, thank you. I just wanted to perhaps get on the record for each of the organisations how much you've been funded for going forward, how much you put in your bid, and how much you were funded for in the preceding financial year before the funding. So, Ms. Carl first.
Sure. So for us, we've been funded $150,000 per annum for 2 years. We initially applied for $600,000 for 4 years. We were unsuccessful in that. We applied for $200,000 and we were granted $150,000 for the next 2 years.
Right.
In the preceding this year, in 2025, and for the past 10 years, we've been in receipt of $300,000 per annum.
Right, okay. And Ms. Pearson?
Yep, so PACT is currently in this year on $200,000 in core funding. We requested $334,000 for the 4-year period. We were granted $100,000 for in 4-year funding, which is actually 3-year funding because of a delay to the delivery of the program. It missed the first year.
And Mr. Scubras?
I'm currently on $90,000, but I do want to also reiterate that it's not just $90,000, it's also project funding that I was eligible for before. So in real terms, my investment from Create New South Wales was $180,000. I applied for $400,000 in 4-year funding. I was granted $150,000.
Right. And Ms. Benton?
We are currently receiving no money from Create New South Wales, although in the last couple of years we've received annual project funding, around $100,000. Following from next year, multi-year funding has been approved for $180,000 a year.
Right.
There was a pretty big gap in how we were supported by the New South Wales government. Prior to 2020, we had received multi-year funding for 10 years, which concluded in 2020.
So so from the evidence you've provided, so there was 82 successful recipients in the funding process out of 104, I think.
157 or something, yeah.
So, I mean, is it your submission? Like, obviously, we all probably agree that we need more funding for the arts. I think the Minister probably agrees that he would like more funding for the arts, but he's operating, obviously, within a budgetary constraint. And I understand the overall funding for the package for this program has actually increased from, I think, 68 or 69 million to 73 million per annum. So there's overall more money. There's still lots of organisations competing for a limited pool of funds. Is it better just to have fewer organisations funded to the, to their expectations in terms of their bids, and have a lot more people miss out, or is it better just to have the funding spread out more equitably across more organisations? What's your view about how that should be, that problem should be managed?
That is the constant dilemma. I think no one will ever resolve. It's a very difficult question, and I think there are probably pros and cons for both answers. Probably no answer is right and no answer is wrong. So I think overwhelmingly, even small increases beyond the increased level to program pools will improve success rates and reduce the churn of repeated applications. I think it's very clear that stable funding reduces administrative burden, that these organisations, invested in 4-year funding applications only to then have to do a different version for 2-year funding. They are relatively completely different programs and with different aims. I think that's really important.
I would just
point
add to
make.
that. I agree that's a very hard question to answer.
That's the question the government's trying to
Yes,
grapple with. isn't it?
and so, you know, what I can comment on is I think the delivery in this round has ended up delivering, and we're speaking from the small to medium sort of sector, so we're representing particular kinds of organizations, all of us. And I would just, I would say that the impact is not just to the sustainability of these organizations. So the impact is about a redistribution. So you're going, yes, that is the pool. There's actually an uplift in the pool of money being delivered by government. But it is about the redistribution of that within the delivery of the funding program. And as small to medium organizations, I would make the point that we are the organizations that drive the creation and production of work, working directly with artists. And what's happening is that there is a less, in real terms, money that's available to the production of work and paying individual artists. It's also an impact to the government's own delivery of their program. I'll give the example that in the last 6 months I've been working with 2 artists who came to me because they, for the first time ever, had received $100,000 in a new work grant from Create New South Wales as individual artists. They have neither of them have ever made a full-length performance work before, and that is, a large amount of money for a single artist to deliver for the first time. They've come to PACT because they need help in how to deliver that project. We, I would, in my role, work with those artists to set them up with sound designers, other collaborators to work with. What can I do to help you in learning how to deliver this project? Can we come to the party with space availability and so forth? And that is something that we will no longer be able to do because of staffing reduction. And so that redistribution of that money to individual artists, which I would normally go, great, let's pay the artists more. We are what's the term, cutting off the nose to spite the face, in the sense of those artists rely on the hard and soft infrastructure of an organization like PACT in order to deliver those projects. And that is something that is a kind of bystander fallout of the reduction in funding that's going to the small to medium sector.
Can I just ask, just in terms of before I went into Parliament, I was involved with the MEAA, so I had some experience in terms of the arts sector, and obviously it is a sector that's where passion is a kind of key driver, and so often that kind of leads to a sort of an exploitative. So I acknowledge that that's a factor, but at what point, is it a question that arts organisations have to make an assessment about whether they continue knowing that that's an element of how they will survive, or whether it's better just to sort of reduce the number of organisations and have artists getting a more beneficial, better return, less exploitative. Do you understand the point that I'm trying to make there?
Can I try to answer that? Look, I think from a craft and design perspective, there will be the arts is an ecology. There are small to medium organisations, there are small collectives, and there are the bigger institutions. And artists get their first chance, as my colleagues have said, in our small to medium space before they get the opportunity to show their work on a bigger stage. Now, in answer to your question, we've made, after 61 years, my organisation potentially will close in June, and we've made that decision because we can't continue to pay artists. We can't continue to enable the kinds of programs which give artists the opportunity to meet an audience with their work without that core funding and without what that core funding leverages in terms of project funding to pay artists to do what they want to do. But there are so many opportunities that are still coming to us for collaborations and possible, collaborations on project funding and, artists asking for exhibition opportunities, which, I can't make commitments to because I have no way of funding those projects.
I would also add that if the government's strategy is to distribute the public investment in a way to reduce the number of organisations that are running, this is a very chaotic way of delivering that strategy by just giving subsistence underfunding to all of the organisations and throwing the industry into chaos. That is just a waste of a lot of kind of investment in trying in responding to that situation. In the case of PACT, we are restructuring the organisation because of the loss of funding, and one of the ways that we're proposing to do that is by taking in other resident companies. And so it is a model of collaboration with other organizations to share resources together. But that, if that were a strategy, there is a much more aligned way of doing that. We are an organisation that enjoys really good support from the City of Sydney. The state government and the City of Sydney are involved in a partnership about the Creative Lands Trust going forward. The idea to recognise that strategy, if they had come to me and said, we want to develop a opportunity to use the spaces that are available to strategically house more organisations with fewer resources, that would be something I'd be very open to discussing. But that is not what's happened.
Thank you. Mr. Skiberis, we're out of time, but I am going to go to you for the last word because I know you want to contribute.
I would just say to that question that attrition is going to happen in both of those situations, that the organisations like mine, like I will not because I work my guts out and I'm happy to work my guts out, but attrition, whether the government makes the decision to do that or by, funding fewer organisations with more money, or whether the government decides to fund more organisations with lesser money, attrition happens in both of those situations. And what I think is really important and could be done better at Create New South Wales and could be thought about more is that Create New South Wales does capture all this information about organisations and what they are doing, and there is an opportunity for that process to be more strategic, for them to go, this organisation's doing this piece of the situation, this organisation's doing that, why don't we find a way to connect the dots and actually do that work, which I think there is potential to solve some of this problem. But at the end of the day, the core problem is lack of investment. Like, that is the core problem. And I just think that the process has been really unstrategic. And to finish, I'll just give a comment about care for the sector, which I think is really, really bad at the moment. Those 4-year funded organisations, they found out about their success or their lack of success the day before the Easter long weekend. And that was an intentional decision from Create New South Wales to go, we can't be bothered to deal with the trauma that this is going to cause people in the sector. I was on the phone to so many people that weekend for hours who were beside themselves, some of whom were borderline suicidal about the fact that their organisation had been defunded, and they had no opportunity for 4 days to talk to anybody about why and what had happened. And those sorts of things are disgusting, and I really don't understand how any government agency can treat its, the people who it's meant to support and who it's meant to invest in that way.
Thank you. I'm very glad I went to you for the last word, Mr. Skiberis. And thank you all so much. We could have had a lot more time with each of you, so I'm sorry that time was so short. Your submissions have obviously been taken as read. The Secretariat will get in touch with you if we have supplementary questions for you, which we may do. And just thank you for all of the work you do with your communities, and sorry you're going through this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to our next witnesses. We'll begin, of course, by getting you all sworn in. When you're settled, we're right to go. We might start with you, Dr. Sharp, if you're ready. Name your name, position, title, and either the oath or affirmation. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lindsay Sharp, founding director of the Powerhouse Museum. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Saunders.
Jennifer Sanders, former Deputy Director at the Powerhouse Museum and one of the founding of the Powerhouse Museum Alliance. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Winkworth.
Thank you. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you so much. Now, I assume there is one or more opening statements. Who's giving that? No. Is one of you giving a statement?
Are you going to give a statement?
Ms. Sanders, are you
Yes,
good to give a statement?
Yes, I'll
Excellent.
give a statement.
Thank you.
Yeah. I would like to thank the Parliament, particularly the Upper House, who have been diligent over many years in really examining, pursuing, lobbying, questioning, probably throwing your hands up, as we have, about what is happening to the Powerhouse Museum. The fact that so many people have been protesting, asking, questioning for so long must be the largest red flag in the country. And you've just heard from our colleagues in the arts sector to hear Mr. Skiberis say how they were told just before Easter, that is evil. That is really evil. To do that to people who are living on a very tiny salary and doing their best. Powerhouse Museum is different because it's an institution that's been around since 1880. One would have thought bricks and mortar, fantastic record of exhibitions, of publications, respected across the world. I'll be tabling later letters from the Newcomen Society, visited as late as 24 and said this is the UK Committee for Industrial Heritage. Were astounded by the popularity, the education, the whole presence of being in the Powerhouse Museum. I don't know what got into the minister's mind to change his approach after the election. Before the election, he was saving the Powerhouse Museum. We took him at his word. After the election, all guns blazing, the CEO's goal of breaking the museum is being put in place, not simply breaking it physically, that would be bad enough, because it is an important industrial, architectural, cultural site. Multi-award winnings. Again, I've tabled before, we'll table again, awards for not only the architecture, but also for programs held there. In the first 20 years, we held 498 exhibitions, produced them across the world, across the state, across the nation, and in the museum. So not only is it that being destroyed, it's the very ethos of the museum. The staff are not only being de-skilled, they are being totally demoralised. The new staff, who come on at the CEO's behest, are not interested in a museum. They're not here to think of history and heritage, to think of the taxpayer, the people of New South Wales, for whom the museum is held in trust. It's all personal gain and a little cabal of people who are having a great time at the taxpayers' expense. My two colleagues will talk further on this, but I would like again to thank very much the inquiry, all your colleagues, all members of Parliament who've stood up for the Powerhouse Museum over so many years, 10, 11 years. I can't tell you. I was in Washington not that long ago, just before the shutdown. And I went to the mall with my son, who grew up in the museum. He's now a primary school teacher, understands the value of museums. And we went along to the Air and Space Museum. They're about to celebrate the 250th anniversary of independence in USA. The place was going gangbusters. We had to book a slot to go in. They're being revitalised, renovated, exhibitions changed, all the things that was in the line of Powerhouse Ultimo revitalisation. They're not closed. They're doing it, they're open for business. There's a huge pride in what the American nation has achieved in air and in space. We're trashing ours. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others, Ms Winkworth?
I think in the interests of time, I might pass to my colleague, Dr. Lindsay Sharp, except I do later have some observations to make about the grant funding and the appalling neglect and poverty that we're now seeing, particularly in regional New South Wales, some of our most important and vibrant cultural structures in regional New South Wales now on the brink of failure. And there is a connection between the gutting of the cultural program and the bloated funding for the Powerhouse Museum.
Yes, Dr. Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I'd like to echo very strongly what Jennifer and Carly have just said. I won't go through it all again, but it really is an amazing fact that this upper house, this is the third inquiry which is looked into deeply in many ways the situation with the Powerhouse. I have experience, as you probably know, in California, in the Royal Ontario Museum in Canada, and I ran the largest science museum group, which is not just science, in UK. So I do have some comparators to make in terms of what's happening currently at the Powerhouse Museum. I'm going to read this so that I get it clear and you understand where we are, if that's okay.
Great.
Thank you. Please understand that literally in about 3 or 4 weeks, the RAN era project will be demolished. They're already starting. If the work is stopped now, the original Powerhouse Museum can be saved. Massive costs can be saved as a result. We know how to do this, and we're not just old fuddy-duddies. We really, I mean, modern technology is not a fright for us. It's the most wonderful enabler that we can possibly imagine. If it stopped and a proper restoration, renovation, even reinvention takes place, core cultural heritage can be saved right now. An entirely untested cultural experiment, the current plans, which we hear bits and pieces of, which most likely will create a fiscal black hole for the state, can at least, or should at least, be analysed, questioned, and if appropriate, avoided. Public objections can be transparently answered. I don't know if you know, but there have been 2 major petitions. I think 20,000 people saying, don't do this, do it differently. And many other examples of objections and so forth, just cast aside by the previous government and this current minister. Please don't underestimate the power of this committee to cause a temporary pause as the matters above are addressed. You really do have the power, actually, if you care to use it. And please hold an extra day's hearings interrogating those public servants nominated throughout my documents and others after the SO52 materials and associated documentation has been studied by external experts. We would request this committee considers the option, as before, under the previous committee chaired by the Honourable Robert Borsak, that an SO52 for the business case for the Powerhouse Museum Ultimo project be called for, and that experts can read it in the appropriate parliamentary setting, that the updated business case, which has to exist for the Parramatta project, also be called for, that the complete design brief for Ultimo be called for, and all the associated documents. I've mentioned those in my 2 submissions, and I can, if you like, elaborate it further later on. Also, I would ask you to consider, if you do have another day, and I really beg you to do so, that Alan Croker, who is the country's literally leading expert on heritage architecture, he's the person who personally advised on the Balmain restoration of the powerhouse there, be called as an expert witness. He will chapter and verse tell you what the heritage destruction actually means. And finally, would you please call Save the Powerhouse Museum, who really know about the lack of transparency and the public objections and the petitions, which have almost universally said this project is a disaster. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We will go to questions. I'll start with a couple. This inquiry, as you know, is looking specifically at the restructures, funding cuts, and the impact on arts, cultural spaces, music, nighttime economy, and transport on Friday. Could you identify, and I think Ms. Winkworth, this gets to what you were alluding to, is it about wastage and choices in particular areas? Can you identify areas of wastage, for example, that it may have been better spent to support particular buckets of money may have been better spent supporting the very artists and organisations we've heard from today? That's what I mean by wastage, but it's been spent somewhere else. Is that what you were alluding to earlier? And just elaborate, and also if the others have anything to say in this regard too.
I think it's a constellation of factors. The government brought out a new cultural policy, New South Wales creative policy, and unlike other cultural policy processes, that was brought out without new funding to identify how the ambitions were going to be resourced. The elements of the policy at the back, which have to do with strategy and delivery, were very sketchy and not well worked out. The whole policy, in my view, was undercooked because of failures to consult widely with people with suitable expertise. I understand why the government, responding to the creative community's concerns about the complexity of applying for grants, decided to simplify the grant process. But in the process, what was sacrificed to my mind were criteria around audience and impact and reach as criteria for assessing the grants. The whole assessment process is incredibly opaque, and when it comes to grants to individual artists, you can't even find out who they are, let alone what they're doing or what platform they might be using to deliver the money that taxpayers are providing. It's actually quite shocking, and it's a big contrast with the transparency that we see in the federal government. The other unexamined issue that if we'd had more cultural policy experience and expertise in Create New South Wales, we might have seen some thinking about do we want a policy that automatically duplicates what the federal government's Revive Creative Australia policy does? And I think that's a big question, because traditionally the federal government has not funded organisations apart from the major organisations, but when you move to a system of focusing on funding artists, as New South Wales has done, what they've abandoned is funding the organisations that are the essential delivery mechanism for all those artists and designers. And they're the first rung on the ladder. And there used to be a concept in Create New South Wales and what was Arts New South Wales of creating a ladder so you could see the projects and the people involved getting to the next level by demonstrating their success. Well, that's all gone because no one has any idea of what the ladder is except for the ministers or the governments or Create New South Wales favoured projects. I particularly want to deplore the lack of attention to museums. They are the most numerous cultural organisations in New South Wales, shockingly underfunded. At least the federal government's revived policy had something to say about the importance of museums, particularly volunteer-managed museums and their impact across every community in this country. Well, it was unfortunate that the committee that ran the New South Wales cultural policy didn't have a museum person on its subcommittee. Certainly not anybody who actually works in a museum outside of Sydney, and I think that's reflected in the subsequent evolution of funding decisions. It's just a huge mess. Furthermore, by enlarging the grant program to include creative industries, in my view, along with the conjunction of the portfolio with the nighttime economy, it's just opening the door to rent seeking and a lack of rigour about what are the projects that are really going to deliver for audiences and communities in an equitable way. And I refer particularly to the fashion strategy, which wasn't even mentioned in the policy and is later released, the creative industries fashion policy. I think it's 750,000. Well, that's clearly a cover for the UTS takeover of what was the Powerhouse Museum. But to me, it's just naked rent seeking. I just do not see that money, when I think about the failure to fund so many outstanding museums and galleries that are open 364 days a year and servicing their communities, and they're the animators of culture in their communities. I do not see that funding commercial fashion businesses to meet their education needs is the business of Create New South Wales or the Powerhouse Museum. Powerhouse Museum does not have a responsibility for creative industries, and what we've seen since the appointment of the current CEO in 2019 is a lot of freelancing, concerning freelancing outside the Museums Act to fund artists and creatives and to spend public money outside the remit of the museum, which last time I looked was unlawful. And I think it should be a concern for this committee that there's been a complete failure of transparency and accountability, both to budget estimates, to Mr. Borsak's questions on notice and the misleading answers provided, and also in the museum's annual report, which attests to compliance with the standards for annual reports to do with strategic planning, goals, strategies, actions, performance deliverables, and also infrastructure spending.
Thank you, Ms. Wigworth. I just, because I'm conscious of other members' questions, so we'll go to Mr. Benaziac now.
Thanks, Chair. Can I just go to the CEO's actions and pick up on your comments there? Would you consider her actions since 2019 to be malfeasance in terms of the driven shift away from the museum's prescribed obligations under legislation? Do you consider it malfeasance, being the intentional act of wrongdoing in terms of how the finances have been managed?
I think it constitutes, over the last 6 years, and particularly the spending outside the museum's remit on artists and writing and other initiatives, however worthy, I think it constitutes maladministration because it's not good value for money, and that work, that type of funding is not within the museum's remit. And the government, I think, has shown a remarkable lack of interest in seeing accountability for a project which is going to cost New South Wales taxpayers $2 billion. And there needs to be a really forensic audit, because I know for a fact that money has been spent in ways which are certainly contrary to the Museums Act and contrary to evidence which has been given in previous budget estimates. And I'd be happy to supply some examples at a later
Well,
to this committee.
Are you able to provide some examples now? I know of the examples of running nighttime discos, running porn exhibits, doing sashimi demonstrations at bloated Christmas parties. What are other examples of, I guess, maladministration has the CEO engaged in? That has essentially taken money away from the museum's operation and potentially other creative arts industry or any other artistic institutions.
Could I add that there's an aspect of this which is part of the whole picture, which is that when you have a core of highly experienced, highly knowledgeable, expert curators who are their functions and their knowledge are related to the collections, and there are nearly 500,000, let's say, objects built up over 150 odd years, and you have a situation where, for example, the $18 million space exhibition, now projected for Parramatta, I would say a leading authority on space and astronomy, I think her name is Dr. Sarah Reeves, was the curator of space and astronomy at the museum. She left around the time that project, that massive project, was announced, and to my knowledge at least, she has been replaced by somebody who, and I'm quoting a commentator here, makes things in glass. Well, if you have a really expensive, really complex, highly technical display, which is the major lead for Parramatta, and you remove the person on staff who is an expert, and she goes to the Bureau of Meteorology, you might wonder why. I would regard that in terms of museums as maladministration. There's a second point, if I may briefly. I gather that the curator of health and medicine, and again I'm quoting a commentator, but he is very well informed, is now a person who is a sound expert. Well, I can tell you, I have some expertise in the area of the history of health and the current health circumstance and research in health. I'm not quite sure that a person, if this is true, who is an expert in sound, creativity I suppose, would understand some of the more complex aspects of, let's say, DNA research, for example.
So, to your knowledge, how many highly qualified curators have we lost since 2019?
May I refer that to Jennifer?
Yeah, absolutely.
There's a list in my paper. It would be 25 plus, I would say, and not replaced with like for like. To be fair, I think for someone working in the museum industry as a serious museologist, and may I say it is a profession, I don't think that anyone who is currently in charge at the museum regards museology as a profession. If you look at how it's, the skilled expert staff are being treated, I don't think they would be keen to join the Powerhouse Museum on its current trajectory.
If I can add to your question, Mr. Banasiak, the big question is how a cabinet-approved decision to fund a STEM museum for Parramatta has turned into an arts and entertainment venue on a huge scale, which would never have been necessary if it was actually a museum. And that, together with the completely unnecessary eviction of the collections from the Harwood building at Ultimo, is running to a total cost of $1.5 billion by my calculations. And on top of that, we have numerous examples within the museum of the collection acquisition funds being used to acquire things which are not necessary for the collection at inflated prices. The CEO's given evidence previously that artists are not paid to run programs when we know they have been paid to run programs. We've had evidence that the artistic creative residents are paying rent. I don't believe that is the case for all the creative residents. I think that there are transactions where items have been acquired for the collection in lieu of rent,
at inflated prices. So that is confusing a capital cost with what should be revenue, which is reflected in the museum's accounts and might be used for more strategic acquisitions. I look at what's been acquired with the work of some of the favoured artists there, and I think this is absolutely crazy. And the money that's being wasted, it's beyond any strategic need. And the fundamental thing for public servants and for the government is that taxpayers' money has to be spent in a way that's conscious of the value for money and is delivering the programs that are endorsed and within the museum's remit. And that is just simply not the case, and I will be happy to provide evidence.
Yeah, I was just going to say they're pretty serious allegations, and I would ask if you could table the evidence that you have to substantiate that. That would be fantastic for the committee to see.
Could I also add, and it is relevant but on a slightly different basis,
quickly,
very briefly.
There are other members who
Understood.
have questions.
If you look at the Powerhouse Museum Ultimo project, effectively the area of display which was delivered by the architect of record, Lionel Glendenning, was approximately 21,000 square metres of display space for large and small objects. But that is reduced in the latest plan, as shown in the modifications document, to about, including circulation, 6,500 square metres. That is a 75% reduction in actual space, not volume. And the volume that has been created, there are 3, or will be created, cannot really show small objects very easily, or if at all. They're really for entertainment and large-scale events. So what we've got in Parramatta is an entertainment centre, an event centre, with a lot of commercial other things, and in Ultimo we've got another one. So this feeds into, I believe, the Minister's passion or obsession for nighttime economy and music and indeed a lyric theatre. If that isn't maladministration, this is not a museum we're talking about in either place. They're both effectively entertainment events venues with a few little bits of museums added on. Full stop.
Yeah, thank you. We'll go to Mrs. Carter now.
So a question for anybody who's able to answer it. The Powerhouse, of course, is the Museum of Applied Arts and Sciences, and this committee is looking in particular at staffing cuts, staffing changes. Do you have any details you can share with the committee to support the comment before that a Museum of Applied Arts and Sciences, which in the current educational setting should play an important role in encouraging STEM literacy, that has moved away from being science-based and become more exclusively art-based? Is there any evidence from staffing changes that would support that statement?
Well, yes, thank you for that excellent question. It's been a huge concern to us to see the depletion of the museum's curatorial expertise in favour of hiring artists, and the CEO's decided to split the real curators who were kept at bay at Castle Hill from program curators who are developing the exhibitions, many of those with no experience with collections or museums. So that's a huge concern. There is no science leadership at the museum.
Sorry, can I just, you said there's no science leadership at the museum. Was there previously science leadership at the museum?
Yes.
So what's been the change? Has it been a change in staffing or?
Well, I think the paper that my colleague Andrew Grant submitted on our behalf, looking at the attrition of skills and expertise at the museum, documents the scale of those lost positions. I think they've only just lost the astronomy curator, which is pretty damning if you're building a space exhibition.
And the astronomy curator will be replaced with another astronomy curator?
No.
Who knows?
Well, no, sorry, the astronomy curator has been replaced, according to my source, by somebody who makes things in glass, a craftsperson.
Makes telescopes in glass, perhaps?
Well, perhaps like Galileo, yes. It's important. Look, I've run the largest science museum group in the world, except one, the Smithsonian. And I can tell you that STEM in London under my directorship became 4 young women in particular, between the ages of about 14 and 18, because generally they give science up at the age of 16.
I'm grateful for this, but I'm conscious of the time, and I really want to focus on changes at the powerhouse with relation to
Let me just say
STEM.
that when I left the museum in '88, there were a number of science positions in science, technology, engineering, and so forth. We have the retired senior curator of transport and engineering sitting behind my right shoulder. All of those skill sets have gone, and there is no educational program that I'm aware of which seriously engages young women in particular with STEM. And the idea that people would go to the Powerhouse Museum in Parramatta and look at the space exhibition, given its contents, and then take up engineering, which is the quote from our Premier, is a nonsense.
Thank you. I think
Thank
Mrs.
you.
Overall has a
Yes,
question.
Mrs. Carter. We'll go to Mrs. Overall now, who's online.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Wigworth, this will probably be a question for you, just coming back to what you touched on in relation to the regional impacts. So how is this currently and obviously will continue to affect and impact the regional museum network specifically?
Well, thank you so much for mentioning the regional museum network. On the eve of the 2023 state election in March, John Graham promised a museum strategy for New South Wales. Since then, nothing. Dead silence. In the Creative New South Wales policy, he promised delivery of a regional arts policy by the end of 2024. I canvassed some of my colleagues in regional New South Wales about if they knew anything about that, and they haven't heard a word. So there's been a deliberate decision to kick the regional can down the road so they can avoid funding it, while introducing new funding programs and strategies that are focused on Western Sydney. And I sort of get where that's coming from, but I also think about major centres like Wollongong, the Central Coast, the Mid-North Coast, fantastic museum at Port Macquarie, and I think, why aren't we recognising the excellence and the track record that these museums and galleries have, and the service, the bedrock service they provide? And furthermore, we need to realise people in regional New South Wales, they are triple taxed for culture, because they pay federal and state government taxes to support federal and state cultural institutions. They get very little return from the New South Wales cultural institutions, with the exception of the State Library. And then they have to turn around and fund their own cultural institutions, conservatoriums, libraries, museums, and galleries, among others. And many of those councils now, after a long period of rate pegging, are in really deep financial trouble. And furthermore, those communities can't readily get to the major cultural institutions in Sydney. So there needs to be a recognition of the embedded disadvantage that regional New South Wales has, just as there's been a recognition of the disadvantage and funding challenges for Western Sydney.
May I add to that as well, that the museum, when I was there and for some time after, ran a regional outreach service and worked very closely with many regional museums, but also communities, whether it was building capacity in those regions or touring exhibitions to those regions. We also ran the Migration Heritage Centre New South Wales, which worked closely with communities across New South Wales to develop publications, exhibitions, and build that capacity. The museum now is completely out of that. It's not performing that service. It is a museum for New South Wales. All the taxpayers of New South Wales fund it, and people across New South Wales have endowed it with gifts of objects for the collection, which have now been shifted out to Castle Hill and are used by artists and whoever to make statements about. So,
Celebrities.
Oh, celebrities, yes, celebrities. I forgot them. I've just looked at the list in terms of 13 at 2022 curators, senior curators had been left. in science and technology, and an even greater number in decorative arts and design have left and not been replaced in those positions.
So just to clarify, as at what year, sorry?
2022.
Well, I just check.
This is a change from 2022?
The last 2 decades.
The last 2 decades,
Yeah,
but mainly
so
in the last
beyond
few years.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I just add one piece of ad hocery, which I think is really special? I live in the regions. I live in Kiama. A special election. Just after the election was called, and by the way, I'm not political in this sense, suddenly a grant which had been asked for by the LGA for a nighttime economy study was suddenly approved, having been rejected, for $200,000. This was 2 or 3 weeks before the election. Now, I'm to the left in some ways and to the right in others, so I'm independent. I was shocked because there was no preliminary business case to say, well, why would we spend 200K on this when it probably won't work anyway? And I have done some study of the South Coast arts situation and museums in the South Coast recently. So my question is, the $200,000 could have been spent to support the Design Council of Australia, for example. I mean, you asked for examples. That's a classic example. And it was pulled out of a hat, ad hoc. Well, if that isn't obsessive and a bit of pork barreling, I don't know what is.
Thank you. Mrs. Overall, do you have any more questions? Because the government also has...
thank you, Chair. I'm conscious of
thank
time
you.
as
We'll
well.
go to Mr. Diadam.
I wanted to ask, I suppose I've listened to your evidence, but I'm still unclear about what you're recommending this committee recommend. What do you want us to do?
Well, can I just go back to what I said at the beginning? This committee is, like all of us, is sadly lacking in core information. To develop a major museum or any cultural organisation, you need a business case. And the business case has all sorts of parts, but most important to it, apart from its cultural role and its messaging, is how it's going to work financially.
There's been a succession of decisions, though, that have clearly been made by the previous government as well as by this government. What do you say, going forward, the business case around some of these decisions should or shouldn't have been
well, we don't know what...
But what are you actually proposing be done now, going forward?
That an SO 52 is issued by the Upper House for the complete business cases for Ultimo, the Ultimo project, which will shine a huge light on how financially viable it is and what it's costing, and the same for the Parramatta project in terms of it has to have been updated since 2018. You know, it's post-COVID, the world has changed. An SO 52 for both those business cases. We and others who are expert can very quickly tell you whether they are viable or not and meet Treasury rules.
So your recommendation is that we seek further information, but in terms of the actual future of the Powerhouse Museum,
yes,
what
you
are you
should
proposing?
stop the project, the demolition of the museum at Ultimo. Stop it now. It can be backed up by a record of deceit and poor decision making. Should have a forensic audit of that project, of the museum and how it operates, and of the Parramatta project. If you're finding out by an audit in X years, it's going to look pretty damn bad, okay? Because by then, the money will be committed and you'll have to fund this giant spendathon. If you look at the visitor figures, just referring to earlier discussion about education, the education numbers have plummeted since the current CEO took over. We don't need to have that repeated at Parramatta and at whatever is envisaged at Ultimo, because the way the building is changing, it won't be a museum.
The Parramatta project's well underway.
It is underway.
And so, I mean, I've heard your criticisms of the structure of the facility and its inadequacy, but it's a done deal. It's happening. So what do you say should be done in Parramatta, for example?
Audit how it happened. It'll open.
But that's ultimately, I'm talking about the operation of the museum rather than, trying to look at the mistakes that have been made in the past.
Separate it from the museum.
I want to get a sense of what you're proposing
sorry
for the future.
Sorry to speak over you. I would separate it. We've discussed that. Make it a separate institution. It's not a museum. It's what Parramatta, Western Sydney really wanted, and they are putting a lot of effort into it in terms of the community, but it's a separate institution from the Powerhouse Museum. It can have its own board, its own budget, its own title. It can somehow work out how to make the most of what's really important at Parramatta, which is the heritage at the Government House site, female factory site.
So can I clarify, how does separating it from the Powerhouse, why does that,
Because the
how does that
Powerhouse...
achieve a beneficial outcome for the people of Western Sydney?
Well, the government's own policy announced on the eve of the election was that Parramatta would have its own identity. We've always supported a new museum in Parramatta, and I think separating it from the Powerhouse, creating a new cultural institution based in Western Sydney that's allowed to evolve in a way that's responsive to the communities of Western Sydney. Not that they've had any say in what's happening there at the moment. That would at least give the new institution a chance of success, because you can't build a viable museum if it's just plonked in front of the community and people say, there you go.
Is it not possible for the institution to evolve?
We're a couple of minutes over time.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I'll leave my
Okay,
question there.
all right. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt. That's unfortunately the end of our time for today. Time goes very quickly. Thank you so much for the work that you continue to do on this issue. And if the members have any supplementary questions, or if you took anything on notice, the Secretariat will be in touch with you. Thank you again. The committee will break for lunch now, and we'll be back at 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome back to our next session, and we'll welcome our next witnesses. So we'll begin by getting you all sworn in. We'll start with you, Dr. Callanan, considering you're in the room with us, and then we'll jump to everybody online. If you could state your name and position title, please, and then either the oath or affirmation.
Tracy Callanan, CEO of Regional Arts New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you so much. Now we'll go with Mr. Adlington first.
Hi, Brett Adlington, CEO, Museums and Galleries of New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Ms. Plummer.
Thank you. Helen Plummer, Director of Service Delivery at Lake Macquarie City Council. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Excellent. And finally, Ms. Hemsley.
Good afternoon. Jackie Hemsley, Manager, Arts, Culture and Tourism, Lake Macquarie City Council. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Great, thank you. Now we'll go in the same order for opening statements. I assume each organisation has one. Dr. Callanan.
Thank you. It has been a time of change in the arts and certainly in the regional arts scene. Nothing is the same in the wake of COVID, compounded by other factors from disaster recovery to cost of living and a changed regional economy. At the same time, regional arts practice is seeing the emergence of new work that is exciting, innovative, storytelling at its best. Whether it's the strength of our First Nations artists in regional New South Wales that needs better national recognition, cutting-edge digital practice happening in the bush, leading fashion development taking place in small towns, or arts and cultural practice working to strengthen and revive small communities, regional arts practice no longer needs to be seen as the poor cousin of the arts. We are producing some of the best work in the country. Getting the right support into the regions requires careful thought, because despite positive outcomes, the arts sector in the regions still faces barriers. Funding remains the biggest single issue, but it sits alongside workforce challenges, training needs, both soft and hard infrastructure needs, and credibility being taken seriously. For artists, their biggest barriers remain distance and isolation. We recognise the work that has happened under the Minister to strengthen the arts in terms of policy, a range of strategies and a more holistic approach acknowledging the role of creative industries, but feel some areas of the arts ecology have fallen through the gaps and some work is still needed to tweak new models and find the right balance across the whole sector. So some issues for today. The role of the RADOs, that's the Regional Arts Development Organisations, in the regions and why we need the whole network to be funded and functioning. Reimagining the role of Create New South Wales in relation to New South Wales Regional Arts Network. Cross-portfolio work in the arts, building better cross-sector links, funding mechanisms and collaboration opportunities. Valuing the organisations that help support and provide the opportunities for arts practitioners, the vital role of local government and why the cuts to regional galleries is detrimental to these communities, and showing the arts sector is supported in their role in disaster recovery work in the regions, and finally, why the small to medium arts sector felt overlooked in recent funding rounds when other parts of the sector were allocated generous amounts, although fortunately some last-minute funding did mitigate this situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much. We'll go to Mr. Adlington now.
Thanks, Jo. So thank you for the opportunity to present today. At the outset, I would like to commend the New South Wales Government for the implementation of creative communities as a much-needed statement of cultural ambition. Despite the sector being very much aware of the financial restraints facing government, the policy was met with a sense of optimism. However, the previous 12 months have dampened this enthusiasm. I do, though, want to acknowledge that our organisation is grateful to be a recipient of Create New South Wales 8-year funding, which has provided greater stability and the opportunity to better plan into the future. Nevertheless, like many organisations that have received multi-year funding from Create New South Wales, we have had to make some tough decisions. As a multi-year funded organisation, we're now unable to apply for Create New South Wales project funding, meaning we've had to be mindful of ensuring we have capacity to continue delivering services to the sector. This has led us to reduce some of our devolved funding programs to small organisations. While there are, of course, funding opportunities to Create New South Wales, it is these smaller volunteer museums who often find themselves in funding gaps through the Arts and Cultural Funding Program. Initiatives such as collection storage needs, significance assessments, or urgent conservation work often fall outside the remit of Create New South Wales guidelines. And I would also stress that many volunteers who've had diverse careers before they become a volunteer find the Create New South Wales application process incredibly difficult to navigate. Under the previous government and connected to the unreleased museum strategy, our organisation was provided specific funding to address some of these gaps. Funding of just over $200,000 enabled us to deliver micro grants of $2,000 to over 100 organisations across the state to meet these needs and set them up for success. Our current other major concern is witnessing a gradual contraction of programs across medium-sized organisations. Many are reducing the number of exhibitions, which in turn means less opportunities for artists and cultural workers, and fewer occasions for communities to come together. This is limiting the career pathways of creatives, which is clearly at odds with the ambitions of creative communities. Cultural organisations, particularly in a regional context, play a vital role in supporting community wellbeing and social cohesion. But it is these kinds of community-focused programs being axed when funding becomes tight. Recently, we held our annual Imagine Awards, and what stood out was the absolute commitment of the sector to artists, cultural workers and community. And also compelling was the work these organisations are doing supporting First Nation stories and communities. A few examples included Bathurst Regional Art Gallery's project Deloigne, which commemorated 200 years since the 1824 Declaration of Martial Law in Bathurst. The associated series of public programs amassed over 67,000 participants in a powerful act celebrating the resilience of the Wiradjuri Nation. The Arsenal and Rivers collaboration with regional galleries in Tweed, Grafton and Lismore, whereby woven objects from the Australian Museum collection came home to Bundjalung country for the first time in over 100 years. These historic objects were shown alongside newly commissioned weaving works by descendants of these original makers. And the volunteer-led Port Macquarie Museum, who presented Barya Bila River Song, which was the first time the museum had worked with the local Aboriginal community in such a way. What these projects demonstrate is that when organisations have stability and can establish solid partnerships with other supported organisations, then creative communities will come to life, will truly come to life. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Macquarie City Council, is one of you giving the opening statement? Yep. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yes, I will speak on behalf of Lake Macquarie City Council. Thank you. So, yes, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to the inquiry today. So, our comments to this inquiry reflect our experiences in Lake Macquarie, but also represent the broader perspective of local government and regional communities on the structure of the funding of the arts, music, nighttime economy and transport portfolios. Across New South Wales, councils are the backbone of arts and cultural delivery. We collectively manage thousands of cultural sites, libraries, galleries and theatres, providing vital access to creative experiences that strengthen community identity, wellbeing and economic development. These programs are not luxuries, they are essential drivers of tourism, education and resilience for our communities. Recent changes to Create New South Wales funding have placed many councils and communities, including Lake Macquarie City, in an unviable position. Multi-year funding models have been dismantled and allocations disproportionately favour metropolitan organisations. Within the most recent round of the 4-year grants, of 82 funded organisations statewide, only 36 were regionally based, sharing just $7.15 million of the $17 million annual investment. This inequity undermines regional cultural vitality and limits opportunities for diverse voices. The consequences are serious. We're seeing reduced funding which forces councils to divert resources from other essential services, increasing financial strain. We're seeing loss of stability, compromising our ability to plan strategically, retain skilled staff and deliver high quality programming. We're seeing rising costs for staffing, freight and insurance, which compounds these challenges while the demand for arts programs continue to grow. For Lake Macquarie specifically, we have invested heavily in cultural infrastructure, activating 14 facilities, running artist in residence programs and growing creative industries by over 20% since 2017. Yet we are facing increasing difficulty accessing state level support. Local government has the expertise, infrastructure and community connections to deliver impactful outcomes. However, we operate in volatile political environments which can impact the stability of our internal funding allocation and creative programming, and we cannot sustain our activities without predictable, equitable and long-term investment. We urge the New South Wales Government to reinstate multi-year funding models, providing dedicated support for regional arts and culture, and ensure that transport and safety frameworks are transparent and consistent. Arts and culture are not optional extras. They are central to the social and economic fabric of our community. Without commitments, we risk losing the cultural institutions and programs that make New South Wales vibrant, inclusive and resilient. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody, for those opening statements. We'll just go to questions now. Just wanted to ask firstly, in the Creative Communities policy, I believe it said that, or it committed the government to producing a regional arts strategy, I think, or regional arts policy or strategy. By the end of, Dr. Callanan is nodding in here, by the end of 2024. I don't believe that's been produced. Is that correct?
It has. It's in the final stages of development at the moment, I believe, and we're expecting the launch of that to be late January, is what I've heard at this stage.
Okay, great. And the others have been involved in that. Is that a process that has had wide consultation? Mr. Adlington, I think you're about to say.
Yeah, I've had a couple of meetings about that plan. 2 meetings, in fact. One was just last week. I would dispute that there's been widespread consultation on that plan. Compared to, there was wide consultation for creative communities, but the regional plan, I think, has been sort of developed pretty quietly, I feel.
Okay, did you just put your hand up, Mrs. Overall, or was that just a... No.
Sorry.
Okay,
No,
all good.
sorry.
I'll go to you next.
No.
Actually, is somebody from the regions. I wanted to ask. Actually, we'll just stick on the regional arts strategy. You sound like you've been engaged a little bit in it, Dr. Callanan, or you've known about it. Is that, you would hope so?
I haven't been very involved with it at all. I had one consultation session early on, and I had a phone call on Friday about a possible involvement that we may have in something that comes out of it, but that's all. I did express this to Create New South Wales, that I know that they felt that they had done so much consultation for the policy itself that they didn't need to do as much for the regional strategy. So they did put a working party together. I felt it was a shame that as the peak body for regional arts in New South Wales that we weren't directly involved in that. It is an area of my own expertise. It's actually what I wrote my PhD on. So we've been quite peripheral to that. We have the network, though, of the 15 RIDOs across, and quite a number of those RIDOs executive directors were on the working party.
Okay, and so in terms of the structure of Create New South Wales, because this is what this inquiry is looking into, the structure, funding, decisions, do you think that the current makeup, and perhaps we can also include the boards on this, I suppose, but reflects regional New South Wales in a way that ensures that the voices of regional arts bodies and experiences are heard and are part of the overall strategy of Create New South Wales effectively? I'll go to Dr. Callanan, and then if others have anything to add online.
I think in the processes themselves, there is a sense of ongoing communication that exists there, largely really through the network of RIDOs. I think our position has improved in that time, so that we have built those lines of communication better than they were, but they were certainly at a low point over some years, just because of some changes that happened within our own funding. So there has always been a willingness to come and liaise and listen. But at the same time, the regional sector is feeling very, very undermined at the moment. And a lot of that does come back to the new funding model. And I do want to reiterate, we're not against the new funding model. There's been many good things that have been brought in, but it certainly needs a little bit of tweaking. I think one of the main reasons that the regional network through the RADOs is feeling very disenfranchised at the moment is because they've always had a position of being in what was called the negotiated pool, which meant that they were all guaranteed of funding. They got shifted out of that and put into a competitive pool. Now, I understand why those competitive pools will happen. That's about making sure that you're putting in quality. But it's certainly not addressing issues of access and equity across regional New South Wales, because what the RADOs do is they put the support into regional areas, because when you live regionally and you're trying to run an arts practice, whether it's community practice or whether it's professional arts work, you need that extra support to overcome the barriers. And so by removing them out of that, we now have the situation where we have one RADO completely unfunded, and to me that there is an issue about the quality in that area, but we now have geographically an area of New South Wales that does not get the same services as other areas. So that is an example of where that relationship has broken down, I think, throughout this process. And because I work on supporting those RADOs, it's really knocked them around, basically. They had felt up to then that they had a recognised and special place within the regional sector that was about providing the services, but in turn that they were respected, and that by taking them out of that and putting them into a very uncertain position, and the fact that there is this ongoing theme that will come through over and over again about the fact there just isn't enough funding there at the moment, that has really undermined that sense of the regions being supported. And then I'm sure Lake Macquarie will have more to say about this, but when you then compound that by having a situation where local government in regional New South Wales, who are the biggest providers of most cultural services, both through the actual hard infrastructure, but with the staff that they have working there as well, when they also have fared very badly, there has been a sense of regional feeling a bit sidelined in the process.
Okay, thank you. We'll go online now, maybe to Lake Macquarie, if you have anything to add there, and then to Mr. Adlington. I'm not sure who to go to at Lake Macquarie.
Thank you. I'll start, and then my colleague, Ms. Hemsley, will follow. Thank you. So just on the consultation piece, so we haven't been engaged in the consultation, and that links to the questions around the RADOs, and that we don't have access to that network. Our LGA is considered partly regional, and so, but we don't have access to those services. So the ability for us to consult and to gain that support is limited and is causing challenges. The question around the impact of the funding change to being a competitive process, we see that is impacting in a way where councils that haven't got the experience or the capacity, I guess, to apply and go through that competitive process are now disadvantaged and may not be able to secure that funding in a way that they have relied upon in the past. And so we see that that's having significant impact and long-term impact. But I'll hand to my colleague, Ms. Hemsley, to continue, if that's okay.
Yes, the RADO network is an extremely important one. If I can digress a little bit about, in the past, I've had the pleasure of being on the board for Far West Darling, Rado board out in Broken Hill and with Murray Arts in Albury. And the role there was really pivotal in creating networks within the LGAs and working outside and above the institutions as conduits for the community and the creative community, engaging with the facilities in being able to provide that professional development for artists, but also that connection for professional art workers in those regions. In Lake Macquarie, so generally for local government in the arts sector, working in the arts and community sector, these are vital roles, especially in reaching diversity and inclusion and different elements of our communities remotely. In Lake Macquarie, we're half regional or half considered half metropolitan. We've actually engaged our own, through our own restructures, our own community officer who has a part-time job also doing public art for the very reason of being able to create those networks with the artists in the sector across the broad sector, not just the visual artists, but all creatives, and then work with our neighbouring colleagues, Central Coast, with the wider Hunter and with Newcastle, which of course is considered a metropolitan centre. So as New South Wales changes, I think there needs to be some more of that understanding and respect for the Rado network and that regional arts and that remote access, especially when there's more expansion with these regional towns. There's there's new engagement with technology and how that works in bringing regional arts elements into the city and vice versa, but also how important that consultation point is, especially if we're trying to develop a creative sector industry development plan for New South Wales.
Thank you. Mr. Adlington, do you have something? And then I'll go to Mrs. Overall for questions.
I just wanted to add something briefly about the sort of role of the art form boards, and I guess I'm speaking as a member of one of those art form boards. I'm on the Museums and History Board as well. And I kind of totally understand why there's been a new consideration around the conflict of interest process that has been brought into that process, but I think at the same time it's probably meant that the sort of lived experience and skills in terms of making some of those decisions may not necessarily be in the room. So an organisation who might have an application in a multi-year round will not be part of that whole process, whereas previously they would obviously step out of the room for assessment of their own application. And so I guess that's sort of our fear, that sometimes decisions are being made without fully knowing what the impacts of those decisions might be. And I guess that sort of points to, Dr. Callan's point about Arado being not funded, and also, I guess, Australian Design Centre being another example of that as well. So, I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to questions from the opposition. Mrs. Overall.
Thank you, Chair. And I might go straight to that, Mr. Adlington, and perhaps ask Dr. Callanan around that Regional Arts New South Wales submission that regional expertise was being routinely removed from assessment panels. And as just pointed out by Mr. Adlington, that can't be something that's going to be suitable or a constructive outcome in
Did we just lose the last bit of your question, I think, Nicole? You said that can't be constructive, and then I think you've got a slightly slow connection. Can you just repeat the last bit?
Yeah, right. So that constructive outcome in the long run.
Okay, great. Thank you. Who'd like to grab that one? Dr. Callanan.
Sorry, I was so busy thinking about that, I've just lost the question for a moment. So going to the...
That's not good, because I think we're almost losing Nicole as well now.
Yep. There is
of the regional expertise.
Yeah,
from the assessment panel.
Exactly.
Okay.
So when it comes to assessing, there is a problem. Create New South Wales always makes sure that there is representation on the assessment panels. So it's not as if their process up to that point is problematic. But what happens time and time again is the people who are often on those panels do end up with conflicts of interest. They have I know that they did try very hard this time to not have those conflicts there so that people didn't have to leave the room, and yet I know stories of people who have said that they had to. So what then happens if you have a panel of people and the people who are there representing a regional perspective have close ties to the regions, and then when they have to assess a regional application, they have to remove themselves from that process. We end up then with no representation at all from the regions. And, you know, with all due respect to the metropolitan-based people who are there doing their best job to assess, they do not have the regional perspective. They don't have the nuance and the understanding. And we have seen time and time again that regional organisations sometimes miss out because of that lack of understanding of why regional organisations work and function differently to metropolitan ones. So it has to be addressed because, and even before this funding round, I've known it happen to our own organisation, that we went to a panel and the two people that were representing regional New South Wales were so closely aligned with us that they had to leave the room, so we never got any input. And I think this certainly happened with the RADOs as well. I know that one of the members of that panel was aligned with every single one of those RADOs and had to leave the room every time they were assessed.
Yes, you can see how that would be the case. Mr.
Can I just add
Addington?
quickly on the back of that is
Yes.
just there could also be, maybe there is someone still regional in the room, but to have the sort of regional and the local government context, to understand that is sort of really key as well. And oftentimes the local government context can be missing, and that is a particular space and understanding that really needs to be listened to.
Thank you. Nicole, are you able there and wanting to ask another question with your video off?
Yep. Question, Chair. Welcome to Living in the Regions, everyone, whether it's arts or communication. So, Mr. Addington, can I quickly just come to you then, please? Could you touch on regional galleries receiving a success rate in the 4-year multi-year funding below 18% in comparison to the metropolitan galleries at about 52%, and how this accords to the government policy which explicitly promised equitable access for regional New South Wales? Clearly that is not happening.
I guess just to pick up that success rate, the 52% success rate would be related to the overall success rate of that round, not just galleries in metropolitan. And I would, I guess, also sort of like to note that the 2-year funding, it was a much more favourable response than, I guess, sort of what had been feared. And so there was a strong number of organisations that were successful in 2-year funding, probably not to the funded levels that they might have received previously, but at least they had a little bit of certainty. And look, I guess, yeah, I mean, I guess it sort of picks up on that conversation around the pressures placed back on particularly local government as well. That, you know, I mean, I guess I probably can't just off the top of my head speak to some of the context around creative communities in the local regional gallery sector off the top of my head, but I guess what it sort of is doing is that what I sort of mentioned in my opening statement about the retraction of programs and the sort of pulling back of the sort of ambition of organisations. You know, we've heard of organisations who are, you know, who had sort of planned to be supporting more emerging practitioners to, say, be delivering workshops and things like that to their communities, but because of the sort of extra time that might take, the extra funding that might take, they're sort of pulling back on those sort of career pathways for not just artists, but cultural workers as well.
Yeah, well, just finally then, Chair, a last one that I'll take to Lake Macquarie Council, but just coming to that, Mr. Addington, when we're talking about they've been more successful in the second round with multi-year, 2-year funding, that doesn't really alleviate the ongoing future concerns around regional organisations and what they're dealing with and being left with, even if they are successful in that right now, that doesn't solve the problem in the long run. So coming to Lake Macquarie, and then Ms Plummer, one for you perhaps, it does appear that the state is increasingly trying to shift even more of the cultural responsibilities onto councils, but without matching the funding. And it's just unrealistic, unfair and unsustainable to think that the councils can cater to filling these gaps, surely.
Thank you. Yes, so we have $150,000 in funding, which is against a budget for our department for that function of $15 million. So it's a very almost insignificant amount of funding. The administration to undertake the reporting that we're required to to reconcile that funding is we report 4 times a year, and the administrative burden on that for $150,000 is a lot. And so yes, it's impacting what we can deliver. It's impacting our ability to commission new arts, to grow our program and deliver and meet the expectations of our growing population. We've got one of the largest regional growth populations in New South Wales, and the lifestyle factors is one of the reasons that we see that growth, and this service and these activities are a part of that. We're not able to sustain the growth to meet the expectations of the community. We're absorbing those costs internally, considering what we can deliver for our arts and culture space against other services and other costs that are being shifted to us. So it's increasingly becoming more and more difficult to sustain our services in this space.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Mrs. Carter now, who has some questions.
Thank you all, and thank you for taking the time to appear. In your submissions, there seems to be a theme about a shift in focus away from long-term funding towards shorter-term funding and towards festivals and short-term events at the expense of community-based cultural work. I wonder if anybody would like to comment on that and whether they see that in the way the funding model seems to be shifting.
I'm happy to start with that. There does seem to have been a shift. I don't think it's fair necessarily to say it's it's moving towards short-term funding. One of the things Create New South Wales, I think, really tried to do in this last lot of funding was put everybody into multi-year options, because they wanted to move away from that really difficult model that existed before of annual funding, where from year to year everybody had to, those that were on annual funding, there was no certainty. So now for that type of funding, the minimum amount is 2 years. So they came up with the 2 year, the 4 year, the 8 year option.
But just on that, Dr. Cullinan, how many of the RADOs were on the 2 year rather than the 4 year funding?
They were all in what we call the negotiated pool, so it was a different model, but they were all on 4 year funding, which actually kept getting rolled over while they were trying to work out what to do. The significant change for them was that they didn't have to compete. They had certainty. They were considered an essential part of the ecology, and now they are no longer have any surety about that. So we have this difficult and uneven situation across New South Wales. So the outcome from them all knowing that they were secure before, the outcome of this was that of the 15 RADOs, 3 of them missed out on 4 year funding, so they then had to reapply to 2 year funding, and within the 2 year funding round, only 2 of the 3 were funded, leaving one of them completely unfunded. And they just don't have the reserves to be able to function now, so they're going to go into hiatus and try and rebuild. So that's 2 years of being
in practical terms for that region, what does hiatus mean?
It means that they won't be able to deliver any support programs or have any staff. They might have enough to remain as an entity, but a non-delivering entity, during which time the board, the volunteer board, will work to try and reposition themselves strategically so that they can apply to the next round of 2-year funding. So there will be a 2-year hiatus period.
And what happens to artists in that region in that 2-year period?
At the moment, we've looked at the options, and the only options we can see is that either other RADOs try and pick it up, we try and pick it up, or that region is unserviced. Now, at the moment, I don't think it's viable for other RADOs to pick them up. They had no increase in funding. I also think it becomes problematic if they try and pick it up. They make the existing RADO even more unviable, and they are likely to become insolvent sooner or later.
So are you aware if anybody's had discussions with the Minister about how this particular issue is solved for that region?
Well, we have not had direct discussions. We have requested meetings. And last I spoke to the Minister's advisor, I did...
Sorry, you said you've requested meetings. Have those meeting requests been accepted?
No, they haven't. We did at one stage, when in between the 4-year and the 2-year announcements, have a meeting that both Mr Adlington and I were going to attend, but it got cancelled. So I have again...
What was the reason for the cancellation?
We weren't given a reason.
So you had a meeting to discuss the funding issues and it was cancelled without any reason?
Yes.
It seems disrespectful.
I'm not commenting on
that.
No,
I understand. Yes. No, thank you. Yes. No, but it is surely a real issue for regional access to the arts if we have a whole region of New South Wales that we hope and pray may be able to position themselves in the next 2 years.
Yes.
Was there detailed feedback, are you aware, to that application so that that region, that RADO, knows what needs to be addressed?
They were given feedback. It was given to the Executive Director, who has now been made redundant. It now seems that the board has picked up quite different feedback to what that Executive Director was doing, but they now seem to have a clearer idea of what they need to do to address it.
Right.
My concern with that is I do feel when you identify really vital parts of the ecology, and I would argue that a RADO is a vital part, if there are weaknesses in a RADO, then I think it needs to be addressed much earlier by the funding body. And I think that it is quite possible to come up with a model where a funding body can put expectations and conditions into the schedule of a contract, but that's never been done. So my argument has always been, don't just defund them and disadvantage a whole geographical area. It is in fact the area of Dubbo and surrounds. Instead of disadvantaging that regional population, work with the organisation to get them to be able to deliver something that everybody finds satisfactory.
So was there any support or mentoring offered to that RADO, or they were simply defunded?
They were simply defunded. Now, I know that Create New South Wales have said things like, well, we have given them feedback before. The Executive Director certainly did not seem to have a good understanding of any expectation or a genuine risk of losing funding, so it came as quite a shock to that organisation.
And you said that the executive officer was no longer employed.
She has been made redundant because without funding now, they cannot afford to pay staff.
So a struggling entity will now be experiencing a loss of expertise in a region of Australia that it may be difficult to build that expertise, especially without the RADO and no mentoring being offered by Create New South Wales.
No.
Seems an unusual way to go about building regional arts capacity.
I would also add to that that we try and support the RADOs as much as possible, but from 2022 to 2025, we have been an unfunded organisation ourselves. We have now been refunded from next year, but because we try and mentor and assist as much as possible, we have put in as much help as we can, but we haven't had enormous capacity ourselves.
Thank you, Dr. Cullen.
Okay, I've got a question from the Deputy Chair, Mr Mark Benezia.
Oh, okay. wasn't expecting that. Can I just, Mr. Adlington, I was just going to pick up on your submission. You spoke about that the creative communities policy principles 2, 3 and 4 seem to be at odds with the government's actions. I just wonder whether you could elaborate on that a bit more in terms of what the government has done that has put it at odds with its own policy principles listed in that creative communities document.
Look, I guess it's sort of responding to the fact that the policy had a sense of ambition to it and a sense of optimism to it as well. That, and as I sort of mentioned in my opening statement, that the sector was excited about, but still understanding that it was a fairly tight fiscal environment. But I think some of the decisions over the past 12 months have just meant that organisations are really starting to retract and not have that sense of ambition about their own programs at the same time. So less exhibitions.
So just on that, so would it have been better that the policy had a sense of realism rather than a sense of unrealistic aspirations?
Look, I feel like Create New South Wales is in a tricky position when the policy was released in terms of how they articulated to the sector what is sort of possible in terms of, there were sort of funding amounts put in various rounds, and most organisations were funded well below what the upper limit of funding amounts were. I think partly, and I know a number of submissions have sort of picked up on this, is during the sort of assessment process, not knowing what the budget is for the round that you're assessing means that you're really not making a fully informed decision about who is recommended for funding and who isn't. I think there'd be sort of tougher decisions being made by an assessment panel if they knew what the funding amount was. Not because they don't know. Sorry?
Yeah, I was just trying to say, if the assessment panel doesn't know what the funding envelope is, it really sets up the people applying for that funding for disappointment and failure, because they don't know what their expectation level should be either.
Well, that's right. And I think, if an organisation's been recommended for funding and then they don't get funding, then there's not that sense of strong feedback that's able to be given to those organisations, because the assessment panel, on the basis of that application, recommended it for funding. And I guess it also sort of points to that, point I made before about not having, so when you are sort of assessing applications, and it's like sort of good practice in so many ways that you're sort of scoring against particular criteria, and you can only look at the application that's in front of you, but that can be then when you do miss the sort of understanding and the discussion around what are the impacts if an organisation isn't funded. And I think project funding is one thing, but when it sort of comes to multi-year funding, which has sort of real, strong impacts on whether an organisation can be is viable, that just means that you end up with organisations who just do not have the capacity to keep going.
Thank you, Mr. Adlington. We're going to have to leave it there, I'm afraid. Unfortunately, we have run slightly over time. So thank you all very much for attending. Please be assured that your submission, your evidence in the submissions as well as today will be taken very seriously. We have found we haven't had enough time in each session to get to all the questions we want to get to. But thank you very much, and we will now call our next witnesses. welcome to our next session. We'll begin by getting you all sworn in, starting with you, please, Ms. Collins. I think you know what to do.
Thank you, Ms. Behrman. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given to me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes, good afternoon. I swear that the evidence now about to be
state
given...
your name and position title, sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Mike Rodriguez. I'm the 24-hour Commissioner and Acting Deputy Secretary for 24-hour Screen and Sound. I swear that the evidence now given about... I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And Ms. Glasgow.
Thanks. Kerry Glasscock, Executive Director of Create New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Now, is there an opening statement at all?
We don't really have an opening statement, but
Okay.
If it's helpful to the committee, we do have copies of the key overarching strategies that guide the work that we are doing. So it's the 3 policies I'm sure you're familiar with: the Creative Communities Policy, New South Wales Contemporary Music Strategy, and also the 24-hour Economy Strategy, and we can table those for the committee's information.
Excellent. I debated whether to print out one of those earlier today, so I'm glad I didn't
Well, there's
do it.
a number there in case you need it.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go straight to questions then, and also just note that the government didn't make a submission to this inquiry either, and the committee requested organisational charts, so we had some idea, detailed organisational charts, and some charts were sent through to committee members this morning. I just wanted to begin by going to just asking for some more detail to some responses from questions that I put to Sound. Let's start with Sound New South Wales for supplementary estimates, and I got supplementary questions to budget estimates last time, and I got answers back that I to be brutally honest, were less than satisfactory in terms of the detail. So, for example, a question was, how much did Sound New South Wales spend on wages and salaries in the 2024-25 financial year? The answer was wages form part of the Sound New South Wales budget. The 2024-25 budget contains $27 million for Sound New South Wales to deliver programs that drive audience and international market development, strengthen the live music industry and champion New South Wales artists. I can't find on the budget papers where the wages breakdown is for Sound New South Wales. Is that publicly available, firstly?
I believe the amount of 5.1 million is publicly available in the budget papers, but I can also provide actual figures for 24-25.
Yes, please.
2.315 million.
So what was the 5.1 million?
So that's the sort of the cap of what we're able to spend on staffing, and we spent just over 2.3 million.
2.3 million, thank you. And that was, you had 12 employees?
Correct.
The second question I asked was about money spent on, how much has Sound New South Wales spent on travel and accommodation over the past 3 financial years. It asked for each year, please provide a breakdown by event type, region, purpose of expenditure. I mean, again, this is budget estimates, and the response was almost the same as the previous response, but it had operational expenses form part of the Sound New South Wales budget. The 2024-25 budget contains $27 million for Sound New South Wales to deliver programs that drive audience and international market development, strengthen the live music industry and champion New South Wales artists. That was the response to that, which... Did you sign off on those responses, Ms. Collins?
I was actually on leave at the time.
Do you know who did?
I will have to take that on notice.
What do you have the details now about travel and accommodation?
I don't have the specific breakdown, but I do know that for travel and accommodation, our cap for 2024-25 was up to 100,000, and we did not reach that cap.
Thank you. The next question I had was a similar vein, and this was on food, drinks and hospitality. The response was exactly the same as the previous response in relation to food and travel, so no detail. Then I might possibly some questions will go in as supplementary from members, I assume. But I might turn to you, Mr. Rodriguez, because then the next question I had was about staff. And thank you for that response, because that said that the 24-Hour Economy Commission had 63 employees. My next question was about the Office of 24, how much did the office spend on wages and salaries? And that response was, operational expenses form part of the budget for the 24-Hour Economy Commission. The 2024-25 budget contains $27.4 million to support the work of the 24-Hour Economy Commissioner to develop vibrant, safe and diverse nighttime precincts across the state and delivery of the refreshed New South Wales 24-Hour Economy Strategy, which is similar to the response given by Sound New South Wales. Did you sign off on that response?
I would have to take it on notice. I just can't recall if I signed off on it. It's likely that I did.
Did you sign off on the Sound New South Wales response?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Did you have anything to do with it?
I can't recall.
Because the next question that I asked was about the travel and accommodation, how much the Office of the 24-Hour Economy Commissioner spent on travel and accommodation, and I got exactly the same response as the previous response, similar to the Sound New South Wales response, which essentially was not a response, a bit of a, just disrespectful in terms of to be brutally honest, in terms of the role of a committee and a budget estimates committee. If there's any question we can ask and expect a response on, it's about budget expenditure within an agency where we can't find it online anywhere, which I have looked and looked. There's no detail, and we're the Upper House Committee asking for information about how much is spent on staff, how much is spent on travel, and we get this response, and you can't recall whether you had anything to do with it.
In that instance,
Can I take a point of order?
Sure.
The witness has taken that on notice. So
He said he can't recall, and I'm asking him
He
again.
said earlier that he would take the question on notice. So
Sorry, in terms of the point of order, it's not a point of order. This is a committee asking about expenditure and funding cuts, and this is the question that I've asked. So there's no point of order. I'm asking now whether you, again, just can recall having any involvement in the framing of these.
I apologise, I just can't recall.
Then there was food, drinks and hospitality, the same question, the same response. Then there was Create New South Wales. One last question in relation to grant allocations. So we've heard a lot today about grant allocations, that a breakdown of who's received what. A lot of people within the sector are saying that they don't know who has received the grant. So this, there was a question in relation to how much was spent on each of the grant programs and a breakdown by grant program components. Again, this is a little bit more detailed because it pointed to the website, the funding website, New South Wales grant and funding website, but there's not really an extensive breakdown. And I might go to you, Ms. Glasscock, for this question.
Sure.
Is there a report, a compilation, an annual report that provides the detail of all of the funding and the objectives, reached? Like, how does the public assess what is given out in terms of those grants that are on the grants and funding section of Create New South Wales?
Yeah, in relation to annual reporting, we report on the total amount of funding distributed, not the individual rounds. I'm happy to go into that detail if you would like. I've got our budget in front of me for the individual rounds, but in response to your question, I don't believe we break them down in public reporting.
Okay, all right. I'll just come back to questions later, and I'll go to questions from maybe the opposition.
Yeah, opposition,
Yep.
Joe.
Okay.
Yep. Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Rodriguez, how many staff are employed in the 24-hour Economy Commissioner's office?
I have that number as 68.
68. Is that 68 headcount or 68 FTE?
FTE.
Okay, thank you. And what's the number of executive directors in the 24-hour Economy office?
Specifically, the executive director in the 24-hour Economy office is the commissioner role.
Right. So that's one?
That's one.
And associate directors?
I'd have to take that on notice.
And
the total of
okay, if you could take
directors.
that on notice, and also details about their specific roles.
Yes.
Yes. Is that a problem?
Oh well, yeah. I think the only reason I'm pausing is that there's also the directors that. So it's executive director, then director.
Mm-hmm.
There are 4 directors in the office.
So one executive director, 4 directors, and then.
And then a number of associate
directors.
And then,
And what's the difference between the role of a director and an associate director?
It would depend on the role description and the area in respect to which they report. And so, for example, in the area of programs, the program director would have oversight of the delivery of all the programs that are being delivered by the office. A number of associate directors would assist in and, for example, potentially lead on the delivery of one of those projects.
Okay.
So, for example, again, in context of Uptown or Purple Flag, there may be an associate director appointed to look after that program.
Okay. That was Purple Flag you were talking about?
Or as an example. As an example, yes.
Yeah, as an example.
Or Uptown, yes.
And the strategic executive director, how is the work done by that employee different from the work that you do in your role?
So I think Ms. Carter, could I ask, are you referring to the org chart that's been provided?
I'm not, no.
So
are you saying there isn't a strategic executive director?
So one of the complications is that the division has been set up for 24-hour screen and sound. In that organisational structure, I was asked to act as both the commissioner,
yes.
Which is an executive director role, and an acting deputy secretary, which is a band 3 role.
Yes.
The executive director role that you're referring to was there to support the delivery across the 3 agencies, being Screen, Sound and 24.
Sorry, it doesn't help me understand how the work is different to your role.
I apologise, it is somewhat confusing because for the period of the last 12 months I've been doing essentially 2 roles. Both my substantive role, which is as the 24-hour Economy Commissioner, and a temporary or acting role, which is that of Acting Deputy Secretary.
Yes.
Yep.
And the Strategic Executive Director, what role is that?
Has been to support work across the division of 24-hour screen and sound.
So that would be to support what you were doing as Acting Deputy Secretary?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So it's not specific to 24-hour Economy?
It would include, but be not specific to.
Okay. With respect to the details you've taken on notice before, could you also include the KPIs for each of those roles?
Yes.
Does each role have KPIs?
Each role would have a role description and deliverables under that role. I'm happy to take that on notice.
Without a KPI, what other metric is used to assess whether the work that is hoped to be done is being achieved?
Well, I guess like I should say that each area has a strategy. The strategy is then worked out how to be delivered. That may involve, for example, the delivery of vibrancy reforms.
And who tests the successful delivery of that strategy?
The strategy, it varies depending on the strategy and the length of time the strategy is in place for, but in broad terms, once the strategy is published by government, funding allocated, it's delivered and then reviewed and monitored. And
okay, who reviews and who monitors?
In our case, for 24-hour, we will continue to monitor delivery of items under the strategy.
So you self-monitor and self-assess?
And that is supported by and reported back to a government steering committee.
On how many occasions when you've self-monitored or self-assessed have you found that program benchmarks have not been met?
In terms of the 24-hour work, I don't recall a circumstance in which a project benchmark has not been met. I should...
So what it sounds like you're saying is that you self-assess yourself at 100% performance. Is that right?
No, I don't think that's the correct...
Well, in what way is that incorrect?
I don't think that's the correct construction.
How would you frame it?
I would frame it as the policy decision is made, the programs are designed to deliver against those policy outcomes. We implement the program, we then monitor the program and then review the effectiveness against the program. In some circumstances that may involve an external review.
In how many times in the last 2 years has it involved an external review?
I recall that we have had an external review done for, I don't want to get the facts wrong.
I'm happy for you to take that on notice.
Program.
It doesn't sound like it's a common occurrence, though.
Oh, well, and partly the reason for that is that the programs take time to be deployed and then funding to be granted, reports given back.
And the work of the directors and the associate directors who are involved with the program delivery, how does their work performance, how is that assessed?
Well, all government employees are subject to annual performance reviews.
And who conducts those?
Typically their line manager.
Okay, so who's the line manager for a director?
It would be for me.
And who's the line manager?
Oh, sorry. As in, I would be. It depends on the case, but if in this case, in some circumstances, the directors report into me.
And associate directors?
Would report into a director, generally speaking.
And who's your line manager?
My line manager is the Secretary, Elizabeth Milewater.
Okay, thank you. So, does anybody employed in your office have KPIs associated with their role?
Yeah, the KPIs are included as part of the performance, the annual performance review.
Okay, so you can provide us with details of the KPI associated with each role?
Can I take that on notice?
Sorry, are you taking on notice whether you can or whether they exist?
I'm taking on notice whether or not they can be provided.
Why could they not be provided?
I don't know whether there's any requirements around confidentiality or not in respect of individual
We're
roles.
not asking for names, we're just asking for role description, KPIs. What confidentiality would be associated with that? For public servants delivering for New South Wales?
Sure, I understand. I'll take it on notice.
So you will provide them on notice?
Yes.
Great, thank you very much. How many staff members were involved in organising the Neon Marketplace?
Again, I have to take the exact number on notice.
Okay, thank you. And how was the success or otherwise of that event measured?
I think you might be referring to the Neon Forum.
Apologies.
If the Neon Forum being a event. So is that the matter that you're referring to?
How did you determine the measure of success or otherwise of that?
The event was delivered this year, and it was well attended.
Great.
The number of attendees exceeded the number of attendees last year.
So the only metric for success or otherwise was attendance?
We do seek feedback from the attendees in terms of do they find the conference useful, do they make business connections, things of that nature.
Okay.
I understand that
So what deliverables did you expect from that event?
a big part of the work of the office is to bring the participants in the 24-hour economy together.
Yeah.
It's a broad range of participants, as you're familiar with, spanning New South Wales government agencies, councils.
Were there any measurable benefits associated with that?
Well, the benefit is in bringing people together, and then in individual sessions.
So it's a networking benefit.
And information provision, and in certain circumstances, workshops being conducted around particular government programs.
Okay. How do you track spending and customer growth in uptown districts?
So the platform that we've discussed in the past, Data After Dark, is the primary platform for measurement. It has some limitations in terms of its ability to measure down to the defined geographical area.
What are you doing to address those limitations?
It's a technical question that I don't...
Happy to get a technical answer?
Well, yeah, except I guess we are looking to do as best a job we can at measuring down to
let me rephrase the question. Are you looking at addressing the limitations with Data After Dark?
Yeah, we are.
And how are you going about addressing those limitations?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay. I might stop now and hand over to somebody else, but I might come back later if it's time.
Yeah, I might come back later after I've got a few questions, but happy to then.
Yeah, sure.
Because we've still got quite a bit of time. So we can
calculating.
So I wanted to ask Ms. Glassick if she could explain the reason behind the process being changed for the Arts Cultural Funding Program. Why was it restructured?
Yeah, sure. So the reforms to the ACFP were in direct response to the consultation of industry that was taken as a part of the development of Creative Communities policy. So extensive statewide consultation was undertaken, about over 10,000 pieces of individual evidence, feedback, data, ideas was taken on board as a part of that consultation and then assessed. Overwhelmingly, the number one issue that sector raised was the need to reform the ACFP, and within that was the need for competitive funding rounds. Industry clearly said that there was a desire to ensure that everyone had access to be able to apply for funding, and that there was a need for on-ramps for new organisations to be able to enter into that funding pool, but equally there was a desire from industry for off-ramps if organisations were not performing so that they could make way for new organisations. There was also an overwhelming desire and request for more long-term funding, so multi-year funding opportunities, and for the ability for organisations to enter funding with multi-year from the get-go as opposed to having to work their way through and be on annual funding. So the ACFP reforms were in a direct response to that.
And can you explain to us why some organisations get less than they ask for?
Yeah, sure. So it's good to understand that when organisations enter into the competitive funding round, there is a bracket that they can ask for. Within that application, they need to demonstrate their request for that funding. While I can't speak to individual applications, what I can talk about is what are common reasons why an art form board might recommend a lower amount. They're usually to do with a lack of evidence and data that has been provided with the request. For example, if someone is stating that they will have increased audience or participation, but there is a lack of supporting documentation attached to back that up, i.e. an audience development plan or an increase in marketing spend in the budget. Those are the sorts of things. Also common are governance concerns around an organisation, viability and sustainability concerns within an organisation, an over-reliance on government funding and a lack of strategy around diversification of incomes can often be one as well. But mostly they're to do with a lack of demonstration in making the case, particularly if there has been a request for significant increase in funding from their current funding levels.
Can you perhaps, so I don't know whether you were here for the earlier evidence, some of our earlier witnesses raised concerns about the feedback process for applicants. Perhaps give you the opportunity to address some of the concerns that were raised about not getting appropriate feedback. Do you have something to say about that?
Sure. And I will preface this by saying we're only 12 months into the ACFP reforms. Of course, we are looking at these processes and continuing to evaluate them. And we want this process to be as helpful and useful for our stakeholders as is possible, of course. It is impossible for us to give detailed feedback to every single applicant that comes through the process. The volume is just simply too large. We do provide generalised feedback in relation to where they sat in the rounds, and we are available if organisations do request a meeting to come and discuss particular feedback. I myself have sat in many of those over the last few months since I joined this organisation, where we are sitting with applicants discussing their applications. When they come in person to do that, they've usually been prefaced by a number of phone calls with other team members as well, providing feedback. So there is a process. We're looking at how that can be better addressed in an economic way for the organisation, and we are absolutely up for doing that. But again, it's a new program and we're slowly working through that.
Can I ask you about, there was a suggestion that the art form board members, that the composition of those is secret, and that are they in the public domain?
Yeah, that is absolutely incorrect. They are on the website, individually listed with small bios of the individual members.
Right. And it was also suggested that the beneficiaries of the funding round, the successful, that's not publicly available as well.
So that's a little bit more complex. If you're an organisation, yes, it's absolutely listed in there. The one that I think was referenced earlier today by Ms. Peters was the professional development rounds. Those individuals are not listed by name, and that's to do with us meeting the requirements of the New South Wales Privacy and Personal Information Protection Act, where we do not identify individual people in a public forum.
Right, okay. Thank you, that's fine for me for the moment.
Thank you. I'll go to Ms. Overall now.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Glasrock, for you, please. I'd like to speak about funding of regional programs specifically. And I'm referencing now that the Minister's announcement on the regional arts touring program supposed to support regional New South Wales communities, stating we're putting a focus on regional touring. Can you please confirm that the budget for that program for 24-25 was almost 1.9 million? And in 2025-26, that's been reduced to just over 1.3 million. Is that correct?
This is for the Regional Arts Touring Program.
Yes.
The numbers that I have in front of me is for FY 24-25 was 1.2 million.
Right.
FY 25-26 across the 2 rounds is, I'll have to do the maths in my head because it's broken up here, $580,000 for the first round, $855 for the second round. So that's 1.3, 1.4, yeah.
1.3 to 1.4.
Yeah, increase. You're checking my maths here.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to double check the maths that was on there as well, because I was thinking, that I couldn't add them up in my head quickly enough. Can you please tell me on those figures, what's the breakdown between the Sydney organisations and regional programs?
Let me just have a quick look if I have that directly in front of me here in the regional breakup. Give me one moment. I don't believe I do, so I'll happily take that on notice for you and we'll provide that.
Okay, if you could, and understanding is that it's significantly weighted to Greater Sydney organisations in the vicinity of more than 70% compared to only just over 22% going to actual regional New South Wales recipients. And while we, obviously welcome events coming to regional New South Wales, it would be good to be very clear on how much is directly benefiting and supporting regional artists for a program that is referred to as Regional Arts Touring Program.
Yes, absolutely. We'll provide that for you.
That's terrific. If I could just quickly turn to, I'm mindful of time, Chair, so I'll just squeeze a couple of quick ones in. If I could turn to Mr. Rodriguez, please. And again, with the focus on regional areas specifically, the government does talk about building the statewide nighttime economy. How many funded initiatives are actually outside Sydney?
Let me just give you a quick overview. We've recently launched the Regional Nighttime Economy Program, which is the first, dedicated regional program that was announced. It's a 2-year program for $2 million. The Live Performance Venues program was opened out to the state again. It was its second time was implemented by the office, but this time opened up across the state. And then in terms of the Special Entertainment Precinct program, that's open across the state. And just sometimes there's that distinction between Greater Sydney and Illawarra, Newcastle, and Central Coast. So the Uptown Grant program has also been extended to Illawarra, Shoalhaven, Central Coast, Lower Hunter and Greater Newcastle.
Right, so they're the only what you classify as regional areas that are going to be part of that current initiative.
Sorry, so I just gave you an overview of all the relevant programs that are open across the state, including one that is dedicated to the regions, being the Regional Nighttime Economy Program.
Okay, so sorry, you've just lost me there then. So
sorry,
when you were just referring to those last ones, so the Upper Hunter, Illawarra, etc., are they part of that program specifically?
Sorry for confusing you. So the Uptown program was originally designed for Greater Sydney. Our office, as you know, was established for Greater Sydney. When it was expanded to the 6 cities, we extended that program out to the Illawarra, Shoalhaven, Central Coast, and Lower Hunter and Greater Newcastle.
Right, but that's the question that I want clarified there. So your idea of a statewide nighttime economy, the program is just specifically those areas, Illawarra, Central Coast and Upper Hunter?
No, it's why we've launched the Regional Nighttime Economy Program, which is for region. It's a dedicated new program designed specifically for regional New South Wales. It's publicly available and applications were opened and I believe have now closed. But it's been after consultation with the regions. It's, one way to think about it is a version of Uptown that will work better for regions, noting that regional communities have different needs and the nature of regions can vary quite dramatically compared to urban environments.
Yes, indeed. Okay, good. So those applications have closed so that we can take a look at that. Thank you very much. I'll look into that further. And now just quickly, a last one for Ms Collins, please. The same thing, the breakdown of music funding programs for regional versus Sydney-based organisations, broadly speaking. Do you have that information to hand?
Yes, I do. In the FY 24-25, it was 33% of our total funding budget, which is 5.29 million.
So that was for the regions?
Correct. That was for initiatives being run and led by regionally based organisations. However, there are a range of programs that are statewide that have significant benefits for the regions, but do not classify as being, operated out of the regions.
Okay, and that was 24-25?
Correct.
Right. Okay, thank you, Chair. I'll give someone
Okay,
else a
thank
go.
you. Yeah, we can come back to you. We'll go to questions from Mr Banasiak now.
Thank you, Chair. Just to you, Ms Glasser, just picking up on the questions from Mr Diadam around feedback. You talked about generalised feedback. Are you able to provide a bit more detail as to what that actually looks like, even maybe a de-identified letter of rejection, so we can actually understand what generalised feedback looks like? Is it a case of, sorry, you didn't get it, there were highly competitive field and there was better people, or is it more detailed than that goes into specifics about that person's application?
I believe it is general, with the option to call and have a meeting around more detailed feedback if required, but we can provide an example of that for you.
Yeah. I just want to get a sense of whether it's just essentially a very basic Dear John letter versus something a bit more specific, because the feedback we got was that feedback was pretty much non-existent.
Yeah.
So that would be useful if you could take on notice that. Mr Rodriguez, try to just go to the actual creative communities policy, because in lieu of an opening statement, you put this up as one of your guiding documents. I'm just going to put some propositions to you, and I'd just like you to respond whether you would, I guess, agree or contest them. Highly aspirational, but fairly low in detail in terms of how you're going to get there. Agree?
I don't know whether I'm the best person to respond.
Well,
to
if
that.
you want to, if you want to pass it on to someone else or take it on notice,
it's
highly aspirational document, but quite low in detail in terms of how the agency is going to deliver.
Yeah, I'm happy to.
I think it's a question better directed to Ms Glasscock. That's great.
I'm happy to speak to that, of course. Creative Communities policy sets a 10-year vision for the state's arts, culture and creative industries, and it does have an ambitious desire to transform the industry. But it is important to remember that it is a 10-year policy and we are only at the end of the second year.
I accept it's a 10-year policy, and you're only at 2 years, but you're never going to get to the end of the policy if you don't have actually steps and detail, and you just threw out another one of the buzzwords that sits in this document several times, transformation, but there's no measurable transformation described in the document. So there's no KPIs, no measurable outcomes. It's aspirational, but there's no guide as to how you're going to get there. So, like the feedback we've received today is that it almost sets people up in the industry for disappointment, because they see this highly aspirational document, things are changing, and then they come back and they're in a worse position than they were before this document was put. So the question is, where are the KPIs, where are the measurable outcomes?
Yeah, I'm happy to speak to that. So obviously this is the public policy document. Underneath this sits quite a detailed implementation plan that our organisation undertakes as a part of our strategic planning.
Are you able to table that table that implementation plan so we can see where we're headed?
Yeah, well, I believe the Minister is reporting back on Friday on progress as well in a public document that will be made available on Friday. And you will have seen also published the 3 subsector strategies that sit underneath this, that have KPIs and deliverables in them that are a part of delivering on the ambitions of this policy, with more to come as well. And those really are our guiding documents of how we meet the ambitions in this policy. And it's actually really important to break those down into subsector or geographical specific plans, because as you can see in the policy as well, the behemoth of arts, culture and creative industries is a massive beast. And many, you will have heard today as well, the difference between genres or parts of the sector are really quite vast. And so we do need to be able to do that in a really targeted, strategic way in consultation with industry, and that's what we've been undertaking over the last 12 months. Prior to that, all the legislative reform and the groundwork that was being done has enabled now the organisation to deliver on our responsibilities within the policy, but this is an all-of-government policy. It's not just Create New South Wales that has responsibility for the ambitions within it as well. We're certainly taking control of our parts of it, and we're working really closely with industry in targeted ways to deliver those. And the KPIs within those strategies are public, they are published. And the document that the Minister will be releasing at the end of the week will give a really great update on where it's at, the progress is at in 2 years, but also the other areas that sit within his portfolios as well, and how they feed into creative communities.
If what the Minister presents in document form is an implementation plan, can you take it on notice to provide the implementation plan to the committee? You threw out another buzzword that sits in the policy, whole of government, but there's nothing in that policy that talks about whole of government being backed by any structural or statutory tools. So outside of Create New South Wales, what do you mean by whole of government?
Yeah, so there's lots and lots of parts of government at the moment who are contributing to the ambitions and the genuine strategic pieces of work that sit under creative communities. My colleagues at the table today are obviously deeply involved in that space, but we have a number of partnerships forming with other government departments directly related to the subsector strategies and to creative communities. So areas like placemaking, New South Wales, within transport, Department of Education, Department of Health. These are all the partnerships that are starting to form to assist with the delivery of this policy.
Is that what you mean when you mention the word ecosystem 20 times in the document but don't really define it? Is that what you mean by ecosystem? All these different whole of government components, or what are you? Because it's not defined in any operational sense in this policy, so I'm just wondering what you mean by ecosystem. It's a nice word, but doesn't really...
I believe the reference to ecosystem in the policies in relation to the arts, culture and creative industries ecosystem, not the government's ecosystem.
Okay. Right. How do you, I think Ms Overall was touching on this a bit, that the 4-year funding round, in terms of the disparity between regionally based galleries, I think it was around below 18% compared to the overall success rate of 52%. How do you explain that disparity in funding success?
So I think it's good to preface that regional New South Wales is a priority of Create New South Wales and this policy. 40% of the 4-year multi-year funding went to regional organisations, and 50% of the 2-year funding rounds went to regional organisations. So it's undeniable that funding is going into those areas. In relation to the galleries, I think I spoke to it earlier around this pathway in and safety net out. that the new ACFP is creating. And of course, it's going to take a while for everyone to really understand and get a grasp on that. But the fact that the galleries that weren't successful in the 4-year round have been successful in the 2-year round is a demonstration that this program is actually working. It also clearly demonstrates that we take our responsibility to distribute public funds very seriously at Create New South Wales. These are competitive funding rounds. Just because an applicant requests a certain amount of money or a request in general, if they do not meet the published criteria, then we can't fund them. And that's the reality of our responsibility with distributing public funding. And what this new program does now is provides avenues for people and opportunities for people. But
So
I would disagree that the regional allocation is not significant.
So how do you respond to some of the claims we heard today that people were successful in a round of funding? It was far less than what they needed to essentially remain functional.
Yeah.
But because they were successful, they were effectively excluded from applying for any other pieces of funding that might have helped them make up the difference. How do you respond to that?
Yeah. So the ACFP, when it was reformed, one of the other significant pieces of feedback that we heard from industry was the need to ensure that individual artists were not pitted in competition against organisations that had resourcing. When the 2-year funding round was developed in lieu of the 1-year funding, it enabled organisations to have longer term funding if they were successful. It meant that we carved off the project rounds to safeguard them for individuals only, but it has meant that if organisations are successful in multi-year funding, then they're not able to double dip into the project rounds because they're safeguarded for individual artists.
So I guess, did you look at the alternative solution of having a separate funding stream for individual artists versus organisations, whether it was multi-year or single year? Wouldn't that have solved the problem of individuals competing against organisations, but still would allow both of those parties to essentially apply for multiple grants?
I can't speak to that because I wasn't employed at the organisation when the reforms took place.
Are you able to take on notice and find out whether that was ever considered as a alternative option? I'm just conscious.
Yeah, you've got to, do you want to come back?
Yeah, I'm happy to come back. Yeah,
go to you.
Okay. Just a quick question, Ms. Collins, following up from a question from Mrs. Overall. Western Sydney, is that regarded as a region?
In how we distribute funding?
Yeah.
Yes.
So Western Sydney is a region? So
it's not as part of what we consider regional New South Wales.
So when you're talking about figures to regional New South Wales, where does Western Sydney fit?
I believe it sits separately. Yes.
So the regional figures that you gave to Mrs. Overall don't include Western Sydney?
I'll have to double confirm the
if
figures.
You could,
I'll clarify that for you.
If you could, that'd be great. And just a final question to you, Mr. Rodriguez. The intention of the 24-hour economy, once we've got the nighttime economy flourishing all throughout New South Wales, is it the intention that your office continues as a guardian of it, or is the intention that you basically are so successful that you're no longer required?
I think the position, as you know, has been made statutory, and the rationale behind that sort of sits in the history of, I guess, the going out economy in New South Wales, which has tended to run into trouble if things go too far one way or the other. It's why, as we, I guess, revitalise the nighttime economy, if you want to put it that way, part of our obligation is to monitor that as people are going out and about, spending more and enjoying themselves, that we aren't seeing necessarily a rise in alcohol-related crime or ambulance call-out and paramedic data, which is...
That's not a matter for police?
Well, it's a matter of oversight. And indeed, police and the health sector work, and New South Wales Health work quite closely with us. But the Data After Dark platform essentially has been built specifically to be able to monitor those things. And then
So we'll have the benefit of your office for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, but I think...
Yeah, no, thank you. That was my question simply. Thank you.
But if I can just make one more further observation, if you don't mind, it's just that the point is to establish the good going out regions, and then ultimately you want them to be able to be self-managing and maintained. But the safeguard, particularly, and the role, the statutory role, is there to observe and ensure if, for example, negative externalities are being witnessed, the Commissioner can call an inquiry and bring together the parts of government, including police, transport, planning, to understand and potentially intervene to prevent us going back to the situation we saw in 2014.
Okay,
so that's the long-term ambition.
Thank you. Ms. Glassick, you were talking with my colleague, Ms. Banasiak, in relation to whole of government partnerships. Can you give us an example of what your partnership with health looks like?
We're in the very early stages, but you will know that health has an arts health framework. So we're working with our colleagues in health to assist where we can in the delivery of that. And we're also looking at the moment, how we can work together to activate underutilised space in the health asset area as well.
What sort of underutilised space? Car park walls or...?
So we're mostly looking at buildings at the moment, but it's in the very early stages. Happy to speak to some other things that are further developed.
Be?
For creative space.
Within hospital precincts or...?
Potentially.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how will you assess whether they're no longer needed for health needs?
That's up to health to assess that.
Right, okay, thank you. The funding contracts from Create New South Wales, do you negotiate each one from scratch with the body being funded, or is there a standard form that you use?
Yeah, there's pro forma contracts that go out for the funding rounds.
Okay. We've heard, received a lot of submissions and heard a lot of evidence that those standard contracts are quite one-sided and have a power for Create New South Wales to unilaterally vary the terms. Why are they drafted in that way?
Would have to take that on notice to provide that feedback. I'm not across the detail to be able to accurately assess whether that's the case.
Could you take on notice, and could you also perhaps ask somebody to assess the criteria in your standard form contracts against those found in Section 27 of the Australian Consumer Law, with a view to ascertaining whether they contain examples of the sorts of things that this Parliament has said are unfair contract terms?
Yeah, sure.
No, that would be great.
Yeah.
Feedback. What feedback did you give, or did your organisation give, to the RADO in Dubbo?
Arana Arts, are you referencing?
Yes. Yeah.
I haven't been involved personally in the feedback to that organisation. I understand the team have had a number of conversations. I also understand that that organisation was alerted before this funding round that there were concerns. It was put on additional reporting to monitor that as well, so that Create could discuss in an ongoing way prior to this multi-year round the concerns it had. But if you are asking for specifics,
yes, I am.
I would have to take that on notice because I wasn't with the organisation at that time.
Thank you. And what's your, in terms of somebody seeking feedback, what's your expectation of, I don't know, how many times they should call your organisation before they received an answer?
Well, our expectation would be that they get responded to fairly swiftly.
So are you aware of the evidence that we've heard and the submissions we've received where people are seeking feedback, even about just simply the progress of applications, report consistently unanswered phones and not being able to get any contact with your organisation?
Yes, I've heard that today and I've read that in the submission, so we're definitely taking that on board and we'll investigate that for sure.
On notice, could you provide us with the results of the investigations into that, please?
Certainly.
Okay, thank you. I believe
Thank
my
you. Yeah, we'll
colleague
go
has
to
some questions.
Mrs. Nicole Overall now online.
Thank you, and I'll come back to Ms. Glassick, and apologies for the mispronunciation of your name again.
No worries.
Difficulties when they're present in the room. Look, you state that arts funding for regional areas is significant, to use your words, and let's hope that that doesn't take into account Western Sydney to skew that. But clearly all of the submissions and what we've heard today are stating otherwise. Now, you've also mentioned that it's a competitive process and that you take the distribution of public funding very seriously, and that's just the way that it should be. But on that then, has any modelling of the economic, cultural and social consequences of reducing regional arts investment, so despite the fact that you suggest that it's significant, obviously it is still being reduced. So the consequences of this on regional areas in this regard specifically, has anything like that been done or commissioned?
I would have to. I don't have figures in front of me that say that the investment into the regions has been reduced, and I haven't seen that. So I would have to take that on notice. In relation to your question around has a piece of work, if I'm hearing this right, sorry, just so I can answer it correctly, has a piece of work been commissioned that would investigate if a reduction in funding in the regions had an impact on economic, social and wellbeing outcomes?
Correct. Yes.
No, it has not.
Right. So how?
But
so
I
guess what I'm
don't.
to with that is how the assessments are being made. If there's no public information, and how are we determining from a public perspective how these decisions are coming about?
In relation to the art form board assessments?
Well, just to the overall funding when it comes to regional arts, more broadly speaking than that. So you're suggesting that you don't have instances of regional arts organisations being negatively impacted by reductions, but we see cases like the Moree Museum, for example, which is not receiving any funding at all. So clearly they are.
That's not what I was saying. I wasn't saying there wasn't individual examples of organisations that didn't receive funding or had reduced funding. I was saying the overall funding envelope going to the regions is still significant. So if you look at the individual rounds, which is what we assess on, so we have key priority areas of which the regions is one, Western Sydney is another, access and inclusion, First Nations, young people, culturally and linguistically diverse. We look across those priority areas and ensure that funding is going to applicants that meet the criteria associated with those priority areas. In those multi-year funding rounds, half of the successful applicants in the 2-year round were regional organisations, and 40% of successful applicants in the 4-year round were regional organisations. So that is a significant distribution of the available funds to the regions.
Okay, so let's clear it then that clearly that is not the information that is being relayed in the submissions and from the witnesses that we have heard today, that is not their understanding of it. But let's get to the heart of that when it comes to the transparency behind these decisions that are being made. Is there public information available on the assessments, how they're being done, what the criteria are?
So we publish the grant guidelines and the criteria that they are assessed against every year with every round. They are public, that is public information available to all the applicants. We also undertake significant workshops and capacity building with the industry in the lead up to grant rounds as well, where they're able to meet with Create New South Wales staff to talk through the application process, to get suggestions on how they might best frame their arguments, what sort of supporting documentation they need, and we talk through in quite significant detail how to work to that criteria. So they are published, yes.
Okay, I think there is clearly a disconnect between what Create New South Wales thinks they might be providing and what is being provided, but I'm also aware of the time, Chair, so I'll allow others to have their chance as well.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to questions again from government.
Sure.
Mr. Diadam.
I wonder, Ms. Glassick, could you talk us through the change in the budget for the arts cultural funding program?
Oh, yeah, sure. So the Arts and Cultural Funding Program budget is stable between this financial year and last financial year of around just over $73 million. It has increased. 23 to 24, it was $68 million. So there has been an increase into the ACFP across the whole program. And additionally, this year we have had strategic investment of new investment into those subsector strategies. So $5 million into Western Sydney, $1 million into the fashion strategy, $3 million into the literature and writing strategy, and as you heard earlier today, the regional plan will be launched early next year with expectations of new funding attached to that as well.
Right, okay. Can you perhaps talk us through that the process of consultation around the regional arts plan?
Yes, of course. So we have undertaken significant consultation. I understand that we heard earlier today that there was a desire from industry for greater consultation. I spoke earlier today around the significant consultation that was undertaken for creative communities. We have utilised that data, and it was only a year, 2 years ago. So those are data sets that we have taken into consideration. We've also have a working group of 13 people from all over the state. Additionally, we have a significant consultation group as well that has been engaged with, from local governments to institutions to other arts organisations across the state. I'm happy to provide that list and information. I would just ask that it's just for committee, because there is personal names and information and individuals in there, but I'm happy to take that on notice and give that to you. I can talk through the working group of who they are now if you'd like, but yeah. So Tim Kurlowitz from Museums of Riverina is the chair of the working group. We have, and he also sits on the Creative Communities Council. We also have the University of New England, South Coast Arts, West Darling Arts, Two Rivers Festival, Arts Northern Rivers, Crimson Rosella, the Palace Hotel and Broken Heel Festival, Arana Arts is on there as well, Arts Upper Hunter, Arts Mid-North Coast, Outback Arts and Arts Out West are the working group who have been developing this plan in partnership with Create New South Wales and industry. And they bring with them the wealth of their communities, and they are doing outreach into their community groups and bringing that to the table. And then we have this much larger list that I'll provide you as well of other people who have been consulted, as well as the 10,000 odd data points that we have from creative communities. So it has been significant consultation.
Just one last question from me. I think the Honourable Susan Carter asked about the pro forma contracts having a unilateral variation clause. I wonder if on notice you might be able to provide us with information about how frequently that clause has been used in perhaps the last 4 years or so.
Yes, happy to do that.
Excellent, thank you. I wonder whether with getting some detail from the Office of Create New South Wales, would you say it's an office or is it a division within the department?
Yes, we're an
agency.
Agency, I think we refer to ourselves, don't we? Yeah, agency.
You're each an agency?
We're an office.
You're an office. What are you, Mr. Rodriguez?
At this stage, I'm not really sure. I'd say the office of the 24-hour commissioner.
Okay.
And then,
statutorily defined.
The
position.
The position of the commissioner is statutorily defined, but we define ourselves as an office.
Okay. Ms. Glasscock, do you know which one is it? And the reason I'm asking is just reporting. There is a question from here, so I'm just curious.
Well, we call ourselves an agency, but I'd have to take on notice if there's,
I just look at, and it might be kind of above your pay grade potentially in terms of why this isn't happening, but for example, if you look at Communities and Justice, that agency, and you look at various divisions or offices or whatever you would call them within that, for example, Multicultural New South Wales could be similar to Sound New South Wales, could be similar to Create New South Wales, could be similar to the 24-Hour Economy Commission, Nighttime Economy. It produces within the budget its own operating statement. It has several pages, and I'm honestly, I'm quite surprised because I have been wanting to know, as have others, just what the expenses are, capital outlay, here's how much we spend on staff, here's how much we spend on grants. And you've got something like $100 million between you, I think, something, and none of that is actually outlined in any way for us. So have you had that discussion internally? Do you know why that's the case? And I might go to you, Mr. Rodriguez, just because you're kind of senior at the moment.
At the moment. The honest answer is I'm not sure. I think it is a question for our secretary, but I can understand the reason you're asking in comparison to other parts of government. Our funding is, I guess, allocated by the Secretary on an annual basis from the department's budget. So it doesn't give yourself the same visibility. I can understand the point that you're making. I
think it's I think that's similar. Just to be, I do think that's similar to how budgets are allocated in other agencies as well. Ms. Glascock, can I ask you, with the Create New South Wales, so the 24-Hour Economy Commissioner the office has 63 or 68 FTE?
68.
What does Create New South Wales have separate to those?
We have 79.
79, okay. And so then Screen New South Wales, who couldn't appear, does anybody know how much they have? Many? Sorry?
I will have that information if you can, and I can give it to you if you can give me a moment.
All right. Thank you. I've got a couple of questions just based on...
It's 27.
Okay, thank you. I've got a couple of questions based on what we heard today. What was the reason behind the delay between notifying, this is to you, Ms. Glascock, the notifying the organisations, PACT, for example, that they were unsuccessful in the multi-year funding round, and they had to wait about 6 weeks from early March, I think, to the end of April or something before they could go public with that, including to their other funders. What's the kind of reason around the secrecy, which is what we heard from some witnesses today?
Yeah, obviously I wasn't employed in the organisation at that time, so I can't speak to the particulars of that case. But my understanding is when funding is notified to applicants, there is an embargoed period to enable for public announcements to happen first.
Do you think that, given you're new to the organisation and hearing kind of so much disquiet, including situations such as very good creative organisations that, for example, got funding from one body round of funding and then couldn't get the project funding, unlike what they've been doing for a long time, hearing about what seems to be, if you look at the amount of small to medium organisations that got a lot less, it actually seems as though the dollar value, if you're going to do a critical analysis of whether this investment was working in terms of really sustainably growing the industry, it would appear not. Do you think that all of this requires a review into how everything is going, or to do things differently, even if it's the way in which you're administering the grants and responding to the community?
Yeah, so as I said, we've only gone through one cycle, 12 months in the new structure of the funding programs, and we are undertaking a review at the moment, which is about to commence and will be delivered within the first half of next year to be able to inform the next round of multi-year funding applications. And we absolutely welcome that and are continuing to embed assessment, of course, in all of our programs. I just want to pick up on that note around small to mediums, if you don't mind, because whilst I don't have the comparative numbers in front of me year on year, there still has been significant investment into small to mediums this year within the budget envelope that we have. So for 25-26, 42% of funding has gone to small to mediums and individual artists, which is not insignificant of the total pool available.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Mrs. Carter now for a couple of questions.
Thank you. This is to you, Ms. Glassick. I think the language you used before was it funding that facilitated on-ramps and off-ramps? Yeah, so the Australian Design Centre, after 61 years of operation, is going to close in the middle of next year. A number of submissions we've received cite this as evidence of sector collapse. Or would you just simply characterise it as they're sliding down the off-ramp?
What I would say is that clients that were on multi-year funding, historic multi-year funding, when the ACFP reforms were announced, were given an additional year of funding without having to apply for it to ready themselves for the new funding program. That was to enable them to familiarise themselves with Creative Communities policy, to do strategic planning, and to prepare themselves to enter a competitive funding environment. They were provided support during that time. ADC specifically was unsuccessful in the 4-year round, and then they were successful in the 2-year round, which is, for me, a demonstration of that safety net that this new structure provides. But it is a competitive funding round, and you do need to meet criteria, and you do need to demonstrate that you are meeting what you are saying you're doing. And the fact that they have received 2-year funding is an indication that the art form boards value their place in the ecosystem and that they want to support them. But it is also a notice period, essentially, that there is still work to be done. They're not prohibited from reapplying in future rounds. And we have sat down on a number of occasions with that client to feedback on their applications. So they were successful, would be my response to that.
So if an organisation has existed successfully in the arts ecosystem for 61 years, and because of a change of funding model, it appears that they may no longer continue as a functioning entity, isn't that important feedback on the new funding model?
Yeah, and we will absolutely welcome all feedback from stakeholders as we're reassessing.
No, I think you've misunderstood
well.
the question. Isn't the fact that if that entity has existed for 61 years and is no longer able to attract funding, isn't that in itself feedback on how well or poorly the new funding model is working?
Or how well or poorly an applicant has demonstrated that they meet criteria or not. could be both of those things.
So 61 years of operation, 61 years of experience, and they don't have sufficient skills to fill out the form properly. Is that what you're saying?
That's not what I said.
Then what are you saying? Because it sounds very much like you're saying, well, they're just on the off-ramp and that's the way the world works.
I think what I said was the fact that they received funding is an indication of the value of that organisation within the ecosystem.
Yeah, I'd
and
like
there
to
is
follow up
feedback provided for them to be able to take on board and better prepare the next time they apply. That is essentially the process.
We heard today about significant delays in deciding funding applications. Their funding, as I understand it, runs out June 2026. Are you confident that the new funding round will have been decided in sufficient time for them to be able to continue should they be successful?
No, I'm sorry. The funding that ADC has from Create New South Wales runs out at the end of 2027.
Okay, I understood them today to be under the impression that they were closing mid-2026.
That's their business decision, but we have funded them for calendar years 26 and 27.
They just can't survive on it.
What is the level of funding that you've provided them compared to what they previously received?
Yeah, so they previously received $300,000 and they have been given $150,000.
Okay, so I think I therefore clearly understand why they can't continue to 2027, because if you've got 50% of the funding, you can only continue for 50% of the time.
Or 50% of the level of activity.
So you would prefer arts bodies to cut their level of activity in the arts sector?
It's not up to me to determine the business choices that organisations make. We're distributing funding as per recommendations to organisations of how well they meet criteria that are published.
Are you reviewing those criteria, bearing in mind lived examples such as the ACDC?
Absolutely. That's what I was just saying before. We're undertaking a review of those, of the whole program.
What form does that review take? And on notice, can you give us the terms of that review?
I believe so. I'll take that on notice, but we have a framework and we're commencing that work.
Okay, thank you. Last question from me. Regional Arts New South Wales have submitted in great detail about the effect of moving the RADOs out of a protected funding pool and indicated that that risks losing significant arts bodies that cannot easily be replaced. Why was that decision taken by Create New South Wales?
So I believe I've already explained this. So when the ACFP review was developed, it was in direct response to industry feedback that called for competitive arm's length funding that was peer assessed. Prior to that being transformed, organisations like the RADOs and some other arts organisations were in what was called negotiated funding, which essentially was an internal negotiation that was not undertaken through peer-assessed frameworks and that was not transparently disclosed as to what that was necessarily. So a decision was made to put the entire ACFP budget, essentially outside of a couple of programs, into the ACFP fund, which meant that the organisations that were in negotiated funding then had to go into the competitive funding rounds.
Okay. Has Create New South Wales entered a program funding agreement with the Sydney Biennale for 2025-2026?
Create New South Wales is a funder of Biennale. Yes. I'm not quite sure where we're up to with their multi-year agreements, so I'd have to take that on notice. But we are a funder.
If you could, and on notice, can you also provide the terms of that funding agreement?
I believe so.
Sorry,
Well,
does I believe
yes,
so
I
mean
don't,
yes?
Well, I don't see a reason why we couldn't. A funding agreement? I'll double check, but yes, of course, if we can.
What would the reason be that you couldn't?
Well, I don't know. Sorry?
I guess we're just not sure if it's commercial in confidence.
Yeah.
Or not.
Happy to get a copy without the amount in it if that reduces.
Yeah.
Because without the amount, is there anything that's commercial in confidence?
I'm not sure. I'd have to have a look, but we can provide whatever we're able to provide.
Yeah, no, I guess what I want to be really clear is what exactly has been taken on notice, because
there's uncertainty. I think it's
Yeah,
quite clear
I'd-
from the evidence.
Order.
She's unable to provide certainty about the reasons.
Yeah,
I will ask for guidance.
The
and then if
witness has
it's-
taken the question on notice
Right,
in
okay.
terms of
Yeah.
the funding agreement, which is understandable.
yeah. Do standard funding agreements include references to behaviour that's considered acceptable or unacceptable by recipients?
I'll take that on notice.
Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to ask, just in relation to the Sydney Morning Herald journalist Linda Morris has a story in today's Herald about funding cuts, that it's a title key funding round suspended as New South Wales arts crisis deepens. Two questions. Why were those two crucial funding rounds suspended? So these were the grants for cultural access and creative steps programs?
Yep. The first question first? Okay. So this was a matter of redistribution of funding, which is not an uncommon process. Considering the great demand and need for the multi-year rounds, and also that we'd heard continually from industry for a desire for more access to longer term funding and multi-year funding, a decision was made to fund more organisations within the 2-year funding round, which then had a flow-on effect to the remaining project round.
Can I ask, just referring to the same article, at the end of that story, it says, it quotes a spokesperson from Create New South Wales regarding the issue, which the spokesperson said allocations change because the sector needs change. How does the sector need to change?
I think that's in reference to the needs of the sector and the strategic investment that comes from the organisation. So again, that's in reference, well, our view on that would be that's in reference to the overwhelming feedback we had from industry that called for greater allocations to multi-year funding.
But that's a very different quote. So was this from a media release that was signed off? I mean, this quote says allocations change because the sector needs change. So is that in terms of change of the sector needs change in terms of what is allocated to them?
As in, we try to be responsive to the needs of the sector.
Okay. I'm going to go to Mrs. Overall, who's just indicated to me she may have one last question in the few minutes we've got remaining.
I do. Thank you, Chair. And again, to you, please, Ms. Glassick, you've mentioned extensive consultation a number of times now this afternoon. Have you read the Public Service Association submission?
No, I don't believe I've read that one.
Right, I recommend that you might like to take a look at it. It says that the PSA has been seeking a clearer understanding of the budget allocation process, and specifically in relation to the Art Gallery of New South Wales. Change in allocation and projected impacts, it's difficult to assess the correlation to the current restructuring, and management at the Art Gallery of New South Wales either were not engaged in defining the parameters of the benchmarking program or were ignored by Treasury. So when you're talking about extensive consultation, how do you address that, and how will you be addressing it with the PSA?
So the Art Gallery New South Wales does not sit in my remit, so I'm unable to respond to that question.
So what does it come under there?
So The cultural institutions sit within the department and they report to our secretary. They don't fall within my budget or my remit.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Rodriguez, I just wanted to ask you about, we did hear from a local artist this morning about the precinct activations, which I think are your domain, that local artists, that they have heard or seen examples of artists, and we're not talking musicians. This is also, for example, placemaking and street art and other things. That it's not always local art, not necessarily always New South Wales art. Is there any kind of a policy for example, the special entertainment precincts, or the money that's going into revitalising various areas, that priority or a particular amount of spend or all of it goes to local or regional or even New South Wales-based artists and artists in the broader sense?
I understand. I think there's a number of government programs. In terms of the programs run by our office, we don't have a specific requirement that the artists be local. We highly encourage, and it's the nature of particularly this precinct and uptown program, because it's business collectives which often comprise businesses who are connected to artists from the area, to showcase local artists. There's a number of activation programs run by Transport for New South Wales as well. I can't speak to those.
Okay. All right. Well,
But I understand the question.
any burning last questions?
The
1
last
minute.
question I have is, Mr. Rodriguez, in your role as Deputy Secretary, are you able to answer the question asked by Mrs. Overall?
Which was the...
In relation to art gallery?
Public Service
I'm sorry, I'm
Association.
not. I think that it does not sit within my remit as Acting Deputy Secretary either.
Whose does it seem to be?
The
Secretary. And, yep.
Or a different agency within the department, within the... Thank you very much. We are now at the end of our session. We really appreciate you all coming along today. We obviously have taken some questions on notice. The committee or secretary will get in touch with you about that, including any supplementary questions we may have. Thanks again. And
No worries.
thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes, we will break for afternoon. Hang on, is that right? I'm just looking at an old. Yeah, break for afternoon tea, and we'll be back at 3:30. Thank you. kick things off? Great. Welcome to our final witnesses for today's hearing. We'll begin by, of course, getting you both sworn in. So if we could start with you, Ms. Page, if you could please state your name, position, title, and either the oath or the affirmation.
Okay, thank you. My name is Maud Page and I'm the Director of the Art Gallery of New South Wales, and my affirmation is I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you so much. And Ms. Havilah.
Thank you. Lisa Havilah, Chief Executive of the Museum of Applied Arts and Sciences, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Excellent. Now, in terms of opening statements, do you both have one?
No.
Okay. Ms. Havilah, do you have one?
We're happy to go straight into questions.
Okay, excellent. I am still getting my thought. Do you want to kick off?
I'm still getting ready.
Yeah, no, all good. Okay. All right, Ms. Page, we heard from the Public Service Association this morning, and their submission came in not too long ago, so you might not have seen it. It's just been loaded on the website recently, I think. So they talk about the fact that there wasn't, around the consultation and how the consultation was lacking. The question for me to begin with is just talk us through the decision-making in terms of what was ultimately left to the art gallery. Did you just have like a budget envelope, really, that was reduced, and that you had to therefore make the funding decisions out of that budget envelope? Is that correct? And so the consultation, therefore, is ultimately up to yourself to undertake with the staff?
That's right. That's exactly it. So I arrived in the job in March, so I'm new. And as I looked at the finances and what needed to be done, there were a number of options. And then when the budget was handed down, I began to prepare very seriously for the different options in order for us to have a sustainable future.
Yes, okay. And the PSA's submission mentioned about the multiple new or regraded senior roles. They're worried about the what they consider various other positions that have been removed that they're concerned may undermine the gallery's ability to deliver their reduced program output. So firstly, the question, so there's two questions around these positions. The first is the new or regraded senior roles, so Chief Curator, Senior Curator Film, Senior Curator First Nations. There's also expanded director level posts. Talk us through the reasoning and rationale for that.
Thank you for the question. Look, there was, we looked at everything really, really carefully, and the good thing is I have been there for 8 years, so I know everyone well. And so we were able to really speak to all of the senior staff in particular to decide how we might, if we needed to make a significant cut, as it was looking like we had to, how might we best do that? How might we best do that in view of the vision and in view of our capacity, in view of the work to be done? You may know with our two buildings, we've got 2 major shows in the winter and 2 major shows in the summer. And then in between, we have quite a few collection rotations. So how might we do all of that, the public programming and everything? And so we decided that with, and again, in consultation, we decided to propose a structure that we felt best would address how we might continue my vision as the incoming director, but also in terms of the capacity for the number that we thought we might need in order to make an annualised savings. So to your question about the regrading of roles, they're the ones that you mentioned. So out of the 51 roles that we proposed at the time, I think that that's pretty fair in terms of how we might lead an institution with 2 buildings. We also run an artist studio in Surrey Hills, and we've got also a storage facility in Inner West. So in order to do that and to do the vision, for example, let's take the senior First Nations position. That was a position that was already decided, but ended up, because of timing, it had to go into the change management plan. The chief curator was originally, that person was already an SEB Band 1 and was head of international art. And again, it felt right to be able to appoint someone that had a very fabulous vision to be able to look at the whole of the gallery. So again, those positions were renamed, but not necessarily, in that instance, not necessarily regraded. So there wasn't more money. So some of the positions were, as I've just mentioned, regraded, and some, like the First Nations senior curator, was upgraded, but that decision had actually been done before. And then just to address the last one is the cinema role. Cinema is a key thing that we do at the Art Gallery. I don't know if you know, but we have a cinema program since year 2000. 320 people can be seated in our cinema, and we have one person doing that job, and they do an incredible job. So in view of that incredible job, I felt for us to be able to have some clear visioning of the things that we'd be able to undertake, it would be good to be able to upgrade that role so that we can also expand on our cinema offering. So that's the kind of reasoning around those positions. And I think, I'm sorry, you did ask me a couple of questions.
Yeah.
Can you remind me what the other...
Well, this was, I haven't quite got to formulating the second one in as much detail, so that's good, that's fine. With the SES bands,
yes.
How many, so the Art Gallery, how many do you know in terms of SES band 1, 2 and 3?
Yes, I do know.
Okay.
So we've got, there's six bands now, six people in the role. So I'm a band 1, and then I have an executive, 3 executives that are band 2, and 2 band 1s that don't sit as part of the executive, but that are band 1s, and that is the chief curator that I mentioned before, who already was a band 1. And in view of all of this change, we have also created a new position, but with an existing band, I have to add, and that position is looking specifically at exhibitions, because in doing the internal review that we've been doing, which has been fantastic to look at everything with a big lens, exhibitions is the area where we can make the most impact but also generate the most revenue. So we've also made that SEB1 has now been changed to become to address exhibitions. And I have to say, in terms of the consultation, that the wonderful thing is that before I had to undertake the change management plan, I'd already attended the PSA meetings, and so I was able just to go straight into PSA, and we've been meeting every 2 weeks without fault throughout this whole time as I've started, so that there is genuine consultation with the PSA, and also genuine consultation also with the JCC, which are our own staff that are the representatives, and that's been really, really fruitful, I have to say.
Okay, thank you. And the SES band 3?
That's me.
Band 3, I think you're 1.
Oh, sorry, I'm the 1 in band 3.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Yes, gotcha.
Yes, that's right.
So 1,
yes.
Then 3 and 2. 3 and 2.
That's right. And then 2 in 1.
Yep. Okay. Now, the PSA also talked about the removal of positions then, such as, and they give examples in their submission, so installation officer grade 2, collection registrar, exhibitions registrar, assistant exhibitions registrar, several design department roles, and they say that their concern is that undermines the gallery's ability to deliver even a reduced program effectively. I mean, you're in a tough position because you have been asked, again, given a reduced budget. But who was kind of involved in, what was the level of seniority, I suppose? You mentioned, I think, getting together with executives to talk about what needed to happen. Was there consultation with the broader staff?
There was consultation with the leaders of each department, definitely. So, for example, in conservation, head of conservation, head of registration, so consultation in that way. So we proposed, as is the process, we proposed a structure, and then we went into consultation for 5 weeks over that particular structure, and then through consultation, and we had 271 submissions, so it was a genuine one with lots and lots of touch points. We were able to change things accordingly to the consultation and to the feedback that we got. So in my mind, I feel really comfortable that we did do really extensive consultation, and it was also very, very carefully guided and monitored by the PSA as well, with Greg Shaw and Claudia Bianchi.
Yeah, okay. I'll go to others for questions for now. I'll go to the opposition. Yep, Ms. Jackie Munro.
Thank you for appearing today. It's nice to see you both. I wanted to take you, Ms. Page, to the budget, just to clarify exactly the budget of the art gallery. So in terms of agency expenses, and this is budget paper 4, page 4-1.
I don't have it, so hopefully I can answer.
So the numbers in this budget show that the revised expenses for the art gallery were $115.2 million.
Yep.
And then in 2025-26, $109.2 million. Is that accurate? That's your budget for this financial year, that's your full package. So over the forward estimates, what does that expense, what are those expense figures over the forward estimates?
What do you mean in terms of
So
what
the agency expense summary includes what is the budgeted expenses for 25-26.
Yep.
Do you have a figure for each of the years over the forward estimates?
No, not yet.
Okay, so you haven't been given any future indication of what your budget will be?
No, not at this stage, no.
Okay.
But I believe that's the norm. Like I think we each receive an annual budget,
Okay.
and
Because
we expect that there's some continuity in terms of recurring funding. For example, I can see I've got a list now from 2019 all the way to 40 or 26. Is that what you mean?
Well, when budgets are released, usually there's a figure over the forward estimates that is the next 4 years that relates to the spend that government expects to make in particular areas. So maybe perhaps Ms. Havilah, what's your experience been in getting funding or an indication of funding?
We have an allocation over the forward estimates. I couldn't tell you what they are now, but we can look at that.
Okay.
And maybe I can get you that too then.
Yeah,
as well.
that would be helpful. I mean, I guess it sounds that you've had different experiences, though, in that, Ms. Havilah, you have in some ways understood what is coming down the pipeline for you for funding over the forward estimates, and you're obviously aware of that and have been able to plan accordingly in your operations. But Ms. Page, it sounds like that hasn't happened for you at this stage.
Look, I wouldn't say that necessarily, because I'm in constant discussion with the department and with the Minister's office. So we do talk a lot about budgets. So I do have some idea about what is coming. I just don't have the actual figures.
Yeah.
And I have some idea of where government will assist us as well.
So I'm just trying to understand. It does seem like, I'm not trying to put you in it in particular, but I'm just trying to understand how those processes might be different across different agencies and how that might actually affect the future planning for agencies and for the leaders of those organisations.
Yes. No, thank you. Well, let me come back to you with those figures.
Okay. So can I just clarify, have you been given those figures by the Minister? Are you confident that there are some firm figures over the forward estimates that you've been provided by the government?
Look, I'm confident that we've got a recurring budget into the future, definitely, since we are.
But it's more of a verbal discussion.
I do have figures, but I don't have them in front of me, and I'm not sure in terms of how. I guess that there's a lot to be filled in terms of what we also will bring to those figures to get a final budget.
So they seem like they're much more fluid, if I can use that term.
Look, I think that as I said, I think there's a recurrent government funding figures that is.
So you think there's a baseline? Or
yes.
Is that something written down? Or?
I would say there is, and I will provide those to you.
Okay, so the Minister has made a commitment to you that there will be a baseline level of funding for the art gallery?
There is definitely a commitment from government that there is a baseline funding.
Could you please provide on notice what that commitment is over forward estimates broken down by year?
Of course.
Thank you. And again, just to clarify, Ms. Havilah, you've got how have you received this information that you've got a particular funding or budget over the forward estimates?
Just through our work with government and with Treasury.
Yeah.
But it's also, I should say, that it's subject to each year's budget process.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
But you've obviously been given some certainty as you go forward.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right. Thank you for that. The other thing I wanted to just double check. So at the budget estimates in the second half of this year, we went through some of the capital expenditure works for the powerhouse, but we didn't get to the art gallery. So I just wanted to, again, just for the reference of anybody listening at home, it's budget paper number 3, page 2-15 that I'm looking at, which is the Department of Creative Industries, Tourism, Hospitality and Sport, looking at projects in that department, and I'm looking at the art gallery critical asset maintenance non-collections. The estimated total cost is 28.8 million, and then the expenditure over 4 years to 2028-29 is listed as 3.9 million. And I'm just wondering, the rest of that 25 million, has that already been spent, or is that expected to be spent after the forward estimates?
I'll have to come back to you. I'll have to take that on notice.
Okay. Are you aware of what kind of work is being undertaken under that almost $30 million project?
There's various things that were listed in our annual report. For example, I know we've got a lift that we're needing to repair. So there's lifts and there's boilers and a number of other things. So I can get you the actual detail of those.
Okay, thank you. There was one more thing I just wanted to draw out from the budget, which was around variance. Too many sticky notes.
Yeah, we can come back to you, Jackie.
Okay.
That's like,
Thank you.
we don't. Go to Mr. Benaziac now.
Sure, thank you, Chair. Just to you, Ms. Havilah, we received evidence today around concerns about the direction of the Powerhouse Museum shifting and potentially shifting outside of what its legislative remit is. I just wondered whether you could respond to those concerns that the direction you're taking the Powerhouse Museum in is stepping outside its legislative remit.
Thank you for that question. We take the Museum of Applied and Art, excuse me, we take the Museum of Applied Arts and Sciences Act very seriously, and it's very central to the direction of the work that we do. And that Act really directs us to, and if I may read the first paragraph of the Act, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure.
To effectively minister to the needs and demands of the community in any or all branches of the applied sciences and arts and the development of industry. And there's 5 key points under that, which includes the display of selected objects to arrange to illustrate the industrial advance of civilization, the development of inventions and manufacture, the promotion of craftsmanship and artistic taste by illustrating the history and development of the applied arts, lectures, broadcasts, films, publications and other educational means, scientific research or any other means necessary or desirable for the development of the natural resources and manufacturing industries of New South Wales. And so the programs that we develop and present really work right across the applied arts and sciences, and the team at the Powerhouse really work hard to find a balance between both the applied arts and the applied sciences, and work across not only from a collection perspective but a programming exhibition development perspective, and also learning and education programs as well.
So where do events such as, essentially nightclub disco style events, how do they fit into applied arts and science and
so I think
production of material?
I think what you might have been referring to earlier was the Powerhouse Late program, which we ran before we began the revitalisation of the museum in Ultimo. And so the Powerhouse Late program was really about supporting and connecting audiences and creative communities, and also scientific and tech communities with programs. They were both learning programs, they were workshop programs, but also gave an opportunity for audiences to come and experience the exhibition program in the evening as well.
Okay. This might be a bit more uncomfortable question, but how did what I would characterise the porn exhibit, how did that fit within the applied arts and sciences remit of the...
So I think what you're referring to there is the exhibition called Absolutely Queer, which was curated by our internal curatorial team. And that exhibition was done to celebrate World Pride, but it was also done to profile the incredible creative industries community and present the current work that they were doing. Some of that work was from our collection as well.
So some of that work was actually from an existing collection you have?
Exactly.
Okay.
As part of our social history collection, we have documented the history of Mardi Gras over many years.
When did that collection start?
From when the time when Mardi Gras started.
Okay, so
from the beginning.
No, sure. Can I just go to some questions around staffing?
Yep.
Then the PSA raised concerns around what they call the use of artistic associates. I'm just trying to find the exact figures in their submission. How many artistic associates does the Powerhouse Museum have?
So we have 2 artistic associates, and that program was established for a certain period in the museum when we were beginning our renewal project, and now we're moving into the delivery and opening of the museum. That program's winding down.
Okay. So according to the PSA, in the 2021-2022 financial year, you had 4 artistic associates that cost the agency $142,000, and they're saying this year the costs are on track for over $750,000 for 2 positions. So how is that winding down?
I'd have to take on notice the actual figures for that. Doesn't sound exactly accurate, but I can get those figures for you.
Yeah, if you could take on notice exactly what is the cost of those 2 positions, and what exactly is their role, and what I guess an outline of their experience that matches that role would be good.
Yep, sure. So we have a policy and a process to select and appoint artistic associates, and also we expanded that out across both the applied arts and sciences, and so that includes an open EOI where a program of work can be proposed to the museum, and really it's working on research, program development, and working from an industry perspective in partnership with the curatorial and collection staff and the program staff.
So they're different to the curators, are they, in their role?
They're different to the curators because they're coming from a very industry perspective. And one of the things that we're really keen to do in terms of the support and connection with our programs is to have impact and connection with industry right across the applied arts and sciences. And so we really saw this as a way to achieve that, from getting very, first-hand industry experiences to work with us in the museum.
But that is now winding down.
It is, yeah.
And is that an assumption that their work is finished in terms of what they were doing? And
that's correct, yeah.
Right. And so how many curators does the Powerhouse Museum currently have?
Yep. So, and I think just referring back to the discussion that you were having this morning, there was a restructure that happened in 2014 where a lot of, there was a real shift from specialist positions to broader curatorial positions. And then over the last 6 years, the Powerhouse curatorial team has expanded from 20 full-time curators in 2019 to now a team of 32 full-time curators. And these curatorial teams...
Sorry, what was that last? 30?
32.
32.
So we've gone from 20 to 32. And the reason for that is that those teams are working on the development of the exhibitions for the opening of Powerhouse Parramatta, which is coming up at the end of next year. And they'll also be working on the development of exhibitions and collections for the opening of the Powerhouse Museum in Ultimo.
Okay, and those 32, have you gone back to a more, subject-specific style curator, or are they still very broad brush?
It's broad brush, but we're it's getting more specific, and a lot of there's quite a few curators that we're very, very fortunate we've been able to retain over a long period of time. For example, our astronomy curator has been with us for 35 years, and he's working with us very closely on the research and development of one of our major exhibitions at Parramatta.
Okay. Well, I think the evidence we received today was that the curator of astronomy had disappeared and was replaced with someone that didn't have experience in that field, glass making or something like that. So are you disputing?
I'm saying that our curator of astronomy has been with us for 35 years and he's currently fully employed and working on one of the opening exhibitions for Powerhouse Parramatta.
So he or she hasn't left?
No.
Right.
But I think, if I may, the curator, there's another curator that was being referred to this morning, and I think there was a bit of confusion there.
And were they a curator of astronomy as well, or?
No.
Right. What were they a curator of?
They had, they worked across the whole program, but their specialty was in science and technology.
Right. Okay.
Come back for another round.
Yeah, please.
Mrs. Overall, do you have any questions for these witnesses?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Page, I'll ask whether you have read the submission from the Public Service Association.
I think she was asked that before and she hadn't.
Right, sorry, it's like I don't
That's
miss
right.
that.
Yeah.
Apologies.
I think it was put in late, so I didn't get a chance to read it.
Okay, so when you're referencing genuine and regular consultation with the PSA, you're suggesting every couple of weeks, but the PSA in their submission is actually suggesting that they're not happy with the consultation and the engagement and have serious concerns around all of that and have made specific references to that. How do you explain or feel that it might have come about, this disconnect between what you believe the situation to be and clearly what they have articulated in a written submission to this inquiry?
Look, I'm not sure because I haven't read the submission. All I can go by is like I said, we met regularly every 2 weeks. Our representative from the PSA had access to our change management plan on the intranet and could see every time we would upload all of the questions from staff. He also had access, and then we would talk about any of those submissions within our 2 weeks. So I'm not quite sure what is referred to in terms of not having had as much consultation.
Okay, well, it would be interesting to, and difficult for us, obviously, if you're going to be reading that submission after the event, but you will hold that you believe that the consultation was genuine and regular, and from your point of view, was effective in the outcomes that have eventually been reached.
Absolutely, and I will add that I think that we had so many touch points to be able to engage with staff, whether it was we gave the opportunity in terms of people that didn't want to do it in a group setting. We had group settings, we had solo settings, we had submissions that you could put it in writing. We had different people that you could go to in order to be able to make those points across. And as I said, we had 271 submissions, so they did really impact and influence the outcome of our structure, and also have continued, because a lot of them were very, very good suggestions about how we might even work in the future, and that's what the next phase is about. So I will take that up with our union representatives when I next meet with them, which is actually this Friday.
Okay, great, thank you. In relation to Art Gallery New South Wales regional engagement program, has it or will it be impacted by the restructure, changes, etc.?
At the moment, no, we're not going to be impacting that area at all. Regional is a really important area for us. We've been engaged with the regions for a long, long time, and if you had a look at our annual report, we've been engaged at this very moment. We're over 10 regional galleries that we're working with, and we've got various programs. We don't just tour our collection, but we have Culture Dose, for example, that deals with mild anxiety that's been rolled out across 12 different galleries. We have juvenile justice programs across different parts of the state as well in detention centres. There's so many different touch points again for the gallery, and we want to maintain those. They're core to what we do and what we believe in.
Exhibitions, programs, outreach, etc., you're not expecting that to fall or be diminished in any way?
That's right. For regional, that's right.
For regional, that's right. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go to Mr. Diadam.
Thank you. I might start with Ms. Havilah. I just wanted to ask you firstly about sectoral engagement on and education engagement, particularly around science and engineering. Could you perhaps talk about the work that you're doing on that?
So we are, leading up to the opening of Powerhouse Parramatta, we're doing a whole range of programs right across New South Wales, but also with a focus in Western Sydney. When we open Powerhouse Parramatta, we will be launching the Lang Walker Family Academy, which will be a STEM-focused residential program that we're developing in partnership with the New South Wales Department of Education. And over 10,000 students each year will go through that program, and it will focus on supporting regional and remote students, but also Western Sydney students. That program is also being developed in partnership with Western Sydney University. Some of the programs that we've just delivered over the last 12 months, we've had engagement with more than 30,000 students. One of the programs was in partnership with NASA, where Western Sydney schools developed an experiment which was actually launched onto the International Space Station. And that was part of a competition in terms of that experiment, which was selected by one of the NASA astronauts and Casula High School. was lucky enough to be part of that program, and then led the program for that experiment and collaborated with students right across the world in terms of how it then went on to the International Space Station.
Is that program separate from the Task Eternal program?
Yeah, that's separate. These are all
I'll
just...
ask you about that.
Yeah, these
after
are all
you
just
finish
learning programs. Then just recently, we delivered a program with over 1,000 students across Western Sydney called 50 Degrees Climate, Heat and Resilience. And that program was developed in partnership with the New South Wales Office of the Chief Scientist, Western Sydney University, University of New South Wales, the University of Sydney, the CSIRO, Sydney Water, Greening Australia and the Australian Youth Climate Coalition. And that project was really about enabling and supporting students to design, self-design or co-design resilience within their schools to address heat across Western Sydney. And that project actually became a finalist in the Premier's Awards this year, which we were super proud of. We also this year presented Sydney Science Festival, and we presented a big science family day in Parramatta Square, and we had over 10,000 people attend that event. And then you might recall also what happened this year was the International Aeronautical Congress, which happened at the ICC. And so we presented a family day in partnership with the Congress, and we had over 12,000 young people and families come to that event and really experience science and technology from a space perspective in new ways. As part of our philanthropy program, we've established a partnership with the Tyree Foundation, and we'll be delivering in Powerhouse Parramatta an annual Australian Engineering Summit. That summit program also includes a whole range of different partnerships across engineering, and will include workshops and programs for students across New South Wales. And so we have a big focus on science, but also a very special focus on engineering and connecting young people with pathways to new jobs around engineering. On our rooftop in Powerhouse Parramatta, we have the most high-tech telescopes that will be used as part of the syllabus program that's embedded into the Lang Walker Family Academy program. And adjacent to that, we'll do a whole range of different agricultural science programs that are connected to the syllabus as well. I might stop there.
Okay, so I might ask you then about Task Eternal as well, and the collaboration around with NASA, I think. Is that right?
Yes, so Task Eternal is our most major exhibition that we're opening as part of the opening of Powerhouse Parramatta at the end of next year. And the exhibition will include over 600 objects, many objects from the Powerhouse collection that have never been seen before. We're collaborating with agencies across Australia but around the world, but also with international museums, including the British Museum, NASA, MIT, the Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum, the San Diego Museum of Art, but also on a local level in terms of connection with industry. We're working with ANSTO, the Australian Space Agency, the Australian Aviation Industry, the Gilmore Space Technologies, Metacosmos, Qantas. So we're really working very broadly across industry and the museum sector to really create a very special exhibition that will connect people with both the history of flight and space, but where it's going from a future focused perspective as well.
And the astronomical curator, they're involved in this program?
Yes, they are. Yeah, that's
right,
correct.
okay.
Yep.
So I think it's fair to say from what you've said that you would reject the assertion that the Parramatta project is resulting in a diminishing of the engagement on STEM from the Powerhouse.
But there's never been a higher level of connection, investment, partnership and collaboration around STEM in the history of the museum.
Okay, thanks. Ms. Page, can I ask you, perhaps there's obviously been some discussion about the FTE that's in question with the restructure. I wanted to ask you if you could just sort of step us through your understanding of the FTE back in the sort of 21-22 period, and then sort of where the FTE was prior to the restructure, and I think because there's obviously going to be some impact in terms of FTE with the new development. So perhaps if you could just sort of paint the picture of where the staffing numbers have gone over the course of the last few years, so we can see where you've come from and where you're at now and where you're seeking to get to.
Okay, thank you for the question. So for FY 19, we had 234 FTEs, so that was in just before we began the construction. FY 20, we went to 247, FY 21 to 266, FY 22 to 310, and then FY 23 to 374, and FY 24 to 385. In FY 25, so we've gone from 385 to 372, and then in FY 26 we will be at 337.
Right, and what was the projected staff number in the business case for the new?
It was actually 270.
So the original estimation was there would be 270.
That's
and
right.
then before you came on, it was at 385. Is that correct?
That's right. That's
so
right.
substantially
So it's
higher
quite a
than the
substantial.
original estimation. So the previous management had just grown the FTE far beyond.
Yes, but I would also argue that just in terms of the business case that was done in 2017, so the projection as to what was needed was very different there then. So in terms of public programming, there was a lot of staff that was brought in to deliver on a number of fronts across those two galleries, big galleries, and then we, as I said, we also run an artist studio in Surrey Hills, and we have an offsite facility as well. So the numbers grew with that.
Right. And so was those numbers, were they in excess of the budgeted kind of allocation, like for each of those years, or was that within budget, like those numbers?
I believe that they were within budget.
Right, okay. Can I ask, so we heard earlier today evidence from the PSA, the original restructure I think was seeing a reduction of 51 FTE, and the PSA suggested that it was now down to 44 after negotiation. Is that
That's
correct?
Right. That is correct.
Right, so there's no suggestion that the reduction is actually lower than 44? 44 is what
44.8 roles.
Right.
Yes, are the other number that we've come to now.
Right, okay.
And 13 of those are vacant roles.
Right, so 13 of the 44 are vacant.
That's right.
Okay, so that is that 31.8?
It's around, yes, that's
is
exactly
the actual
it.
number of people that
Yes,
will be removed
that's
from
exactly
the structure. Okay, thank you. I think that's it for me for the moment.
Okay, I've got a few more and then I'll throw just quickly. We've got plenty of time. Ms. Havilah, in terms of the Museum of Applied Arts and Sciences, how many full-time equivalent positions do you have across the whole?
Yep, 303 currently.
303 currently. How many is there? How many are funded? Does that mean there's quite a few that are still need to be filled, or?
At our end state, when Castle Hill, Parramatta, Ultimo and Sydney Observatory are fully operating, we estimate that there'll be approximately 380, but we'll continue to look at efficiencies to make sure that we can, make sure that efficient operations that we're working within our means as well in our budget.
And with, remind me, with Castle Hill and the Observatory, Parramatta, Ultimo, what's the end date? Where is the expected completion date of all four when you say end date for the potential 380?
Yep. So we will be opening Powerhouse Parramatta at the end of next year. There isn't an exact date put on that calendar year, that is, of 2026. And we don't have an actual set date for Ultimo, as we've working through that with Infrastructure New South Wales.
How many of those FTE end date will be Parramatta?
Yes. Approximately 200 to 220 will be in Parramatta, but that also includes front of house staff, which are casual. Or temporary part-time. Oh, part-time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so that's not, sorry, how much, so that's not 200 to 220 consists, that, how many roughly do you think in terms of the casual part-time? Or maybe
I'd have
part-time?
This is done, these figures are done as full-time equivalent.
Okay.
So what I can get
that's
a breakdown for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The 32 full-time curators you mentioned before, how
Yep.
many of those are based in, will be in Parramatta?
It will depend on their work program. So they work, the curatorial team works across Parramatta, Ultimo and Castle Hill, depending on what they're working on.
So in the budget, this year's budget, 25-26, in the agency financial statements, it has that the budget goes up to, I think the revised budget in terms of employee expenses was roughly 50 million. Then that goes up to 60 million in 25-26. Is that largely because of the powerhouse in terms of staffing for that?
Yes. It's the preparation for the opening of Powerhouse Parramatta.
Okay. Also, the grants and subsidies, there's 58 million in grants and subsidies. What's that for?
I can explain this.
Yeah.
So we have been, there is a $75 million philanthropy target that we were to raise as part of the base
Yes,
build.
already talking about this,
And
yeah.
so that is, it's an in and an out in our budget because we have that money in through philanthropy and we're paying it to Infrastructure New South Wales to complete the project within this financial year.
So it's an in and an out.
Yeah.
In terms of, okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'll come back to that if I find the out, which I can't see quickly. We'll go to questions from the opposition again.
Thank you.
Ms. Jackie Munro.
Thank you. I just wanted to check on the budget paper 3, page 4-3 on the budget for the Art Gallery of New South Wales. The 24-25 budget was 16.4 million for capital investment by general government sector. It was increased in the revised budget to 31.5 million, and then in the 25-26 budget it goes to 16 million again. I'm just wondering, what was that jump in 24-25, that $15 million jump?
I will need to come back to you on that one.
Okay.
So I'll have to take it on notice.
Okay. No idea?
No, I don't. We're working across so many multiple projects. We're at the end of all of our capital projects, thank goodness.
Yeah.
But there's so many ones that are ending, and we've got a couple that have started.
Mhm.
And I just want to be very, very precise to you
I
in
mean,
my answer.
It's quite a variation, and I'm just wondering how that budget had to be, like why it wasn't anticipated. So if there's some explanation that you could provide around why that $15 million wasn't originally anticipated in the original budget and had to be revised, that would be helpful.
I will
also
come back to you on that.
Okay, thank you. Just going back to the process of budgeting over the forward estimates, I just wanted to clarify something. Ms. Havilah mentioned that she had been in conversations with Treasury as well as the Minister. Have you been in conversations with Treasury also?
My team has, yes.
Okay. And have they reported to you?
Yes.
Okay. So what is Treasury indicating to you at this point through your staff?
Treasury is indicating that, as always, as a state organisation, that there will be funding for us. We just don't know what the envelope is.
Right, okay. Is that making it difficult for you to plan the future?
No, because we have a rough idea of what what it is, and then we need to plan accordingly, and we know what our expenses are. We know that we need 4 exhibitions. So I have to say it is business as usual. We just will we work closely with government in terms of what that's going to be in the end, and those ambitions.
Okay. Is the Sydney Biennale working with either of your organisations as part of its program?
It's working with mine.
Yep, and not with the Powerhouse? Okay. Could you please explain what interactions you've had with the Biennale and what kind of work you're doing together?
So we have been working with the Biennale for a really, really long time, as of their second iteration, so 1976, I believe. So we have worked very, very closely with them. So we will be staging the Biennale in our gallery in March 2026.
So do you have an idea of what exhibitions will be put on display at this point?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I do.
And what are those exhibitions?
It's a number of artists. So that's how they work. Is that you've got a curator that comes in with a vision, and they tell us. We're essentially a venue when we host the Biennale. So they outline their vision, they outline all of the artists that they are interested in working with, and as the time progresses, it usually starts as soon as one finishes, or even sometimes before. So we've been in conversation for a long time, and then the artists come in and out, I have to say, of venues as we're in discussion, and then as projects are commissioned. So often they want new works to show, because it's such an international exhibition. So that's how it happens.
Okay. And do you have, what kind of agreements do you have with the Biennale around the kind of content or artists that do display in your venue?
Yes. Look, we've got an exhibition contract, and that exhibition contract is as we have with every other institution that we work with, whether it's with Kandinsky, whether it was the Met Museum, or with former Matisse, as it was with the Pompidou, and the content is according to those.
So does that contract and the content requirements or stipulations, what kind of stipulations are those? Is there a standard contract?
It's a standard contract.
Okay. Could you please provide that to the committee on notice?
Sure.
Thank you.
That's okay.
And I'm sorry to labour this point, just on my last question back to Ms Havilah about this budget situation, because I just want to understand exactly how this works. So Ms Havilah, you've been directly dealing with Treasury and have a clear understanding of your budget.
We work through the department, very closely with the department around the budget, and Treasury, we consult with Treasury as part of that. There's an ongoing series of meetings to just make sure everyone, is working together.
Do you feel like you get given a budget, or is there a negotiation around your budget?
There's always negotiations, and there's new policy proposals. There's parameter technical adjustments. There's things that we need to respond to in relation to what we need to deliver, and the changes around, everything changes in terms of their big, complex operations, the businesses, the institutions that we're running. So there is, a lot of support and collaboration around making sure that they're resourced and they're operating efficiently.
And you've got a baseline figure already from Treasury?
There is allocations in the forward estimates, but there is a process each budget year.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
But it sounds like you've got a forward estimate allocation that's clear in your mind and in writing. Is that right? Like that is represented in the budget, for example?
Yes.
The budget papers?
Yes.
Could you please provide that information on notice if you don't have it?
If I can, yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And Ms. Page, my understanding is that you're not sure if there's money allocated in the forward estimates, but if there is, well, can you please answer?
I will do the
notice?
same as Lisa. If
Yeah,
I can,
okay.
I will provide it.
That would be helpful. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Mrs. Overall has another question, I think, and then Mr. Benazia.
Thank you. Ms. Havilah, if I may, the introduction of artistic associates, so effectively consultants, and the significant growth in costs with that, what's happening in that regard?
So currently we have 2 associates that are working with us, and they're working with us on the delivery of elements of our program, both across applied arts and sciences.
Okay, so if you're cutting curatorial positions, but you're employing consultants as such, can you give us the reasoning for why
Sure.
that's happening?
We haven't reduced our number of curators over the last 6 years. The number of curatorial staff has increased to meet the needs of the infrastructure renewal of the powerhouse. So we currently have 32 curators that are working with us on the development of exhibitions and programs for both Parramatta and for Ultimo.
Okay, so
our
again,
priority is absolutely our. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, not at all.
Yeah, our priority is absolutely supporting and enabling our staff to do absolutely the best job that they can do as directed by the Act.
Of course, and that's to be lauded inevitably. And obviously there still is some disconnect about information around some of those, including the PSA, who believes that curator roles are being cut. But aside from that, can you talk to us about the increase in the costs that these artistic associates are incurring?
So the costs actually are reducing, but I think there might be some, maybe confusion that I can help to clarify around consultants and contractors. If you'd like me to go through that in terms of our budget. So I think, let me just find it so I can be exact. So there's different elements that you can see in the budget around contract services. And so consultants that you can see in the budget, there's an amount of $490,000. That's for technology operating models for Powerhouse Parramatta, but also technical consultants that we need to use on our exhibition development, including building code, disability discrimination, and also engineering. And so that's that line. Then there's a $2 million line, which is expenditure on contractors, and that relates to the delivery of the technology renewal program, including ICT services and systems-related resourcing that we need to make sure that Powerhouse Parramatta and now Powerhouse Ultimo has the right level of technology support that it can operate. And so there's a number of consultants that we need to use to make sure that we can deliver on our obligations under.
Yep. Okay, thank you for the in-depth information, but I'm specifically talking about the artistic associates. Is that a different thing? Does that come under a different line item?
That comes
altogether?
under, I was just getting to that one. That comes under professional services. And I don't have the exact figure of the expenditure or budget for this financial year, but the professional services line also includes the Ultimo collection relocation, which was just completed recently. But I'll take that on notice.
Will you be able to provide that information
Absolutely.
to us in terms of the cost? Terrific.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Chair. Again, I'm mindful of the time.
Thank
I've got
you.
another. We'll move on to Mr. Benazia.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Benazia.
Can I just follow up on the curator of astronomy? My understanding was Sarah Reeves, who actually had academic qualifications and expertise as an astronomer, and she left and was replaced by the glass blower. So in the case of Mr. Adams' questions about the curator of an astronomy being involved in the STEM projects, was that Sarah Reeves or was that the glass blowing astronomer?
So we have an astronomy curator whose name is Andrew Jacobs.
And he's qualified as an astronomer?
He absolutely is, and he's
so
been with us for 35 years.
Who replaced Sarah Reeves as the...
I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay.
But yes, Sarah did fantastic work while she was with us, and she's moved on to another role.
Okay. Can you confirm as to whether the museum is funding 2 artists to live in Paris for 3 months of the year, and how that fits within the remit of the museum's work? That's been put to me as a question, so I'm putting that to you.
I'm happy to answer that. Would you like me to do that now?
Yes.
Yep. Okay. We have a partnership with the Cité in Paris to support First Nations creatives and to work and live in Paris for a period of time. And so that's to support their practice internationally and connect them, give them pathways into an international career.
How does that fit within applied arts and
yeah, so for
technology and history?
example, we supported a First Nations architect last year who is now doing work in Paris with the Louvre and doing other international collaborations. So it's very much supported his practice as an architect and designer to do work internationally. And so it's really providing pathways for New South Wales creatives to really grow and expand their careers.
Okay, can you, on notice, tell us what the exact cost is of that?
Happy to.
I guess fellowships?
Yep, happy to. Yep.
Thank you.
Does the art gallery do anything like that, Ms. Page?
We do have also at the Cité some residencies, and we've had them for many, many years.
Thank you. We are at time. Thank you, Mr. Diadam. I am well aware of the time.
He's got a bus to catch.
And he's got... thank you so much for appearing today. The committee will be in touch in regards to anything you took on notice, or if members have supplementary questions. I appreciate you both making the time to come. Thank you very much. And that is the end of today's hearing. Thanks.
Thank you.